try and get that. I'll see if I can get that huge shit for you. On that gun. We'll see if there's any sound.
Testing. Yep. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
That sounds right.
Good.
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. That's nice, good quality. That.
Did you rewind it? Yep. Did you rewind it? Beautiful. We've just got us some new headsets in the commentary box here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So
Testing with Gary Miles. Brad Cole here for Cricket Northwest commentary.
Headsets in the commentary box here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Testing with Gary Miles. Brad Cole here for Cricket Northwest commentary.
Yeah, that's good. Excellent. I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. Yeah, so they're working fine on those mics. Clear, so
Yep.
yeah, just make sure at lunch and so you just shut the window so
Yep.
no other sound gets in. But yeah, no, I think that should be fine. If anything, if it's too loud, I'll get Drew and he can adjust the volume.
Yep.
Yeah, other than that, should be good to go, fellas. Just shoot me a text if there's any issues. But
Too easy, Brad. Thanks, mate.
no problem. I'll see it too.
Yep. Rightio, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for the Cricket Northwest first grade grand final between the Ulverstone Blackcaps and the Sheffield Mountaineers. Sheffield, Mark Simmons has won the toss and has chose to have a bat on a wicket that's fairly green but hard. Looks like it's a great day for it. I'm joined here this morning by Nick Azartis. Welcome, Nick.
Morning, Gary. A beautiful morning here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground.
We managed to get a few words from both captains before the toss, so I'm just going to play them for the viewers. We've got Mark Simmons first up.
Simo, you've won the toss, mate. You have a bat?
Yeah, I think it looks a pretty nice wicket. Spoke to Simsy a couple of times through the week and he's sort of reckons he's dragged a bit of moisture out of it this year and cut a bit lower, so yeah, hopefully a bit of discipline for the boys up top. Obviously they'll come pretty hard with the first wave. Barnes been pretty good all year with the new ball, so yeah, just need to show some discipline up top.
Beautiful, mate. Are you on the same side for the semi-final?
Yeah, unchanged at this stage. So yeah, all going to plan, goes well.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
So that was a few words from Mark Simmons. He's quite happy to have a bat, and now we'll have a chat with Alex Winwood.
Oh, here with Alex Winwood. Lost the toss, mate. You're going to have a bowl?
Bowling.
Yeah.
I
What's
don't
your
think
thoughts,
so.
mate? What would you have done?
We weren't too fussed, I don't think. I think we're going to bat. So, yeah, we're not unhappy with losing the toss, I think, in a grand final is a bit of unknown, especially on the first day, new wicket. Yeah, see how we go.
Beautiful. And you've got Braden in for today.
Yeah, DeVries in for Friday, and then Jaden Bowen in for the next two. So.
Beautiful, mate. Wish you all the best.
Lovely. Thanks,
Thank
Gary.
You. Bye.
So that was the two captains having a bit of a chat. just after the toss. Also managed to have a chat with Sam O'Keefe, who, along with Scott Pearce, is umpiring today's game. Moose has done numerous grand finals, but for Sam O'Keefe, this is his first. So we caught up with Sock.
I've done a lot of games with Moose, so to be fortunate enough to umpire with bloke.
Just here with Sam O'Keefe. Congratulations, mate. First A-grade grand final as an umpire. It must be a fairly good honour for yourself.
Yeah, no, I was pretty pleased with it. Certainly a lot of good umpires in our comp, and to be fortunate enough to umpire with blokes like Moose who have been in it a long time. It makes the grand final as an umpire, I think, a bit easier knowing that you've got that experience at the other end. And I've done a lot of games with Moose, so I've really learned a lot over the last sort of few years of umpiring, and personally, I think it's a good reward, I think, for myself as far as the effort that goes into umpiring and trying to be a good umpire for the players, and really thrilled to have it. And
excellent, mate. When did you find out you had the gig?
Kempy sent something out on I think it was Monday. So I was curious after the weekend as to what might happen, and I'd had a second grade game in the past, and so I was a bit curious to know if I might get my number called, and got the email through from Kempy, and was quite thrilled and honoured to this is the premier cricket comp in the Northwest, and I get to watch it from the middle. So what better view?
And do you get to pick an end, or what happens there? I know, like an opening batsman, you take the first ball. Who's got the first over?
No, Moose is the experienced umpire, so he picks his end, and then I just follow suit. So that's up to the bowlers which end they choose to start from. But no, Moose will pick his end, and I'll follow suit, and just learn from him.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Anyway, all the best.
Thanks, mate. Good to see you, Eddie. Cheers, mate. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Sock.
So there was a bit of a chat with two captains and Sam O'Keefe before today's play. The boys are out in the middle, ready to go. We've got Varner starting from the top end this year. He bowled from the bottom end last year and tore the hearts out of Bernie. Saying that, we've got Ollie Walker's just walked into the commentary box. Bring back some bad memories for you, mate.
Felt like I was there for the first ball last time. It was that quick. It'll be nice to see him ball from the other end today. See how he goes. But certainly some memories of facing Varner in the first over here last year.
Yes, not good ones in that. So we've got the two opening batsmen for Sheffield. Jordan Marshall was going to take strike, and Harry Collier at the other end. Spoke about the other umpire, Scott Pearce. He's at square leg, and Sam O'Keefe has taken the first over from the top end. Alex Winwood just getting his field organised. This is going to be an intriguing battle between the two best sides all year. Fierce rivalry over the last 10 or 15 years, played in a lot of semi-finals against each other, and some grand finals as well. So over the next 3 days, I reckon this is going to be an absolute cracker. What do you reckon, Nick? We're good to go, mate.
Good to go. Here comes Varner for the first ball.
Played nicely there by Jordan. How you been, Ollie?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Yeah, going well, mate. Yep.
Yeah, good.
Made a few last week, but not enough to get over the boys up the hill.
Yeah, it was a bit of a chase in the end. 280 was always going to be a bit of a challenge, but it was nice to get a few, but ultimately not enough.
No. That one's wrapped on the pads, probably just sliding down leg, I reckon. So if we go through the teams for the grand final, we've got Alex Winwood, captain for Ulverstone, Brandon King, Braden DeVries, who's just here today, Kobe Wormsley, Jack Pearce, Jacob Snare, Jake Vincent, Jaden Beaumont. He's here for Saturday and Sunday, Jordan Kelly, Matthew Varner, Reece French, Toby Hutton. And for Sheffield, we've got Aidan Marshall, Alex King, Clayton Campbell, Eli Connolly, Ethan Clark, Harry Collier, Jonah Evans, Jordan Marshall, Logan Hazelwood, Mark Simmons, captain, and Sam Robinson. Varner to Jordan Marshall. It's wrapped him on the toe and he's out. He's out. Third ball. That looked like it's trapped him on the full, on his toe, and Jordan's got to go. So here we are again. Viewers, we've got another wicket in the first over of a grand final. That was fairly well bowled, Nick.
Yeah, obviously he bowls nice and full at the stumps, and a lot of his wickets taken this year have either been sort of bowled LB or caught behind. So, pretty good memories for these guys from last year. So they'd be pretty confident, go bowling first, even though they might have had a bat.
Yeah, no, look, the wicket's fairly green, but it looks good. But he's just honed in on the stumps there and bowled nice and full, and maybe just caught Jordan off guard a little bit, wrapped him fair on the toe. So it's an early loss for Sheffield. They're 1 for none off 3 balls. Here we go again, Ollie.
Yeah.
Grand final pressure, nerves.
Memories. He's a tricky customer, to be fair, Varner. With his action, ball goes behind the back, reappears. That's almost what I found the danger was over the last couple of years. It disappears and then reappears. So probably not really what you want to be facing in the first over, trying to get used to a pitch. You'd probably rather someone that's nice and up and down, you can see the ball the whole way. But that's what makes him so dangerous.
And he's got that jump at the crease where he sort of comes a bit wide of the crease as well, so he's just always at you. He does a little bit with it off the deck. So, but that's a great start from Varner. Once again, has a wicket in the first over, which brings Eli Connolly to the crease. Eli made a solid 50 last week in the semi-final, battled well with Alex King. He wouldn't have played in a Cricket Northwest A-grade grand final before, so I'm sure there's a few nerves floating around Eli's belly. Let's see how he handles the first ball. A little bit loose there in defence, but he's managed to get bat on ball. Played back to Varner. Lovely day at Latrobe. The weather gods have turned it on. In the past, weather has played a bit of a havoc in grand finals, but over the next 3 days, it looks like there's going to be really good conditions for a good game of cricket. I'm sure it's going to be that. Varner to Connolly again, well played. Out to point, fielded by Jack Pearce. Whips it in over the top to Jordan Kelly. 1 ball to go in the first over. And you brought a special guest in with you, Ollie. Who have you got behind you there, mate? Who's that fella?
Kai Schuman's joined us.
Big Shuey.
Yeah,
welcome,
Shuey.
Shuey.
How are you, mate?
Good, good. You and Kurt obviously put on a few last week, mate, to keep us in the hunt.
Yeah, we just tried to take it as deep as possible last week, but ultimately, like Ollie said, 280 was always going to be pretty tough to chase down.
Varner to Connolly, with a leading edge there to fielded by Braden it's Braden, is it, in the gully, or is it Vincent? Vincent in the gully there. So that's the end of the first over. Sheffield 1 for none, and obviously Varner's figures there 1 for none as well after 1. Where it looks like we've got Reece French is going to bowl from the last street end. They've obviously got a few options with the new ball. Ulverstone, Walmsley as would have opened a bit, as well as young Beaumont as well, but he's not here today. But yeah, obviously French has taken the ball from this end. So, and probably a bit like last year, he'd probably try and bowl a bit short and ruffle a few feathers. I know you whacked him, and then he got you the next ball, wouldn't it? So
yeah. Completely different customer, different heights, see it all the way.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little change.
And he sort of jogs in there. His last 2 or 3 steps, he gets that momentum, doesn't he? Which he's an awkward bloke to face at times. What are your thoughts early, Nick?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Sheffield's plan here. Obviously, Varner being the strike bowler, already taken one. How they play from the other end.
Reece to Collie has played and missed. He's fended at that one.
Whether they, look to, try and be fairly defensive against Varner and look to score from the other end, will be interesting to see.
I reckon Reece has just come and bang a length there. 2 sleeps, gully, point, cover, mid off, a wideish mid on. Forward square and a fine leg is the field. I reckon he's hit his pad with his bat. He has, yes. Thanks for not giving that, Moose. Would have made a fool of me. Reese has started well, straight on the money. And how long are you sticking around for, Ollie? You're around for a bit longer, mate?
I'm out of here Thursday, actually,
yep.
so not too long left now.
Back over there and into the season over there?
Yeah, a
Yep.
couple of weeks and we'll have our first set of cup fixtures before the league season starts in about a month's time.
Couple of green tops first up over there, no doubt.
Yep, soft, green, lovely.
Good old English conditions. One's left alone there by Harry. There wasn't much carry. Geordie just picked that one up off the half volley.
Interesting to see how Sheffield go if they lose another early one here.
Yeah,
Whether
we'll get
Alex
King in.
will come out.
I think he'll come no matter what, the big fella.
Yeah.
He's obviously had a great year. Speaking of that, we've got some stats here for the players. Alex King's made 925 runs this year, an average of 51.39.
Certainly watching made a few of those.
It's a full toss. Would have hoped to get that one right. At a strike rate of 87.5, mind you. So when he does get his runs, he gets them fairly quick at nearly a run a ball.
Yeah. Well, he scored a run a ball 150 against us
Yeah.
in the regular season, so we saw that first hand.
Yep.
And then I think his first 40 at the weekend were made off 20 odd balls.
Yeah, I think he was in at 2 for 10 and fifth ball 6. So yeah.
French to Collier. Collier just leaves that one alone outside off stump. And plans moving forward. Ollie, will this be it, mate, or will you try and come back, or you don't know?
I don't know. We'll see where the summer kind of leaves me. Obviously, I'll turn 21 back home, so although still young, dependent on whether I get into the real world and start working or whether I still live this dream for a couple more years.
Yeah.
But nothing's been decided yet. No promises either way from my end.
Yep.
Just see where it takes me.
Oh, that's good, mate. That was well played by Harry Collier there, the last ball of the over. Very solid in defence. It's the end of Reece French's over. It was a maiden. Sheffield 2 for 0 after 1 for none after 2 overs. Sorry. Varnes to continue from the top end. And well done, Ollie, on your back-to-back Ben Hilfenhaus medal, mate, under
Thank
21
you.
player.
Yeah, it was nice to get a bit of recognition again. A bit more competition this year for it, obviously with the Latrobe overseas, Harry who's obviously not here anymore, and then Bess all got 30 odd wickets as well.
Yeah.
So
no.
there was a bit more competition, but it was nice to get a bit of recognition again.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's definitely some good young players coming through in the competition. Oh, he's nicked it. Oh, he's dropped. Oh,
I think he's got it on the second
he's
grab
caught it.
there.
Alex Winwood. My goodness. It's come off De Vries, who dove far right to his side, and it's bobbled up, and Alex Winwood has caught it, low to the ground, and Connolly has to go. Sheffield 2 for none here. In some trouble early. This is, the boys, be a few nerves kicking around now. Grand finals, it just does this sort of thing. It brings a different kind of pressure to the game and the individual. As Ollie knows, and Nick knows as well from playing in a few grand finals where there's been a few collapses early on day one. Once again, Matthew Varner, he just loves this big game. He's turned up, he's ready to go, and he's got Sheffield on the ropes with Marshall and Connolly back in the sheds for a duck. We've got Alex King walking to the crease. He's coming in at 4, so this will be a great little battle, I'm sure. I don't know if Alex will change the way he goes. I'm sure if it's there, he's gonna hit it. That's just him, and I think he's probably got to play that way. Otherwise, if you're not scoring and you're losing wickets, it gets on top of you. So I reckon Alex will have a positive mindset. Him and Harry will just look to bat around each other here. But yeah, she's all go, Nick.
Yeah, obviously, the first hour of playing a grand final is pretty massive. Yeah, it's a long 3 days, but that first hour, as you can see, last year, and many grand finals in the past, it plays has a big effect on the outcome of games more often than not.
Varner's going to change to around the wicket. where he had success last year, to Hayes and Revel early. Just coming around angle and probably decking it away a little bit, trying to find that edge. 3 slips to gully now for Varner. Jack Pearce at point. There's a cover there in Vincent. De Vries. Snare at mid-off. Hutton at mid-on. And Kobe Walmsley is at fine leg. Here we go. Sheffield reeling at 2 for none. Varner to King. That's probably a leg by, I reckon. Just give him a little tickle on that. So that's off the mark. Alex King first ball. Sheffield are off the mark. 2 for 1. Harry Collier now to face Varner for the first time this morning. A bloke that wouldn't have seen much of Varner, I wouldn't have thought. A couple of times he's played this year. Harry's joined Sheffield from Queensland. He's been a great addition on and off the field. And he's really found himself a position opening up there. He's made some valuable runs the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's well played, very solid in defence. And good area once again from Varner, just always at the batsman. It's them little moments in grand finals, like that little flick from Jordan Kelly could have went anywhere.
Yeah.
It's found Winwood at second slip. It's well bowled again.
It was good awareness from Alex actually. At second slip you can tend to switch off when it nicks towards the keeper, so to actually be engaged enough to react was
shows they're in the zone, and you know they're right in the contest.
Clearly.
He took it with his left, didn't he? What, just loaded around one hand on the left, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It all happened fairly fast from up here, but
bit of carnage backs to us.
it's well bowled again and well played.
Certainly worst case scenario in terms of score for Sheffield at the moment, but I guess also the last thing they would have wanted is for Varner to have those 2 wickets and get his confidence up. Obviously his confidence was pretty high after last week against Devonport, and certainly started off the way that he finished last week.
One's left alone there by Harry, outside the off stump, and that's the end of the 3rd over. Sheffield 2 for 1 after 3, with Alex King on 1 and Harry Collier yet to score.
Beginning to feel pretty familiar, this.
You are?
This is beginning to feel pretty familiar. 2 for 1.
Yes. Good old grand finals, mate. Friday mornings.
Yeah, I think last year was 3 for 5 and then 4 for 20. Sorry to bring it up, Ollie, but that, certainly very familiar to the Ulverstone boys as well.
So you've got Reece French to Alex King. This will be a good little battle. I was speaking a little bit earlier that they might try and score some runs from the other end. I'm not sure if he's going to go yet, young Alec, but I'm sure if Reece bangs one in short, he could be trying to head onto the bike track just quietly. They're good mates, these two, so I'm sure this is going to be a great battle. There would have been a bit of chat throughout the week between the two. Let's see how she goes. It's short, and he's cut that beautifully. He's timed it straight to Jack Pearce at point. He's practicing them cut shots over point, so we spoke about Alec might be in a bit of a mood, and he's going to play the way he does. and I think that's the best way for him to go about it. He'll look to swing the momentum back Sheffield's way, I've got no doubt about that. Driving. Finds De Vries in the covers. But he's looking positive, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned before, the amount of runs he's scored this year, also for a guy that has, played for how long he has and the successes he's had. I think it was his first Player of the Year award this year, so just shows what sort of season he's had.
Yeah, he's definitely been a very consistent performer. Oh, he's hit that in the air and he's out. He's out. King's got to go. Caught at the cover. Braden De Vries. Yeah, obviously he was trying to just swing the momentum back like we spoke about. He was just going to go about it the way he does, but unfortunately he's hit it straight to Braden De Vries at cover. And Sheffield in a world of trouble here at 3 for 1 in the 4th over.
Yep, like we spoke about, that's the way Alex plays, and I wouldn't have expected anything different. It's been very successful for him this year. Just unfortunately, he hit it fairly well, but straight to the fielder.
And Alvey at the moment, they can't do much wrong. They're bowling well, a little bit in it obviously, but maybe it's time just to knuckle down. We've got Clayton Campbell coming to the crease now and Harry Collier, who I'm sure the way they go about it, they're very patient. They'll just tick the strike over. Clayton Campbell's had a really good year this year. He was new to the club last year. Let's have a look at the stats here. He's had 18 innings for 442 runs at an average of 31. He also bowls a few handy left arm orthodox. He's taken, where is he? It's got 0 wickets on here, so I'm not sure what's happened there. There's been a bit of a breakdown in Coley's printer. But I know he's taken a few wickets, but yeah, like I said, these two guys will look to really try and just steady the ship. Because at 3 for 1, not the ideal start at all.
The one thing Sheffield will have in mind here is Ulverstone. Obviously, we're missing Josh. Probably a bit more fragile in the batting lineup as they have been in years gone by. Obviously, Braden helps push that back up today, but he's going to be missing over the next couple. So if they can knuckle down here and try and get to 150, it'll be a challenging prospect still.
Yeah, it will be. We've got French to Campbell. Just left that one alone outside off stump. Yeah, and Josh has been, you don't score 10,000 first grade runs just because he's been an absolute champion and still is of the game. So he will be missed by Ulverstone for sure. But at the moment he probably wouldn't be bowling, so the bowlers are doing the trick for the Black Caps. That's short and well played by Campbell. Yeah, unfortunate injury for Josh a few weeks ago. He tore the bicep fairly bad, I think, so he's had surgery or going to have surgery soon. So we wish him all the best. He'll be coming in at some point a bit later on, coming in for a chat, so that'll be good. Me and him will go toe to toe again. We've had a few good battles over the years, so I'm looking forward to that one. French to Campbell. It's fairly full, it's well played. Jacob Snare fields at mid-off. And that's the end of the over. Another great over for Ulverstone. Another wicket. They're Sheffield 3 for 1 after 4 overs. And Alvey wouldn't have asked for a much better start. You wouldn't have thought, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Ollie said before, it's probably time for these guys to knuckle down here and try and get it through a few overs. But obviously still try to tick it over a little bit as well. Nothing worse than feeling like you're not rotating the strike and you're just facing the same bowler all the time. Lets the bowlers get in a bit of a rhythm against you. So, yeah, we need them to knuckle down, but still need to be turning the strike over as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially something as simple as like left hand, right hand out there now. Varner obviously comes over and round the wicket and has done quite predominantly, so it's not easy as a bowler if you keep chopping and changing every 3 deliveries.
Yeah, no, spot on in the field, just moving around. Just once a bowler, gets settled, they're hard to sort of get away, and they get into that rhythm.
Keep them in a positive mindset too.
Yeah.
If they're still looking, even if it is just for Harry here, just trying to wait for that straight one and get it in towards square leg. It just keeps him ticking over and not just block, and almost a sitting duck.
Yeah, I think you could get into the mindset of just trying to survive here, which plays into the Ulverstone's hands. You still need to be looking for a positive mindset.
These two sides last played against each other in a grand final back in 2013-2014, where Sheffield batted first, were all out for 41. Ulverstone then put 172 on the board. Sheffield's second innings made 134, and then Ulverstone had to chase 4 for an outright victory, which they did. Only Alex King's the only guy. Oh no, he's not. He didn't even play in that one. Alex King's the only A-grade premiership player in this side of Sheffield today. So
can you remind me in that final, Gary, who top scored in that 41?
Oh, I'm not sure, mate. No, I'm not sure who it was. It's pretty embarrassing to top score with 12. But there's been a few grand finals where there's been some low scores. I'm not saying this one is going to be that, but it's definitely looking like it could be a bit of a battle at the moment. Barner to Collier, who plays that nicely in defence. And Ulverstone also, they're going for 4 in a row. Yeah, 4 premierships in a row, which is, back in the day we won 3 in a row, and you look back on it and think, how did it happen? But Ulverstone are in that position now where they've won 3 in a row and they're going for their 4th. So it just shows the depth that they've got at the cricket club, the commitment they've got from their guys, the way they run things. They're coached by a young guy in Reece French, who's obviously doing great work. Oh. And just off the shoulder of the bat, fielded by Vincent in the gully. It looks like it just maybe popped a bit, or just a bit of extra effort from Varner. No, so they certainly do things well at Ulverstone Cricket Club on River Road there. They've always been a very competitive powerhouse of Cricket Northwest. They've had good juniors, second grade always thereabouts. Their team off the field is brilliant. Terry and Doreen Leary. Varner to Harry, and very solid in defence. Bit of chat maybe from Varner.
Bit of a stat here to back up what Gary was saying about Ulverstone being a powerhouse. They've played in finals for 19 straight seasons, making 14 grand finals and winning 8. So they last missed the finals in 2005-2006.
Yeah, sounds a bit like Geelong really, but we just haven't got the premierships to back it up. But obviously the Cats are a powerhouse of the AFL and are always there at the right end of the year, but just battle at times to get the job done when it matters. Footy's obviously started as well. Carlton are off to a great start once again. This will be the year, they say. This will be the year. I'm sick of hearing that, but anyway, Carlton supporters, good on yous.
I witnessed Carlton Richmond this year.
You went over, did you?
Yeah, went over with Nick and Andrew.
How have you gone? Have you kicked the Sharon around a bit, have you, Ollie? Or?
Yeah, give it a little go.
Put it on the ground, then kicked it, or have you actually dropped it?
No, I dropped it. I learnt.
Oh, that's good.
I was very quickly forced to kick one last year in basically every warm-up we did.
Yep.
Our warm-ups this year have consisted of the proper football.
Yeah, come on now, don't be like that.
Which has been nice. So, but yeah, I went over to the Carlton Richmond game and it was an atmosphere actually.
We've got a change at the last street end, folks. We've got Kobe Walmsley replacing Reece French after Reece has bowled 2 overs. So whether this is a match-up thing, maybe. So we've got Kobe Walmsley. Jordan Kelly's up over the stumps. That one's left alone by Clayton Campbell. Yeah, it's interesting just to give him, obviously got Alex in his last over, but they've got some kind of plan in place here, I would have thought.
I was surprised Kobe didn't take the new ball, but I reckon it was to do with Alex would have tried to line him up. Obviously Reece can bowl it back of the length. or bowl 2 lengths to Alex, whereas Kobe's more
bit slower and
deeper
does a little bit with it, yeah.
just on top of the stumps.
Yeah.
So I reckon it was a ploy of as soon as Alex is out.
And also knowing Clayton, he likes a bit of pace on to work with the pace. Like he's probably not the guy to force it, to make his own pace, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, it's probably not a bad little move from Alex. It's down the leg side, stumping appeal, not out, signalled by O'Keefe. Yeah, Kobe Walmsley, just the 8 wickets at 12, so he's obviously come into the team a bit late this year. But he's that sort of player. There's always been a guy to sort of stand up in grand finals, probably a lesser known name, and blokes like Kobe Walmsley. I know he took a few wickets here last year or the year before, where he took 7 or 8, I think, against Sheffield. So, you know, that's probably always in the back of their minds. It's a good start by Kobe, right on the money, as have Ulverstone been from ball 1.
Also a top operator will bowl long spells.
Yep.
I think we faced a 16 over spell from him last year at West Park up the hill, letting everyone change down it. So
yeah, just building
always
that.
handy to have someone like that.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's like he's just swinging it away from Campbell. 2 slips of gully. Another whitish gully. Jack Pearce there. Then you've got DeVries. You've got Reece French at short cover. And Jacobson out mid-off. So they're obviously going to try and keep it really tidy on the offside and just bowl that 4th or 5th line. Pretty much about there and make it hard for the batsman to score. That's the end of Kobe's first over. It's a maiden. And the score on here is not working, but it's not even on the scoreboard at the moment, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But still 3 for 1 off 5. Sure what's going up there with the scoreboard, boys?
Be a horrible place to be right now with it not working though.
Yeah.
Everyone trying to
It's usually
tune in.
fairly good, the scoreboard at the trade. In saying that, Jason Sims and his crew have done an outstanding job once again at the trade wreck. The ground looks a picture. The wicket, I think, is going to be perfect for the whole 3 days. It'll have a bit in it early, which it has done, but that's how you want your cricket wickets to be. And as the day goes on and the game goes on, it'll Varner to Harry, and that's a pellet. That looked like a fairly good peach from the big fella. Couple of words being said. He's right on the money this morning. Here's Matthew Varner.
Ollie, what would your approach be to Varner at the moment? Obviously with his tail up.
Obviously it's pretty easy to say. I'd probably try and unsettle him a little bit. But as I've said before, it doesn't have to be by trying to blaze everything to the boundary. Albeit naturally positive in myself.
Oh.
That's out.
There you go, he's knocked him over. He's knocked him over, Matthew Varner, once again. Straight through Harry Collier, who has to leave in Sheffield in all sorts, 4 for 1 in the 2024-2025 Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Well, boys, you know, it's weird, like we've all played in grand finals and that, and it still sends that bit of a shiver down the spine because, you know, you like a good contest, and we've obviously got it, but Ulverstone at the moment are right on top. Collier's got to go.
Only positive is like Ethan's played most of the year in the Raiders. You've still got Simo. There is still experience to come in this lineup.
Yep.
With the nature of the way it shapes up.
Yeah, and then obviously with not a bad tail. Obviously they made some runs last week, and it probably ended up being, you know, really crucial given that Bernie were able to get fairly close. Those 60 or 70 runs that Marshall and Robinson put on at the end of their innings, really crucial. So there is still some batting to come for Sheffield.
There is. Someone just needs to take it upon themselves here, I think, at the moment and dig in. As we said, we've got Ethan Clark walking to the crease. 6'9", big fella. He's ready to go. He's had a good year. He's like Ollie said, he's played Raiders, so he gained some valuable experience down there, facing some really, really good bowlers, like first-class bowlers, play for Tasmania, Gabe Bell and these kind of sorts. So we're hoping here that Ethan can put a bit on his wicket and dig in for an innings for the Mountaineers. Varner to Clark, he's wrapped on the pads, it's a big appeal. He did get it, looked like he had a decent stride in. He's given not out by Sam O'Keefe. And Clark's just going down to say I was just pitching out, probably just hitting outside, mate. Gives him a bit of hip and shoulder. We don't mind that in the grand final. We're in the contest, boys.
Having been out there, I'm sure a few words will
yeah, that's great.
be said. So,
how good.
I think if I'm Ethan here, you've got to do something.
Yeah.
Even, I know Varner's probably one of the quicker on the coast, but take a step at him.
Yeah, I noticed you did that a couple of times last week to Hobbit from one end. Like you said, it doesn't have to be to blaze it through the field, but just to get them off their rhythm.
Like for Ethan here, everything is coming back at him with this angle.
This is great here, boys. Bit of real good banter out there at the moment.
Everything's coming back at him with this angle. If he takes a step down, Varner's probably going to try and bang it in. It gets up hip high, being a big lad. He's got a couple in here.
Yeah, that's right.
Kobe's left-handed, there's a couple to his right. So it's just something like that going back to what you asked for, that's probably how I'd be attacking this now. Yeah. I'm not trying to blaze it unless it's in my area.
Yeah.
Just trying to unsettle Varner because he's on a roll.
Yeah, like we have seen, if you're just out there trying to survive, he's going to get... There we go. That's where we're talking about a little bit. But if you're just trying to survive, he's gonna get that unplayable ball that's going to get you if you're just stuck on the crease.
As most bowlers can be as well, especially bowlers with half a yard. Obviously, we can see he's got a little bit to say for himself, which is good. It's a nice challenge, and it's nice to see a bit of aggression, but he'll also have a bit of an ego to go with it, as most fast bowlers do. So if you're, as a batter, if you can play on that a little bit, try and walk it in, make him feel like you're saying, oh, you're not quick enough. If he tries to bowl quicker and quicker, it could get his back up, but at the minute he's running through him as is. So if you can try and get it, and he might throw a short ball in or a short wide one, and then suddenly that's how you apply your pressure back on. It's a knock-on effect of something very simple for a cricketer like Ethan.
We've got the scoreboard working, boys. We're away. Doesn't read overly well at 4 for 1 after 6.5, I think. Yeah.
It's a bit better if you're English and you read it the other way around.
Yeah, that's no good, that stuff. They have to fix that, don't they?
Tell you what,
13 for 1. Who says that?
I reckon Sheffield would be wishing 4 for 1 right now.
Yeah, I reckon they would be. End of another great over by Matthew Varner. He's got the figures of 3 for none, I think.
It should be...
There
should be 4 for 2 now, shouldn't it? They got to run off that over.
Varner's 3 for none off 4 overs.
It should be 3 for 1. There was 1 in that over.
Yeah, it's just very slow, the old scoreboard. It's not updating. Bear with us on that. I'm not sure on the app that it's working either. That's not an our problem. That's probably where the scores are located. Play HQ. Play Cricket app issue, I think. So KB warms you now to bowl to Ethan Clark. Yeah, and Ethan's had an interesting year. He's opened the start of the year for the Raiders, and he batted at 4 for a bit, and then he had a couple of hits down the order where he's made some runs, coming in at 7 or 8. Today he's at 6 under some pressure. It's that one on the legs. Can't get it past the main man, Matthew Varner, at the moment at square leg. That's probably the one there on the pads where you just like to get off the mark, isn't it? And get that one away in the gap there. There's no mid-wicket. Unfortunately, hit it straight to Varner.
Way the cookie crumbles on your 4 for not many, though.
Yep.
You hit it straight at a man. We saw Collier hit a full toss at extra cover earlier, and it falls that way, whereas if
that's right.
4 for 101, it'd have probably gone for 4.
Probably through it in the gap and 4, yeah. few cars rolling in for this Friday game. A few boys on an early lunch break come for a look. Warms you to Clark. He's got that away. He's off the mark for 2, I reckon. It was well played down to fine leg area. Ethan Clark is away. First runs for him. He goes to 2. Sheffield now are 4 for 4.
Certainly is the type of player that, you know, can score runs, which, you know, with these two out there, Clayton sort of holding up at one end, and he will also run well between the wickets. This could be very important for Sheffield here.
It's full played, timed beautifully to mid-on.
Well, obviously he's not involved in the Raiders the last couple of weeks,
Yeah.
which has been nice for Sheffield, I'm sure. But for him, he's played Tassie age groups this year. Like,
Away for state under 19s, and
there's a lot of recognition to him. So if he can stand up here and make a claim for himself,
that's right.
it will put him in good stead for Raiders and further honours as he goes on.
Yeah, no better place to do it than on the big stage. He looks very solid there too, the full face of the grey nick down the wicket. Just let that one go outside off stump. End of another over. Sheffield 4 for 4 after 8 overs. Here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground on a lovely Friday morning. Speaking of footy, Ollie, do you follow a side, mate? Have you picked a side to support, or
your footy or my footy?
Oh, the real football, mate. AFL.
Yeah. Carlton.
Oh, Carlton. Oh,
So,
right.
Oh, no.
When I went over with Nick and Andrew, who are
Yep.
members of Carlton,
Yep.
I didn't really have much choice in the matter. So
Oh, the Revel boys.
yeah,
that
it's
would
not
have been.
too.
Yep.
It's not gone too well to start, but
No, I'm guessing they would have been up and about at quarter time and probably started the second, but then Richmond clawed their way back and she was all square at half time, wasn't it?
yeah, it was an interesting atmosphere to get used to. We're obviously separated back home, home and away fans. So, but must be my nature with struggling teams. I'm a Manchester United fan.
Yeah, okay.
As well, and we're going well.
They're going down a bit, aren't
so
they? Yeah.
It's running with the walk of blood at the minute.
Bit like Gary, Man United fan too.
Man United, yes.
It's painful.
Yeah. They've been up there for a long time, but thereabouts. But this year they've sort of battled. They're about 13th or 14th on the table.
13th, new manager, leaking stadium. It's all going well.
Varner to Campbell, who's left that one alone, and that's what Clayton do. He loves to leave the ball. He makes the bowler come to him, but he'll also drive if there's a one there, like he did the first ball the over. He drove that a bit uppish in the air to point, but he'd be nervous. Clayton, second year at the club, he'd be nervous to get off the mark and really leave his impression here as well on the side. Oh, that one's gone over the top of Millen off, I would suggest, by Sam O'Keefe. Just says, yeah, that one bounced a bit. It's the brother Richard ringing me. I don't know, unlike him to be ringing me when I'm concentrating on something. Yeah. Good to see you working hard, brother.
He's ringing me now.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, he'll be there having a bit of a. He was flipping oath. Why aren't they answering? Slaving away in the butcher shop, no doubt. Hiding around the corner where he does. Varner to Campbell. It's well bowled and well played. Soft hands there by young Clayton. What do you got, mate? You got a few shout-outs, have you? A few messages coming?
No, just your brother.
What's he doing, mate?
He wants us to tell the Wimbledon story.
Oh, rightio. Anyway, maybe a bit later on.
Yeah. Probably not the time or place for that, Richard.
You managed to get to Wimbledon, have you, Ollie? Are you a tennis fan? No.
Never got there. It's not something that's really come across my radar. Cricket season as well, middle of the cricket season.
Yeah, true.
It'll be hard to get out there for me.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a good overnight camp, didn't we, Nick?
Camped out overnight there for tickets.
Yep.
That would have been fun.
Well, it might have been okay if we had a planned for it.
Everyone's left alone again.
People had turned up there with tents and sleeping bags and pillows and that sort of thing. Me and Gary were just at the pub and decided we'd go and camp out there, so we didn't really have anything with us.
Would have been cold.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kept each other warm, Ollie. End of another over by Matthew Varner. If you're still 4 for 4, that's 9 overs down.
Just a little 20-minute battle here to get through to drinks would be, the focus for Ethan and Clayton at the moment.
Yeah,
Top
what have we got?
scenario, you just don't look at the scoreboard.
That's right, yeah.
That's it.
It's 3 days.
That's it. Still a lot of cricket to be played. And there certainly has been grand finals over the years where, teams have, given that it's 3 days, teams have lost on first innings but been able to come back and win. So, as long as Sheffield can apply themselves here and dig into the contest, still a long way to go.
Started quite well, Kobe. Just shaping it away from the left-hander. Mark Simmons would be due to come in next. Mark's found a bit of form with the bat over the last couple of weeks. A couple of half centuries. And obviously, with his bowling, he's at the top of his game. As he usually is with the red ball. He loves the battle. It's well played by young Clark to mid-on, fielded by Toby Hutton. And the big Sherman, you playing football again, mate, this year?
I'm going to spend a month up in Darwin.
Are you? Yeah, right.
Head up there next week with the old man. So
Nice.
try and catch me first barrow would be nice.
Get onto a few fish. How good.
Onto a few fish and then drive back down the middle through to Adelaide and
Yep.
go to a couple of games and gather around there.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
A little time away, but hopefully have a kick when I get back.
With the Crows again, mate.
Yeah, with the Crows.
Yeah.
I think I've got 14, 15 games to me 100. So
beautiful.
That's the goal. Try and keep myself fit enough to
Yep.
get there without too many injuries.
There's a good little battle here at the moment between Clark and Walmsley. Ethan looks like he wants to get the ball away. He's very solid in defence.
I think Ethan would like to be at the other end here. I reckon it would suit him a bit more.
Bit more pace.
Pace on.
Bit of pace, probably a bit more of a contest. Not to say Kobe doesn't pose questions, but Varner will be giving him a little bit.
Yeah, just get you in the contest, don't it? Get you
gets
up
him in
and
a battle a little bit more, whereas Kobe's quite a quiet operator, doesn't say very much.
No.
So you never actually feel in the battle with him. He's just running and bowling, and
Yeah.
because he's asking so many questions, mistakes come that way.
There's obviously been a bit of chat already between Clark and Varner. Bit of a mid-pitch conversation there a couple of overs ago. The big fella's actually got my old woolen vest on as well. He stole out of my wardrobe. He's wearing that at the moment. Had to get the cruiser stains out of it for him to wear it, but wish him all the best.
Was that the night you ended up in an ambulance?
Come on, mate. Come on here. What a great day for cricket. Varner to Campbell. It's all bowled and well played again.
How long do they give Varner here, Gary?
Oh, I reckon he bowls to drinks at least. Really has a crack at him. He's bowled long spells. Obviously, he's had a few injury worries. Don't think about this year, but he had some hamstring issues in the past. But he looks quite fit and up and about this morning. So I reckon he'll bowl for a good hour. Probably give him 2 or 3 after drinks, and then look to probably make a change the other end. You've got Snare and Winwood who have bowled a bit with the newish ball. Whether they use them as early. It's a no ball from Varner.
I'd love to see a couple more slips here from a neutral's perspective.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sheffield are pretty happy with a relative ring field, 2 slips and a gully to a bloke who's been on form the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I think Reece has just moved into there, but I'd be having Reece at slip. I'd probably be bringing Braden from cover in there and saying, have a big drive down the ground, have a big drive through cover.
Or slash one outside off stump there, just trying to sneak it through.
I'm not sure there's any real damage here if they go for 20 before. If they go for 20 before drinks here,
that's right. They're still four for 25. That's right, mate. Yeah.
And certainly as a batsman, that's in your mind. All of a sudden, mid over, they bring someone from cover into another slip, and you're looking, oh gee, I've got a gap there that I can potentially score now. So,
especially with such a big gap, mid off and move round a little bit, and then you've got down the ground as well. So, obviously he's got plenty of experience. Alex has captained grand finals before, has captained a lot of cricket, but from a personal perspective, I'd be looking to be on the attack as much as possible. You spoke about it being 3 days and teams being able to lose first innings, win full out, but I'd be looking to take 5, 6, 7 as quickly as I could.
Yep.
And
break their backs.
Yeah, really hurt them. You're not that although Sheffield are 4 for 5, if this is a big partnership here, they're not out of this grand final. So you've got to do all you can whilst everything favours you.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to, when you're on top, keep your foot on the throat, so to speak.
One's left alone.
And you kind of feel it as a batter as well. When there's 4 and a gully, 5 and a gully, whatever it may be, you kind of feel under the pressure.
Yeah.
That there isn't much room for error.
It's a bit like when the keeper's up over you when there's a medium, you just feel like, you can feel the pressure.
Feel a bit stuck, you go, and then depending on the batter, they might go, well, can I drive it, can't I drive it? So I would be looking to have as many in as possible, especially even to drinks. If the boys bottom 40-50, then this should be like a 4 for 50 field in my head.
Yeah.
Especially with the start they've had.
Yeah.
Just looking at the scoreboard now, it's working. Clayton Campbell's 0 off 22 deliveries.
Yeah.
Hasn't scored a run yet, and yes, you want to keep him on 0, but you're also saying,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just back for a bit. If he nicks a big drive here, it could go straight through that gap, and
that's right.
They get 4. There's no real danger with it. So, especially to someone like Varner, I'd be intrigued to see a bit more attacking.
Oh, he's left that one. Looked like it went over the top of off, but he's left it on the bounce. It was a good leave. It's the end of another over. Sheffield 4 for 5 after 11. Matthew Varner 3 for 2 off 6. That's not a bad start to his Friday morning. And Clayton Campbell, as we just spoke about, is 0 not out. Ethan Clark 2 not out. Kobe Walmsley to continue to Clark from the last street end. Keeper Jordan Kelly staying up over the stumps. As well played by Ethan to mid-off, fielded by Jacob Snare.
This will be the challenge for these boys now, is how do you get Kobe off his length? We obviously spoke about Varner and moving around.
Can't take a step down, can you, really? With
not with Kellogg.
He's just going to be thereabouts most of the spell.
And probably, to a degree, not enough pace on it to really be looking to go back over his head or to really get to him.
He bowls that length where you can't really, hard to drive. Little inside edge onto the pad, and they've come through for a single. Clark moves on to 3.
It's almost got to be a bit more of a braver option maybe, and go offside of the wall and try and pick him up over the leg side.
Yep.
And create a variation in line, not length. But that's a very.
What are you thinking, like a Sam Constance?
Well, I'm not thinking. I'm not talking. I'm not sure Kobe's got the pace for a reverse scoop, but I also am not talking something like that. But even if Ethan, for example, is batting on middle and off, or off stump, just steps more to the offside, and then that off stump ball is now on his legs.
That's beautifully played by Clayton Campbell down the ground through mid on. It won't quite get there to the boundary line. Toby Hutton just stops it. Flicks it back. Clayton gets through for a 3rd run, so he's off the mark. The beautiful on drive. And that was that Fuller one that he probably hasn't bowled for a couple of overs, Kobe, that Clayton was good enough to put it away. Sheffield move on to 4 for 12. The scoreboard here is a little bit in front of the one that you guys are seeing. Ethan Clark's whipped that one through mid-wicket. That will nearly go to the boundary, I reckon. Yes, it has. It's gone for 4, so that's the first boundary of the day. Kobe just sprayed onto Ethan Clark's legs, and he was good enough to put it away through mid-wicket. In the air, but no one there. And as we spoke about, this is just a little rebuilding stage of the game for the Sheffield Mountaineers between these two.
And that's probably the first time that, they've been able to rotate the strike a little bit, and that, then changes the bowler's plans. The 3 balls in a row there where, they're bowling to a different batsman. So, Sheffield really need to be rotating that strike more to create, different mentalities from the bowler.
He's naturally had to go a bit fuller with the height difference, and then was overpitched. But Winwood.
As we just spoke about, boys, we thought Varner would continue through to drinks, but Alex Winwood, the captain, is going to bowl 1, maybe 2 overs before drinks with the new ball, which we said he has done in the past. He's bowled with when the ball's quite fresh. So this is an interesting tactic, maybe another one that they thought Campbell might like the pace on, or both of them. I know Clark does like the face spin. Early on, he might just try and force a mistake from the Sheffield batsman. So we've got Winwood to Campbell. Straight on the money there. Well played as well by Clayton. Oh, it's hit him in the back. Probably a bit of bat there, maybe. It's well bowled though. Early on, in games like this, there's not going to be much turn there, but it's just that one that probably just drifts or slides on. He's honing in on the stumps. That was nice and full. Clayton's played that nicely to mid-off. Fielded by Jacob Snare.
That one where you play for a little bit of spin and on this new deck doesn't spin and just go straight on.
Not a big turner of the ball.
It's quite full.
As is Alex, from my experiences of facing him. So early on, as a lefty, I'd be covering my front pad.
Yep. Snare's the same. They're not big turners, but they're so accurate with their bowling. They wait for you to make mistakes. Well, they've got Brandon King, who does give it a rip. I think he's a great off-spin bowler, so he'll come into play later on in the game, I'm sure. And he's been in a bit of form as well. One was a little bit quicker by Alex. Just threw that over. It's a maiden. Sheffield 4 for 13 after 13 overs. Clayton Campbell not out 3. Ethan Clark not out 7.
Big thing here for Sheffield is the ball count of those two batters though. both have made it now to 20 balls for Ethan, 30 for Clayton. It just you can hear from here that not Sheffield, Ulverstone have just settled down a little bit. There's not as much noise. There's not as much of that in-your-face aggression, and that'll be nice for Sheffield. Knowing these two can bat from the grandstand, not hearing all that noise, it
swings momentum a little bit back in a way. Obviously, Ulverstone are right on top at 4 for 13, but just them little battles and momentum's a very funny thing in grand finals. And this little partnership between these two is just what the doctor ordered for the Mountaineers. And they'll be hoping to get through 2 overs, I reckon, to drinks. We've got Walmsley and Winwood, maybe one more.
And certainly important from a batting point of view. You know, you feel like you've got through that first 20 balls and that's the first battle. But certainly not losing your concentration now and thinking about, you know, because you're probably starting to feel a little bit comfortable.
Yep.
But it's not actually, you know, still need to knuckle down and get through these next 20 as well.
That's fallen. Clark has whacked that down the ground. That's 4 runs. That is a beautiful shot by Ethan Clark. He's on today, the boy.
Yeah, it does look like Walmsley's just lost his length a little bit in these last, 8 to 10 balls.
Yep. I just floated that one up there and the big fella said, thank you very much. I'm going to hit that down the ground for 4. Ethan Clark's moved on to 11. The Mountaineers are 4 for 17 in the 14th over. At about 3 or 4 minutes before the drinks break. It's quite full again. He's played that to mid-on. Fielded there by Toby Hutton.
Kobe's persona though is just very unbothered. So you hit him down the ground for 4 there, like Ethan has, and whereas with a Varner or a Reese or even the spinners, you might get a little bit of a reaction, a kick of the turf, something.
He'll just go back to his mark.
Goes that top of his mark, and you're like, I feel like I've done nothing.
Oh, he's been dropped. Full again. Clark timed it well. Tough catch by Walmsley, but spooned it. Yeah, it's more probably save 4 than a drop, but it still goes down as a drop. Ethan's obviously thinking if it's up there, I'm going to try and hit it back past him or back over his head. You know, and you've still got to play your natural game. I know there's been a bit of a collapse this morning, but you know, if you're blocking back half volleys and going against the way you play, probably sometimes becomes worse for you. That one's a bit shorter, left alone there by Clark.
A little bit more behind it, that one.
Yeah, I think so. Probably hurt the fingers a bit, that drop, and put a bit more back into that one.
I know you said he would be pretty unbothered by it, but surely that's got to sting a little bit, you know. Being hit down the ground a couple of times for 4 and then one comes back at you and you put it down.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, as we've spoken, the nature of Ethan's stature of where he's played this year, it's a nice scout to have got. So Kobe will have definitely will bother him deep down, but that natural, unbothered way of coming across is a really positive thing for him as a bowler.
It's the end of his over. Sheffield 4 for 17 after 14 overs, and I would say that this would be the last over before drinks, unless it's 11:59 just ticked over, so this will be the last over before drinks.
You're still making sure though, aren't you? You're tapping the pitch down, scraping a bit out of the way.
Doing a bit of gardening, yes, for sure. One was just flighted a bit more by Winwood. Campbell's played it nicely to snare again at mid-off.
If you're Alex, would you toss this over up a little bit more?
I reckon, yeah, probably 5 of them, and then just probably dart 1 in. But
that's unlike you, Gary.
Or dart 5 in and just throw them that, toss 1 up. But you'd definitely be, you'd be honing in at the stumps. You'd be making the batsman play each ball. As he's doing. He's still a weird one though. Like for me personally, I'd have kept Varner coming. He's up and about. Maybe 1 over, but from Alex. But yeah, I would have definitely kept Varner coming. One's a bit quicker and a bit flatter there by Winwood.
We also don't know what Varner was offering to Alex. He might have said, mate, I could do with a couple of overs off here.
Yep.
He might come back after drinks, after having a small little break.
Yeah, gives him 15, 20 minutes off rather than probably just 5.
Small little win for Sheffield though. As a batsman, you probably you've got a bowler there who's taken 3 for nothing, pretty much. There's a change at that end. That's probably a positive as a batsman out there.
Yeah, 100%. It's nice. It's nice to see a spinner on early in a 3-day game.
Yep. Well bowled. So that's the end of the first hour's play. Ulverstone right on top. Sheffield Mountaineers 4 for 17 off 15 overs. We've got Clayton Campbell not out 3, Ethan Clark not out 11. And we'll be back in a 5-minute break for the second hour of the first session.
It's a brutal start. Oh.
So if we just go through the wickets to fall so far for Sheffield, we've got Harry Collier was bowled by Matthew Varner without scoring. Jordan Marshall, LBW, Matthew Varner without scoring. Eli Connolly caught Winwood, bowled Varner without scoring. And Alex King was caught Braden De Vries, bowled Reece French for 1. Sheffield 4 for 17 after 15 overs to start the day's play. So not ideal for the Mountaineers, but they've rebuilt here with a little partnership at the moment. We've got French back on, bowling to Ethan Clark. It's full and left alone by Ethan. Yeah, an interesting first hour, Nick. Fair bit of action.
Yeah, Sheffield, good little patch there that last half an hour of that first part of the session. This is going to be super important here that, in this next half an hour to an hour that they look to build on that little bit of momentum.
Obviously going back to Reese, who bowled 2 overs early. Then Kobe come on. Oh dear, that's a French cut down to fine leg. That's where the runs are. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's fielded by Kobe Walmsley down there at fine leg. 2 more to the score. 2 more to Ethan Clark. Maybe the luck's changed a little bit. Early on, that probably would have just chopped on, but you know, this is a good little fight back from Campbell and Clark. Just what Sheffield needed. It didn't look far away from the leg stump there. Just quietly, Guido.
No, definitely very close, and one that goes Sheffield's way.
That's short, very short, and left alone. It's going to be fairly short to get up around Ethan's lid. That one there went past around chest area, through to Jordan Kelly. Varner's at deep square leg, Kobe Walmsley at fine leg. So maybe they're trying to set him up, young Ethan. Not known as a big hooker of the ball, even though he is tall, but he more pulls it in front of, like through mid-wicket. He drives very, very well, does Ethan. As we've seen so far today, he's played a couple of beautiful shots down the ground. I think he told me he got hold of Mitch Owen's bat throughout the week, so he's using that today with the yellow grip. Obviously there's a few runs in it.
Yeah, hopefully he can replicate some of those shots from the Big Bash final.
One's outside off stump and left alone. Yeah, and well done to the Hobart Hurricanes as well. While we're on that subject, winning their first title, and what a great spectacle it was, not just for the Hobart, but for the whole of Tasmania to see that. I know there was 16,000 there, but watching on TV, it felt like there was 50 or 60,000 people down there. So well done to them. Beautifully bowled, that one. Looks like it's been just over the top of off stump. Left alone there by young Clark. End of the over. Sheffield 4 for 19 after 16 overs.
Be interesting to see what they do. Is it Winwood's going to come again? Yep.
Looks like he's going to, yeah.
Thought we might have seen Varner back after drinks, but so obviously have a little bit more of a rest and maybe come in that second half hour of just before lunch.
Yeah, I thought that I'm sure he'll bowl at some point in this session, unless, like, the only other thing I can think of is he got a bit of a niggle, or I'm not exactly sure. We'll find out as the day goes on and as this first session goes on, I'm sure. So Winwood to Campbell, he's played that well. Alex Winwood's year, he's made 461 runs at 25 with the bat, and with the ball he's taken 36 wickets at an average of 12, so he's had a fairly good season. After coming back from Glenorchy, where he played last year in the Cricket Tas Premier League, come back to captain Ulverstone again this season. Just adds so much, and he's obviously a great leader for a young bloke. Alex is only 21, 22, I think. That one's a bit straighter, honing in on the stumps.
Obviously fairly handy in the field as well. He, pretty crucial catch there early on.
Yeah, he took an absolute blinder there off Jordan Kelly's gloves. And he's right on the money here with the ball. Campbell also, though, he's looking very solid, Clayton at the crease. I think he's in now. He loves facing bulk balls, does Clayton, so he'll love this contest.
Interesting what would happen though, Gary, if his partner's due to give birth today.
Yeah, she's due today, so we'll just have to see what goes on there. hopefully she can wait out till Monday. It would be nice. But some things you can't control, especially when it comes to childbirth.
French to come again from the last straight end. Sheffield need to get into, into rotating some strike here. Worked for them just before that drinks break.
Go, played it back there, and French just hurls it back to the keeper. A few boys just walking a lap. Connolly, King, obviously disappointed. Their day with the bat is over. It's quite full. I would have thought it went under the bat just by looking at it. It wasn't a real hard appeal. Quite a full ball. Clark went to drive, missed out. More of a Yorker length. Sun's breaking out. It's a cracking day for it. Guido, it's just, isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful weather, not much wind. Good crowd getting in here.
How good does the ground look? It's perfect. It's found the edge. It's well fielded by Vincent there in the gully. Just squared young Clark up there. Probably just decked away a little bit. Yeah, going by Ethan's hand signals, it's probably just honed in at him and then just decked away a fraction.
For the viewers at home, Gary, who else have you got coming in as a special guest today? Got any others lined up?
Oh, I do, mate, yes. We'll have Ollie Walker, obviously was in this morning. Michael Bishop's floating around. He loves a bit of a chat in the commentary box. Josh Walmsley, which I mentioned earlier, is going to come in at some point. But other than that, we'll try and get a couple of players as well and have a chat to them. Might even try and see if there's a Sheffield guy keen to come in soon. Might just give them a bit of time to think about their dismissal and see who we can get in. Brenton Burgess was obviously another one I think maybe pop in. He's coming off another flag, the Burgess, with Don. He loves winning flags. It'd be double figures now, I would have thought. That's very short, but hasn't missed the stumps by a lot. Didn't really get up. Was well ducked by the big 6'9" lad. But it wasn't too far over the off stump there, Nick.
No. So he did well to duck under that for how tall he is. Something I was never able to do, Gary, was to duck under him.
No, you're a bit of a compulsive hooker, mate, but that's all right. It's well bowled again by Reece French. Soft hands there by Ethan Clark. It's the end of another over. Sheffield Mountaineers 4 for 19 off 18 overs. About 45 minutes to go before lunch. And I'm sure these two boys and the Sheffield guys and supporters watching would be hoping that these two could get through to lunch and just really try and win a bit of that momentum back.
You know, obviously as an Ulverstone player now, the momentum to a degree has swung a little bit Sheffield's way in this last half hour, but knowing that you've still got them 4 for not many.
Yeah, you're still right on top.
You're still right on top, and you're just trying to apply some pressure and still keep the dots up. knowing that, it's such a long grand final that you're not going to be on top for the whole grand final. At stages, there's going to be different partnerships, so it's just about working through that and taking your chance when it comes.
100%, mate. It was a bit shorter there for Winwood, and Clayton be a little bit disappointed with himself, I reckon, for not putting that one away to the boundary. The first bad ball Alex has bowled. That was a little bit flatter, left alone there by Clayton.
He's pretty heavily guarded there around point, sort of a squarish point, a backward point.
Another one just in
Extra
front.
cover.
Really. Yeah, there's 3 guys there. Plays that one to mid-off. Does young Clayton. But look at Ulverstone's season overall. Finished first on the ladder, went 11 wins, 3 losses, 1 washout. In the Great Northern Cup, they had 7 wins.
I think just fell short.
Fell
there.
short. It was well bowled. In the 2-day format, so they outrighted win against Latrobe. They had a first innings win against Sheffield, an outright win versus Wynyard, a first innings win against Burnie. They lost to Devonport in the last roster game, then they outrighted Devonport in the semi-final. So they've had another great year. Leading players for Ulverstone this year with the bat, Josh Walmsley, 507 runs at 46. Alex Winwood, 461 runs at 25. Jordan Kelly, 440 runs at 25. Jack Pearce, 329 runs at 21. As we see French coming in now to Ethan Clark, that's very short. Speaking of the great man Michael Bishop, Bish has joined the commentary box, knocked off work early. It's a bit of a surprise, mate. You pulled a few strings. How are you, Bish?
Good, mate. How are you?
Going well.
That's all right.
Another entertaining first hour on a Friday morning of a grand final.
Walked in and thought the scoreboard would shit itself.
Yeah, we didn't actually have the scoreboard going there for a bit this morning, but it's well played by Ethan and well fielded by Jacob Snare.
Well run. Oh.
This is in trouble here. Oh, Clayton's just made it. He's fairly quick between the wickets, thankfully, because it didn't look good when Jacob threw that ball, and it was a great throw. So 2 runs to Ethan Clark, who moves to 15. Sheffield 4 for 21. How you been, Bish?
Pretty good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, mate. What have you been doing? Sure, had the roll of the arm over this year? Why not?
No. Went away with the over 40s.
Oh, yeah, beautiful.
That's about it. A week of cricket was enough.
In Western Australia?
Yeah. Great time.
Great time, mate. Yeah, you'd gain some good experiences and see some good players over there, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Going again next year.
Yep. That's full from French and
When do
Clark's.
you qualify?
I've got a couple of years to go before I'm 40. Yeah.
You'd enjoy it, I reckon.
Yeah, probably, mate.
Brother enjoyed it.
Yeah. He hobbled around over there for a bit, the old boy. Came back pretty much in a moon boot. But
Yeah, I didn't know. I actually didn't know he busted his Achilles.
yeah, he done. He tore it or something. I think. Yeah. I think they
Kept
told
it
him he
quiet.
would have been better off if he did actually snap it. But
Yeah.
yeah, he is being battling a bit. But
Good times.
I was just short on the hip. Ethan Clark's played that well into mid wicket for a single.
A little bit of argy-bargy there as well from
Was there?
Ethan. Just give Reese a bump on the way past.
Race won't
Oh,
like
a
that.
few words, but yeah, we don't mind it.
It's good.
We don't mind it.
Yeah.
We're in the battle. We're playing a
That's
grand
it.
final. Fair bit on the line here, so as long as they don't step the mark, which I don't think they have done. It's just good hard cricket. It's how it should be played. I'm sure they'll come together after the game and have a chat about it.
Craig Boucher like that.
Yeah, at times. Bouch probably did overstep the mark, but well left there by Clayton Campbell. Early thoughts on the game, mate?
Recovery mission for the boys here.
Yes.
They need to do a bit. They'll have to stay in for a long time just to get 150, 180. Just give themselves a chance.
Get a bit of momentum back. We just spoke about maybe these two would be looking to be there at lunch.
They actually look pretty good.
They do, yeah.
Just at the minute.
Yeah. And they're still looking to score as well. We spoke about, you can lose wickets, but you got to be ticking the scoreboard over it also. Otherwise, you lose wickets and then it just looks worse and worse. So Sheffield are 4 for 22 after being, they were 4 for 1 at one point, weren't they? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So just a little mini fight back here at the moment. But Ulverstone's still well and truly on top. As Reece French finishes his over. He's got figures of 1 for 5 after 5. Sheffield 4 for 22 after 20 overs. Winwood's going to continue to Ethan Clark, who hasn't faced him yet. So,
what other local cricketers went on your trip, Bish, in the over 40s?
We had a few Latrobe boys. We had Scum, Greenie, Tractor. We had a few guys from the Lonnie NTCA too, which is good to catch up with them.
Yep.
A few old enemies, mate.
Yeah, good blokes, quality blokes. Good fun.
Would have been warm over there in Perth, I would have thought.
It was, mate. Yeah. Actually, there was a couple of days where it wasn't too bad, too similar to here. Actually.
Yep.
A couple of days where it wasn't great.
There he goes. He's going aerial.
You did mention, Gary, that he does like facing a bit of spin, and he's pretty strong down the ground, so that'll be his go here.
He enjoys facing. He does, mate. And if it's under his eyes, you could probably see one disappear over there to the old hot dog stand, I reckon.
He's a fairly big unit.
He's a big unit, yeah. He's been in the strong room the last 12 months and he's filled out quite well. So he went down to Hobart 2 or 3 weeks ago and watched him play against University, and he landed Paddy Dooley on the grass at Uni Oval a couple of times.
Was in the Raiders setup, is he?
This was this was playing for the Raiders. I think Paddy wasn't overly happy with him, but he dispatched him onto the grass. It was great. So this will be a good little battle because Ulverstone will like this. It'll bring them into the game a little bit with Ethan.
Fair bit of chirp out there, so...
Yeah, a bit of yap.
He's not going to give it away. Young fella, is he?
No, he's got his head over it and he's digging in here for the Mountaineers. So is Campbell. Campbell's 3 off 50 balls and Ethan Clark's 16 off 46 pellets. You've obviously been involved in some grand finals, Bish, where collapse is a familiar thing, isn't it? It's a different game.
Tough game.
Yeah.
You got to get there first.
You do. Yep.
And hope you don't mess it up when you get there.
No, so we're in an intriguing battle here at the moment. French to continue from the last street end. A few spectators, a few wives of the players are just doing a couple of nervous walk around the grounds. A few people on edge. Grand final pressure, love it. That's what the boys play for. Short Campbell looking very solid there in defence, just looking to tuck that one off the hip.
There's French. Just ran into the young bloke there.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still going out.
Oh, right, umpire Pearce has probably got to put his foot down here now.
Could be a bouncer coming up.
Young Clark loved this though, to really get him in the contest. Yeah. You need it sometimes just to switch you on. That's well played there by Clayton, well fielded by Braden DeVries. And a throw that wasn't ideal, but Kelly's done a good job to stop it there. But nice cover drive by Clayton Campbell. Managed to find the fielder.
Where's he bobbed up from? I haven't heard of him.
Clayton Campbell. He moved over from Victoria last winter. So this is his second season with Sheffield.
Yeah. Goes alright.
Yeah. This year he's been a lot better. You know, your first year sometimes you're a bit of the unknown factor, but this year he's been brilliant. Over 400 runs. Bowls a few left arm tweakers, mate.
Andy.
About your pace. Yeah.
So they just get to the other end.
That's right. Yep. I actually managed to get him, mate, to play a game of football for Rosia with him, and that's how I got him across the line to Sheffield. Yeah. He knew a couple of blokes down there, and they said, oh, he's not a bad cricketer. So we got chatting, and we went from there.
Play out Rosebery that day?
West Ulverstone, that game was. Yeah. It was well bowled there by Reece French, just beat the outside edge.
Yeah, I dare say Reece would be quite happy to get Clark down the other end here to have a crack at him.
Yeah, I want to watch it.
Yeah.
Watch.
We've got these new little microphones, as you can see, Bish, so we're hoping they're working okay for everyone out there listening.
Good.
He's left
Brad Cole design? Or
Brad Cole, yeah. Made by the great man too, probably. He was in here this morning setting it all up for us. He does a great job, Coley.
Absolutely loves it, he
Yeah.
does. And he's got all
Competition
the,
and the coast would be lost without him.
Oh, yeah.
got all the stats printed out for us.
Yeah, no, he's brilliant.
He knows his stuff.
He does. He does the basketball commentary as well, doesn't he? The Thunder, and what a man.
Nice
Played
throw.
that beautifully on the up for Campbell. Will be at least 2. I think that's all it'll be. Beautiful shot there by Clayton. Just leant on it. Fielded by Braden DeVries, who's just here today only. He off to Raiders tomorrow and Sunday, who play against Uni as well, I think, again in the semi-final down there. So that would have been a tough one for guys like him, who would have loved to have been here for all 3 days, I'm sure, but has also been a Raider throughout the year, and himself, he went away with the Australian, what was it, he made 100 over there, Australian community or something side, went over and made 100.
Indigenous side, was it? Or community side?
It was more of a community sort of
Yeah.
setup, yeah.
Also played some second 11 this year as well.
So he's coming on, and obviously really good football as well, so he's a talented sports person. He's Braden DeVries, runs through the family. Winwood to Clark, that was a bit flatter. I think if he does float one up this over, I can see it disappearing.
Downtown.
I think it might, Bish, yep.
Just got to make sure he gets some elevation on it to get it over those fielders.
That's shorter and a bit quicker. Well played by Clark. No doubt there's a little bit of the contest is on. A bit of chat going on out there.
There he goes.
Oh dear. What's happened there? Dear oh dear.
It's a shame.
Anyway, Clark's got to go. He obviously thought that was the way to go. He wanted to use his feet, be attacking, get down the pitch, try and hit him back over his head, but unfortunately for Ethan, it hasn't worked on this occasion, and he's got to go back to the sheds. Sheffield now 5 for 24 in the 23rd over.
We did speak about him wanting to go downtown. Probably didn't need to try and get down the track to it. Just wait for the over-pitched one to do it too.
Yeah, because he's that sort of player. He doesn't usually come down the wicket. He waits for the ball, the flighted one under his eyes, and then just literally takes a step and whacks it. Yeah, so whether he's just had a bit of a brain fade there, I'm not sure, but
Blood rate, heart rate was up with a bit of argy-bargy, and he wanted to make a statement,
yes,
I reckon.
probably.
Whack him down the ground. Unfortunate, because he done the hard work.
He did, mate.
And that's what we talk about, you know, batting in little sessions there. He'd done the hard work to get through being 4 for 1 and
30 minutes to go.
Get through Varner and these sort of guys and get yourself comfortable and confident, and then it's battling through that next period.
Which brings captain coach Mark Simmons to the crease. Simo's found some form with the bat the last few weeks. If we have a look at his stats for the year, he's made 357 runs at 35, and like Alex King, striking at 87 as well. So when he does score runs, he scores them quickly. I'm not sure right now is the time for that. I'm sure Simo will really dig in here and bat with Clayton Campbell and really try and get through the lunch. They've got half hour to lunch. This is a huge half hour. This is a massive partnership. Obviously, you always bank on your top 7 to score the bulk of your runs. So I'm sure Simo will put his head down and grind hard here for the Mountaineers.
This partnership's potentially the game.
Yes.
Early, I know it's early, but
yeah,
if you're 6 for 25 at lunch,
you're up against it,
it's
ain't you?
tough. So they need Simo with all his years of experience to hole here.
Just wanted to get up the other end there. A few nerves, no doubt.
I think
He wouldn't have played in it.
His first A-grade grand final?
Yes, it would be, mate. Yep.
I know, Bish, you've played in a second grade grand final with him.
He was about 4 years old when he raised to boot the trophy in second grade. Yeah, little leg spinner he was. Did some damage too, I think, in some of them greens.
I think he did. I had a bit of a look yesterday. Designated non-batter though, was he then?
Oh no,
I don't feel like he.
Well down. We had 11, I believe.
That was the end of Winwood's
He was
over.
only 13 or 14.
He was very young, wasn't
Back
he?
then.
Yeah. The end of the 23rd over, Sheffield reeling at 5 for 24.
I feel he got a hat trick in the prelim in that year.
Okay.
In the semi or whatever it is.
Yep.
He had great control early for a leg spinner, didn't he? Like he was just earmarked, and obviously he went down, had a rookie contract, and ever since really. I know he had a year in the country, but when he's come back, when he's been at Sheffield, he's just been fantastic. The work he's done on and off the field, and with his own game, it's just second to none. Like, yeah, just brilliant. Got Reece French here to Clayton Campbell. Played nicely, and there's no real leg spinners about, like none is there, so a lot of blokes don't know how to play it at times. He's got a good wrong'un, he's got the lot. But right now he'll be just really concentrating on his batting, trying to post some kind of competitive total for the Mountaineers. Reece French into his 7th over, his figures 1 for 7. Winwood's bowled 6 overs, 1 for none. Oh, that's a loose shot by Clayton, short of a length. Played on the up. No doubt a little bit of chat out there. I know what I'll be saying to him, but anyway.
Finish up a couple of feet away from him, just let him know.
Oh, I just whisper a couple of quiet words to him, mate. Yeah, come on, you're 5 for 24 here, Copper. What are you doing? You want this over tomorrow, or are you going to dig in? He's let that one go.
Sheffield have got a pretty handy left arm opening bowler.
Yeah, Aiden loves the red ball. Does
They
Aiden?
need to give him some runs to bowl it.
Yeah. In saying that, we spoke about Sheffield's lower order. They do bat deep, but he definitely would like 120 to 150 on the board.
Sure, putting the feet up most of the day and then having a crack tomorrow if you're a bowler, but
Yeah.
he can hold the bat too, can't he?
Yeah,
Averages-
Aiden can bat. He's had times
Averaging
where
62.
He's opened.
Not bad.
Opened the bat and at times throughout his career, and batted at 3. He's done everything really, Aiden. Campbell there. I just missed that one. What happened there, boys? Flicked off his.
Just tucked it round the corner for one.
Yep. Just get up the other end. Sometimes the key part of a partnership is really just rotating the strike, just so you're not facing that same bloke for 4 or 5 consecutive overs. Just ticking over the strike.
Drop and go.
Yeah.
Especially now, we're 25 minutes away from the break. You can't do anything rash.
No, they can't afford to lose another one here.
Shot.
French to Simmons, just flicked that nicely to deep square. They've got 2 out. Jack Pearce fields that one, whips it in over the top. Simo's a bit of a compulsive hooker as well, so no doubt you've got a little plan there bowling to him. And Reece is known to drop 1 or 2 short ones in and over.
He enjoys it.
Yeah, he does. Yep, which is good.
Nothing wrong with compulsive hooking, Gary.
There's not, mate. No.
There is if you can't play the shot. Like, play a hook shot.
Well, Reece has just changed angles here and is now coming over the wicket to the left-hander.
Ooh.
Nice bit of carry through there.
Runs into the ball in the left hand and
Yeah.
switches it up
A
halfway through.
few guys do that these days. They sort of run in with the other one and switch her over. It's the end of the over. 5 for 26 Sheffield after 24 overs. Clayton Campbell 6 not out off 61 balls. Mark Simmons 1 not out off 4 balls. And so Clayton's really grinding out here. Some tough times. And obviously there's plenty of time to bat. You can bat halfway into tomorrow, so you wouldn't be worried too much. Probably just ticking the score over, just rotating like he did that over, just getting one off the hip and wait for that really bad ball to put away. We've got a change from the top end here now, from the Gilbert Street end. Matthew Varner is coming back into the attack. This is a huge 25 minutes now for Sheffield into Ulverstone.
Just before lunch.
Yep.
Yeah, good change there from Ulverstone. We obviously knew at some stage he was going to come, but you know, the fall of another wicket, and then as a batsman walking out there, now you've got your strike bowler back on. Certainly questions to be asked here.
Straight on the money. Very solid too from Mark, just quietly. With the GM he's got there, the Ben Stokes edition, I think, Bish. He runs the GM now, Simo.
You reverse anything over mid-wicket.
Eh?
You do that when you're on 100.
Might actually be the Aidan Markham, one of the two. Yeah.
This guy he's had some grand final success in the last few years.
Barner, my word.
How many poles would he have in June?
Oh, a few. He's probably been here 3 or 4 years, I reckon. He's played here. He's taken some poles in big moments, in big games. It was weird at obviously 12 months, pretty much to the day where he ripped through Bernie's top order, and this morning was identical. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just start to wonder whether Sheffield might have regretted batting first after winning the toss, given that what Varner had done last year. Obviously, you want to be positive, you know, winning the toss, batting, that sort of thing. But you know, in the back of your mind, thinking about what he's done to sides previously, and even last week in a final.
Yeah.
Coming in form. You always want runs on the board too. You feel comfortable with runs on the board.
Yeah. And
unfortunately collapses.
Sheffield have been batting well as well. They made 450 odd. They made 290, nearly in a semi. So they've had a bit of confidence. Obviously this is a different game and a bit more pressure, but nice stroke there by Mark. Finds Jacob Snare at mid-off.
No ball.
No ball. Sam O'Keefe.
Big sock.
Big sock, yeah, doing his first.
Standing in his first A-grade granny.
Yeah, we had some words from him earlier at the toss that went on the stream. The big fella's up and about, loves it. Very happy to be given an opportunity to umpire an A-grade grand final with Moose, who he's looked up to over the last few years and learned a lot off. Varner, so Simmons' aerial through mid-off. Jacob Snare gives chase. He'll cut that to 2 runs. Snare is a bit wide there. Obviously they might want Simo to try and bang it down the ground, but I don't know, with 22 minutes left you want to be going too aerial at this stage of the game.
Too aggressive right now.
Just get to lunch, reset, have a chat.
If there was some sun around after lunch, it would flatten right out this wicket. Traditionally it does here.
Yeah, it's already looked like it's flattened out a little bit. We haven't seen a lot of beating the bat over the last half hour or so.
That looked like we hit the bat a little bit
That
harder.
did, yeah, a bit of extra effort put into that for his last ball the over. 25 gone, Sheffield 5 for 28. Simmons on 3, Campbell on 6.
Is this Sheffield's first crack at a flag since you guys won all them ones?
No, 2013, 2014.
Yeah, we did mention that earlier.
Was our last grand final. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Ulverstone beat us quite comfortably.
Was that a Sam Murphy clinic?
Yeah, Murph took 5 for.
Sheffield all out for 42.
41, yeah.
41 in the first innings.
He was a very good bowler.
Sam Murph at 5 for 19. Yeah. Corey Murph at 2 for 2. Ulverstone's first innings 172. Josh Walmsley 66 not out. James Smith made 35. Popsy Roster chipped in with 20. Dylan Rouse, Nick Cashin took 3 for each. And Sheffield went in and got 134. Brother Richard got 42. Murph again with a couple of wickets. Lyndon Stubbs 4 for 24, who's still taking wickets for fun for Riverside. The Stubbsy. Ulverstone needing to chase 4 runs in the second innings to win outright, and they did that. The 2 players from that side that are playing today is Aidan Marshall and Jordan Marshall. Oh, that was aerial from Campbell. So we've got Jacob Snare coming on from the last street end. who is a very experienced campaigner, will be in the contest for sure. Just bowling stump to stump, and Snary gets a bit of swing or drift, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, he's very, very accurate. Wouldn't call him a spin bowler at times, but he's just so accurate with what he does. His craft is brilliant.
The different speed variations.
Yep. He
darts one in and then he'll throw one right.
Yeah. One run there to Clayton, move to 7. So we've got Simo on strike now, facing Snare.
Oh wow!
Oh, that's drifted in. Probably just missing leg, I reckon.
Or probably
down.
Pitched outside leg, maybe.
That's that drift that we're talking about. He's just give it a seam up, come out of the hand, and it's just drifted. But that's going to be his plan, to hit pads. Well played there by Mark.
The game's a lot easier too at 5 for 29 when you're in bowling side.
100%, yes.
Everything's a
Yeah.
lot easier out there. Until you're trying to fight, it's tough.
Yeah.
The end line's a long way away.
Yes.
Too far ahead though, you've got to try and break it down into small.
Yeah, that's right. Little
allotments.
yep. Little 10, 15-minute sessions.
And that's super important for Sheffield here to not be thinking about, you know, the outcome of the whole game. They've got to
look too far ahead.
they've got to just start ticking off some boxes, which is, you know, now getting through to lunch without another wicket down, and just those small goals.
I'm sure they'll have their session breakdown on a whiteboard or a notebook somewhere in the shed. It's easy to say you got to go in and put this first session behind, but you actually do. You have to come out now.
You do,
after
yeah.
your lunch break and pretend that you're starting fresh.
Obviously, they're going to lose the first session, and then, you know, to win the second one and try and even things up a little bit.
Time in cricket is a valuable thing. If you can bat it, things will happen.
Yeah, we've got 130, 140 overs to bat. Not that it happens much, but a lot of time at the crease. Varner into Campbell. Well played, well bowled. Ulverstone obviously going for 4 in a row. Their last appearance was last year where they knocked off Bernie Yeoman, Bernie Hurricanes. The old Yeoman still sticks with you sometimes, doesn't it? The E-News. Yeah. Bernie all out for 98.
Where's Clark?
Oh, Les Clark over. What a spot to play cricket. He's a bowling rink now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Just gives me nightmares when you say Yeoman, and I just think about Dale Baker and just having to chase balls all day.
Steady side they had. Dale Baker would hit you for 6 over point and then laugh at you.
Yep. With the cap on.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Then have a bug stub with you after the game.
Yeah. Good old Dolly. Hope he's doing well.
Good fella.
Whether he's tuned in or not, or what he's up to. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him for a few years.
On the wharf with Bernie. I think he works for Toll.
Oh yeah.
Seen him in Spurs one night.
Yes, he's been there. Yeah, I think he walked back to Latrobe, didn't he, that night?
Back in the morning. Early hours.
What a great man.
40 bogue stubbies and walked to Latrobe. Played a game of cricket.
Yeah, he played that game, didn't he?
Played the Matthew Richardson game. A few rough heads there that day. Everyone ended up in the warehouse.
Well bowled by Varner. He's always at you, this bloke, isn't he? He's just always at you. I think he loves bowling the left-handers as well. Around the wicket and just straighten a little bit, but he's a terrific competitor.
Starting to chuck a few down too. They're just coming in a little bit harder.
It's got a nice little rhythm happening at the moment. 15, 16 minutes before lunch. Sheffield 5 for 29. And again, just hitting the bat quite hard there.
Up high. 7 from 68.
Matthew Varner last year 4 for 16 in the first innings. Jacob Snare 3 for 8. Reece French 2 for 26. Ulverstone then batted and made 221. Jordan Kelly 51. Toby Hutton 45. And then the second innings, Bernie were 9 for 76. Was it Hayes or someone got injured, didn't they? Brody Hayes or?
Oh, he didn't come back yet.
Don't think you better know.
I don't actually know what happened to him, was it?
Yeah. Ryan George there in the second innings taking 4 for 6 and Reece French 3 for 38. End of another over. Matthew Varner got figures of 3 for 4 of 8 overs. Sheffield 5 for 29 off 27 overs. We've got Jacob Snare to continue from the last street end. Toby Hutton warming up at mid-off. I don't think that's to bowl. He just has some tight calves, giving him a bit of a stretch. Snare just making sure that his field's right. That's short. So he's just cut that to Jack Pearce, which is behind point. Oh, Simsy does a great job here, doesn't he, Bish?
She's a carpet again.
Yep, absolutely superb. Latrobe Council. And his right hand man, Dion Tuxworth, no doubt, has
Tuxie over there with the blonde.
chipped in and painted a few lines, no doubt.
See him come sprinting on with a wheelbarrow.
Yes.
Lunchtime.
Simmons trying to just lap sweep that one, but didn't get any of it.
Yeah, she's come a long way to the trade ground.
Oh, beautiful.
First ever came here to play.
Yep.
Centre block used to be black.
Yep.
There was no grass on it.
No, you can definitely see why they play the grand final here. And there's a bit of work going on with the facilities, is that right? With the change rooms and stuff?
New change rooms.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly a credit to Simsy to be able to get the ground up, not just for cricket but football, you know, twice a year to hold 2 grand finals, to be able to juggle that. He certainly does a great job.
Down here too, putting covers on and off.
Yeah. He does a great job.
Racing through the overs.
He does, mate. He gets through them fairly quick.
Reminds me of someone else, Gary.
Who's that, mate? Bishop, on his left arm spinners or what?
Pretty sure I've seen you run into bowl times when the batsman's not even looking.
No, I wouldn't
That's
do
how
that.
quick you try and get through them.
Fixing your gloves.
Wouldn't do that. No. Always wait for the batsman to be facing up ready. Jacob Snare completes his second over, none for 2. Sheffield 5 for 30 off 28 overs. Got 12 minutes before lunch. We've got Varner to continue from the Gilbert Street end. Simmons on strike. Thought they might have dropped square leg and maybe tested him out upstairs close to lunch. I think it'll still happen.
One man back down there.
Where the French goes as well. Got Kobe Walmsley at fine leg. Oh, that's nothing shot there by Mark. Well bowled again by Varner. Just poked at it. These last 10, 11 minutes here before luncheon break is so important for Sheffield, obviously, not to lose another wicket, and Ulverstone obviously are really working hard and striving hard to maybe take 6 for the session.
Yeah, and Ulverstone would be thinking if they could get through Simmons here and take that wicket of Simmons, you know, that's going to be massive for them.
Oh,
obviously been in some good form lately, and he's the type of player that can change a game.
Yeah,
with the way he strikes the ball.
There's times where you got to adapt, maybe just reel in it a little bit, and this is definitely one of them times, I feel.
Just let some balls go through.
So maybe he's poked at one there a couple of balls ago, and then that one there he's gone fairly hard at driving it. Was it there? I'm not sure. was well played, just on the hip. Just had a message from a Sheldon Parker. Simo's bat is actually a GM stickered Matt Renshaw grey Nick. So
Who's this?
that's from Sheldon Parker. He's sent in that Simo's stick that he's using is a GM, so it's stick it up.
The one
But it
grid out and sanded it back.
is an original Matt Renshaw grey Nick. So anyway, there you go. Simo's just taking a single through to square leg. Takes a score on the 5 for 31. Mark moves to 5.
Clamp down to lunch now.
Now we got this over, and then maybe
Yeah,
2 or
this
3 more, considering how fast Snare gets through his overs.
Campbell looks very sure in defence. He is digging in here.
Yeah, he certainly has done a great job. He can get him through to lunch here. He's certainly played his role here, Clayton Campbell.
Yeah, reminds me of a young Irvine out there at the moment, just digging in there the way he's playing them shots.
Run anything to
Hey?
13 yet?
He hasn't, no, but
I was about to say, I'm not sure he has the cut shot that.
I don't know if he scratched the foot and sniffed the air yet much, but like the great Beaver
You go
did.
around and have a talk to him at lunch and get him to do it.
Yeah, get him to scratch around a bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
grab a bit of air on his shoulders.
Leave my opening teammate alone.
Quite full, that's
a
beautifully
great shot.
played. That'll nearly go, I reckon. I reckon he's timed it okay.
Oh,
Is it going to get there? Not quite. It's well fielded by Jacob Snare. They get through for a third.
Rolled that in.
First real full ball that Varner's bowled, and Clayton actually leant on it well. He didn't try and overhit it. Caressed it beautifully through the covers. He moves to 10. Sheffield moved to 5 for 34 in the 30th over. That's the end of the 29th. Sorry, we've got 8 minutes to go before lunch. Snare will come, and I reckon Varner will bowl again, or will they throw the ball to a Kobe Walmsley and give him one before lunch?
I think you stick with Varney, your strike bowler. He's done the job early.
Brought him back to try and get one more before lunch. And
Yep.
boys have held up pretty well.
They have, yeah.
They need to go back and reset and start again. These two need to bat for a couple of hours after lunch. Give themselves a chance.
Give themselves a chance. Try and get 140 plus on the board.
140 would be very good from the position they are in.
And they'd be mindful as well that Ulverstone's, 2-day form with the bat hasn't been the Ulverstone of old, obviously without Walmsley. They were bowled out for 100 last week.
Yeah.
So, it's super important for Sheffield that they can get to a total that guys like Marshall and Robertson and Hazelwood and Simmons can bowl to.
Yeah.
Give them some runs to bowl at. And when they do bowl, you need to attack early and give yourselves a chance.
So a little message from James Tyson from plays with the Westbury Shamrocks. Shout out to you, James, for listening, mate. The Turtle. They're obviously straight through to another grand final next weekend. The Westbury boys, they just turn up and get it done, don't they?
Yeah.
So all the best to James and Westbury and your donkeys you've got running around, James. That was beautifully played there by Clayton. Well fielded by Alex Winwood at mid-off.
I think his knee may have saved the ball.
Did it? Off the knee.
Around out there a bit now. Yeah, that hurt.
If you've just tuned in, my name's Gary Miles and I'm here with Nick Azartzis at the moment. We're going through the first session and along with Michael Bishop, who's popped in for a bit of a chat, as he loves to do grand final weekend.
Never seen all year till today.
Knocks off work early on a Friday, or I've got to go, boys. Not feeling too good.
Just went to get my lunch out of my car, never returned.
No, done a runner. Go on missing Michael Bishop. You can always drive down the highway Mr. Tyson, if you want to come in for a chat, mate. Talk all things Cricket North and your form with the bat and with the gloves on. So we've got 5 minutes to lunch. Sheffield 5 for 34 after 30 overs. Varner steaming in once again from the Gilbert Street end. Simmons drives that through point. Not overly well timed. Gets through for a single. Fielded there by Jack Pearce. Simmons moves to 6. Sheffield 5 for 35. You're doing some mouse clicking over there, Nick. What's going on, mate, on your screen?
Yeah, just a little bit of basketball action.
Oh, fair enough.
Here.
What, Latrobe Demons against Smithton Saints or something like that, is it, mate? Or
Not quite, mate. Not quite.
NBA, LeBron.
I think Will, the great Brent Cole, he'll be out for the evening, will he? The evening session.
Carl will be back about 4:30, I think. He'll be hard at it at work at the moment, doing a few quotes up.
Ready to come out and share his...
Yes.
4 minutes to get through here for the Sheffield Mountaineers.
Get one more, I reckon, from this end.
We'll be this one and snare, definitely. Oh, not if Varner keeps doing that, we might not get through this over. Varner to Campbell. 12:56 on the clock. Oh, he's just opened the face there a little. Played it with nice soft hands. Well fielded by Alex Winwood at second slip. I'll be just really one big push here again before lunch to try and take their 6th wicket of the session.
Little Mountaineers supporter going by.
What was that? Beautiful. Well played there by Clayton.
And probably feeling like many other Mountaineer supporters with a little bit of a few tears going past there.
How to feel.
Varner just honing in on the stumps here, making the batsman play, which is key. And saying that Campbell looks very short in his defence. He's faced 82 balls, he's only on 10, but he's doing some hard work. Grinding it out here for Sheffield. It was a no ball, I think I heard from umpire O'Keefe yell out. We'll wait for the signal. Yes, a no ball there and a single. Couple of runs added to the board for the Mountaineers.
Campbell is the type of player you want to take with you into finals. He's a real competitor, loves the battle, always positive in around the group and the way he goes about his cricket. So, you know, he's certainly done a really good job here for Sheffield.
I know he's known in the competition in Victoria for just grinding out some, like facing bulk balls and other guys bat around him. So he brings that to Sheffield side. Varner to Simo. Plays that positively. Quite hard hands, but solid enough.
He's looking to be positive, Simo.
He is.
As much as
Yeah.
you can in a situation like this. You don't want to go completely into shell and pick one for 0 runs.
No, you don't.
You do have to be careful and choose.
You do. We've probably got
What you go for.
one ball left in this over from Varner. And I'd say this would be his last over of the session with only a couple of minutes left to go.
Oh, and it's
that's
a
peach
seed.
too. I think that's decked a little bit there.
Ball, that.
Yep.
Super effort from Varner in this first session of the grand final. 3 for 11 off 10 overs.
They're huge. Sets him up once again, doesn't he? Just terrific fast bowling.
The machine.
We've got Jacob Snare to bowl the last over before lunch. Clayton Campbell on strike. And Simo, bit of chat out there. Just let's get through 6 balls, mate, and go and have something to eat and a drink and switch off for a little bit, and then come back out here and dig in again. Snare loves the battle. He's a great competitor, been a great player for a lot of years. Jacob Snare loves these moments, loves these battles. We'll mix his pace up a bit, yeah.
Plenty of experience. How many grand finals would he have been to?
Yeah, he would have been in a few. They've won, say, 8 of the last 14 or 15. I reckon he's been involved in most of them.
Yeah. Not a bad record considering we know how hard they are to get into.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Very lucky, Ulverstone.
Yep, they've won 8 of the last 14, so I dare say we would have played in most of those.
Yep.
Factory over there that produce cricket.
Yeah,
players.
they do. Yeah, smart. They do it well. Obviously don't know much about Vincent, but he's come from South. They just seem to have a knack of picking up some good cricketers each year, and not just that, they get good imports as well.
Yeah.
Like obviously Harry Daly's headed back to the UK, but what he brought to that club and the side, I reckon, would have been fantastic for a few of their young bowling group to learn off. So that is it. That is lunch at Latrobe Recreation Ground for the 2024-2025 Cricket Northwest A-Grade Grand Final between Ulverstone Blackcaps and Sheffield Mountaineers. Sheffield 5 for 37 at lunch. We've got Clayton Campbell on 11, Mark Simmons on 6. We'll bring you all the action again in about half an hour as we go into session 2. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Session 2 of the Cricket Northwest A-grade Grand Final between the Ulverstone Black Caps and the Sheffield Mountaineers. Sheffield currently 5 for 37, in a bit of trouble, so they'll be looking to consolidate here and build a partnership. Mark Simmons and Clayton Campbell at the crease. Matthew Varner is going to start us off from the Gilbert Street end, so he'll bowl to Mark Simmons. Solid there in defence. Joined here again by Nick Azarchidis, known as Guido, and another great man's just joined us for an hour or so. Brent Burgess, how are you, Burjo?
Oh, good, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
No worries at all, mate. Always a pleasure. Your experience around finals time is important. Special comments from you. So Burjo will be with us for the next hour, maybe the session. See how we go. We've got a couple other guys coming in, so.
Really important for the Sheffield boys to start again here. It's going to be a tough little period again with Varner obviously full of confidence. So Simo and Soupy need to really start again here, get themselves back in, and then look to rotate the strike and tick the scoreboard over this session, I think.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they don't want to be sort of bowled out for 70 at drinks in the second session. They'll be looking to bat deep into the day. That's it there. One run to Simo. Just work that on the offside there to Jack Pearce. Braden DeVries. Burjo, you've come off another flag, mate, this year with the Don Steamers. Obviously still hitting tons for fun and still enjoying your cricket, mate. Great to see you still playing in the community.
I certainly wouldn't say hitting tons for fun, but yeah, no, no success for you at the Don Steamers, mate, who are a really great club, and we richly deserved a flag. We had an outstanding year where we only lost one game, so another premiership to the cabinet, Gaz,
Yeah,
I'd say.
unbelievable. And as on look at today, this morning, you've been watching. Any thoughts from you, mate? Where you see the game at? Or
Yeah, look, I do, Gaz. I've just watched most of the back end of the first session, and look, obviously Varner's a quality bowler, as I sat here 2 years ago, just watching him in absolute awe. But I guess the Sheffield we contemplate now is at the session. I heard Guides before talk about rotating the strike and ticking over. I think that's important because that's why Varner comes in to bowl again here, Gaz. I guess in this position they don't, like as you alluded to before, if they just battle T and don't move that scoreboard ticking, is it really gives Ulverstone the keys to bat through the rest of the grand final. So I think if they can keep the scoreboard ticking, they can probably get 2 results open for the rest of the game.
beautiful stuff there from Campbell.
Yeah, that's the type of thing we need to see from the Mountaineers this session, is being able to find some gaps. It doesn't necessarily have to be looking to attack so much with the bat, but just being able to push it into gaps, rotate the strike, get the bowlers off their rhythm, make the bowlers think about how they're going to get a wicket. Make Alex Winwood have to think about, if this guy isn't, beating the batter or anything, do I need to make a bowling change?
Yeah. We've got Kobe Walmsley starting off from the last straight end, who bowled quite well early. These probably last over or two, he just lost his way a little bit and bowled a bit full and got hit for a couple of boundaries. So he's going to come on and bowl the end that we're at, sitting at long on. Yes, we are 3 Mountaineer Premiership teammates in here, but we're not biased at all. We love our cricket. We're just after a great contest between these two sides who have been the benchmark all year. Finished first and second on the ladder for a reason. So we're just really hoping for a great contest between bat and ball. So far the ball has dominated the bat. We'll see what this session brings us. Whether the wicket's going to just flatten out a little bit. Not that it's terrible. It's a wonderful cricket wicket. We've got Walmsley to Campbell.
Talking to a few of the Sheffield boys in the lunch break there, they said the ball wasn't really moving about too much. Not a lot of swing, a little bit of movement off the deck, but over the sort of after drinks there, it was fairly flat. So
just grand final pressure, isn't it?
Yep.
You lose one wicket and you see it so many times. You lose 2 and 3 very quick. And the keeper up over him. Over here for Jordan Kelly, like it just you feel that as a batsman, you feel the pressure, you feel like you're stuck on the crease. You can't really put him off his length at all by taking a step down the wicket sometimes. Clayton will just continue to be Clayton and wait for that one on his hip or just work it around. He does cut the ball well if he drops short. Just looks like Kobe's doing enough there, just taking it away from the left-hander. This bowl's that good length. Burjo just hard to drive, short of a length.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent. I've been really impressed with Clayton Campbell's technique. He looks very solid at the crease. The one thing I like about Simo since he has come to the crease, and just listening to you guys, cricket's all about intent. I think Simo is creating intent. And just to clarify, Ted, like viewers at home, there is different modes of how people see intent. It doesn't mean, as Guido elaborated before, doesn't mean you go out there and try and smash boundaries. It's all about, you know, dictating the game, and that might be just pushing forward and taking those singles, making the bowler and the captain do something different. That's intent, and in big games, a lot of players go back in the shell, which they can be found undone.
Now, spot on. Alvey gone a bit of a ring field here at the moment. They've gone 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a square leg to Kobe Walmsley. So they've got rid of the fine leg, they've got rid of the gully. Obviously with Kobe taking it away from the left-hander, I feel like there might be a nick in play there to one of them 3 guys waiting in the slips. That's short and that's cut for 4. That's what we spoke about. Clayton Campbell waiting for that, and he puts it away, rolls up the bike track.
And that's the important thing for the Mountaineers, to be able to not only rotate the strike, but you know, if the bowler does bowl the odd bad ball, is to really cash in on it, which Clayton Campbell has done there. Superb cut shot.
So after 34 overs, Sheffield 5 for 43. Clayton Campbell moves on to 16. He's faced 98 balls. Mark Simmons is 7 not out, and he's faced 28 balls. So this is a great battle out in the middle at the moment. We've got Varner to Simmons. Bit of a slower ball there, I think. Just rolled the fingers over it. Mark played that one out to point. Jack Pearce does the fielding. Alvey boys will be really trying to push hard here to grab another wicket early in this session, no doubt.
She's a terrific arm wrestle, Gweeds.
Certainly is.
The game is right now where one team's waiting for the first blow.
Bit of bat involved there.
Yeah, probably be a bit annoyed with himself there on the pads. No one out on the leg side. He's probably missed out on one there, Mark.
Bread and butter for him usually.
He has looked to score, Simo, since he's come out in the crease, and I actually really like it. I said we talked about the worst and best scenarios of this innings, which is important. This 2 hours is really important. I think intent from Simo can change the game.
Throws that through. Mark gets through for a single. Just made it there by a few reactions of the Ulverstone players.
Questionable if you made it, I reckon, Gaz, by the Ulverstone players' reactions.
There's Reece French doing the fielding there on the leg side. Brings Clayton Campbell back on strike. Varner's around the wicket again. Short outside off stump, left alone by Clayton, through to Jordan Kelly. Barney's got 2 slips, a gully, point. Short is extra cover, Snaria wide, mid off. Toby Hutton at mid on, Braden DeVries mid wicket, Kobe Walmsley at fine leg. fairly regulation field. As Varner continues to attack. He's going to change here and come back over the wicket now.
Don't mind that from him. He's been around the wicket to the left-hander a fair bit. Just change up the angles here, make Clayton think about something different.
Just watching the first couple of hours, if you don't mind, Gaz, calling in there, but I've been really impressed with Alex Winwood's captaincy. I think he set some really good fields. I think he's been aggressive, but I think his captaincy's been outstanding today. He's put a lot of pressure on the Sheffield boys, but one thing I will say is the Ulverstone bowlers have bowled well in their field, so they've got a really good system there at the moment between captain and players.
Yeah, I spoke earlier how he must be such a great young leader to come back after playing in Hobart and to get the job of skipper again, so he's obviously got some, that's a good ball there by Varner.
Bit fuller that one.
Yeah, a little bit fuller. Campbell sort of fended at it, but tried to tuck the bat away at the last minute, but he definitely played a little shot at that ball, and that's the end of that over from Matthew Varner, who's bowling fantastic here this morning, or the afternoon now. He's got 3 for 14 off 12 overs. Sheffield 5 for 44. 35 overs gone.
Just between overs here, Gaz, you, yourself and Nick, we're only talking between breaks, and we spoke about a situation we found ourselves in years ago at Sheffield when we was able to prevail when we were pretty 4 for 13, which Nick kindly reminded me that I was probably part of that, put us into that bit of trouble, but
don't worry, I was too, Brent.
But it just goes to show in grand finals, Nick and Gaz, that anything can happen. While we sit here at 5 for 44, and there'll be some nervous individuals on both teams. At the end of the day in grand finals, the old saying, you've got the runs on the board, you've got to get them, is never so true.
No, that's right. And 3 days is a long time in cricket as well. You got till 6 o'clock Sunday night. Kobe Walmsley bowling to Mark Simmons from the last street end.
A little change in the field there. He's got a deep mid wicket out now for Mark.
Notice that Simo does go there if it's a bit short.
And obviously with Kobe, you know, taking away from the left-hander but into the right-hander.
It's good. They just have those little plans in place that's worked for them so far. So they've obviously got a plan here for Simo.
It's probably a show of the first sign of a move though, Gary. I mean, it's a pretty defensive middle, or maybe attacking field position out there at deep mid wicket, but maybe it's a sign where they are finding it hard to get those two blokes out there who are searching for other ways.
Yeah, I know they got him out at Ulverstone caught out there at deep mid wicket, so probably just putting that doubt in his mind not to play that shot over there. Very solid there from Mark in defence. The Trade Council workers over there doing it tough on a Friday. Lunchtime knock off, you reckon?
Lunchtime.
Just be very careful, boys. I'm sure there might be a few bosses listening in, so don't signal out too many people. Should be probably operating that old 8 to 5, but at 1:45 find themselves at the cricket.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, it's a decent little crowd in here at the moment, so
that's full, beautifully played from Mark, and he takes the single. It's a great run. Fielded there by Toby Hutton.
It's an interesting one as a player though, having a grand final start on a Friday and having to negotiate that with work. I don't really know of too many over the years that have missed out on a grand final, so I'm sure everyone's been able to navigate it, but
And I guess they've had a little bit of warning. I guess you can tell them a couple of weeks ago that like this might be a chance of happening. So when it actually does happen, they're aware of it.
It used to annoy me a little bit because I'd prefer to take the days off after, but but nevertheless, you'd never miss a grand final, so you'd be more than happy to take the Friday off. I'm sure most bosses would allow that.
How many days did you work this week just gone, mate, after your victory on Saturday last weekend?
Just the one.
Just went back Thursday, did you?
No, I just went back Thursday, mate, so, lucky enough for the boss to allow me to take 2 days off to celebrate and recover. Probably more celebration than recover though, Gaz. Just quite.
Who would you give your 3 votes to in the celebrations from the weekend?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Give me your 3, 2, 1. That's what the people at home want to know.
To his credit, Kay Pitcher got 3 votes. I'm sure he's listening now, as I'm fully aware he is.
That's a good single there.
Yeah, good single.
Chris Toffer-Boone is always one that stands up.
Leads from the front.
Yep, really led from the front. So I'll pencil him for 2.
Oh, that's enough Don chat, mate. We're back here at Latrobe.
And Bo Sharman and Kurt Woolley for 1 vote. And I mention Bo just purely because he wanted me to mention him. Being a local celebrity, as he liked to call himself. So well done, Shag, and a big shout out for you.
We've got Matthew Varner continuing to charge in here from the Gilbert Street end. He bowls to Clayton Campbell, who has been for the last 102 balls. He's been very solid in defence. So Varner's just, I reckon he's probably got this one and maybe one more. I'm not sure if they'll give him many more than that. Just for now, but what's it been? Nearly 20 minutes since the lunch break. And a couple left in him. Just a real big push here to try and probably get another wicket or 2. It's a great single there.
Again, great intent there from the Sheffield boys to just push into some gaps and take some singles. Both are really good runners between the wickets. Be interesting to see, Gaz, if we see King this session bowling for Ulverstone. Obviously,
that'd be interesting. Like I said earlier, he's a genuine off spinner. He really gives it a rip. You got Snare and Alex Winwood who can bowl at any time. I mean, Brandon can as well, but I'm just thinking he might come into play a bit later on in the game when there's probably a few more foot marks and that about. Shows though they've got 3 great spin options or slower bowling options there around their pace options as well. Obviously, young Beaumont playing Saturday and Sunday bowls really well.
And I guess that's the tricky thing as a captain, and being the captain, you're one of the spinners, but actually trying to give everyone enough of a go.
That's right. But they're obviously just pushing hard here with Varner, try and really break the backs of the Sheffield middle to lower order. Beautiful shot there by Mark Simmons down the ground. They get at least 2. Snare gives chase, keeps it to 2. Beautiful on drive, one of Simo's strengths. The Sheffield boys have moved 5 for 49 in the 37th over. Clayton Campbell, 17 not out, he's grinding it out, along with his captain coach Mark Simmons, who is on 12. But players joined us in the commentary box for a couple of minutes. A young bloke that was out there batting a bit earlier, Ethan Clark, first grand final. Just get through this ball first, mate. Full again from Varner, fields it, throws it back. Yeah, Ethan looked good, mate, until you threw it away, I guess, in a sense, but obviously a few nerves early on. First A-grade grand final. Have obviously faced some decent attacks this year and last year in the Raiders, and also playing state under 19 level for Tasmania. But how'd you feel? How'd you find it out there, mate?
Nah, good guys. A few nerves, obviously, but we got off to a bit of a shaky start. So yeah, obviously didn't go to plan, but hopefully these 2 can stick together. And
we were talking there a little bit when Winwood, we thought you might have tried to whack him over long on, and that was the case. Unfortunately for you, that it didn't come off today, but you'll get another crack at some point throughout the game, mate. How's the mood around the camp?
Nah, sticking together. I think you never know what's a good score, especially on this pitch here. So yeah, obviously just stick together and close.
Close single there by Clayton Campbell, but he's so quick between the wickets, that guy. That would have had to. Toby Hutton didn't do anything wrong, and even if he had thrown him down, I think Clayton was home. So it's just a good little period here for Sheffield. You can just tell they're fighting hard.
Again, just the situation that they're in, the intent shown by these two boys to start the session's really important.
That one's left alone. Also, we got the main physio on the northwest coast, Harry Collier, has dropped in. Harry, get a good ball early, mate, or what went on there, old boy?
Yeah, they bowled pretty well up top, so wasn't to be for me today. But yeah, is what it is, I guess.
It is, mate. And obviously, you've played in a few grand finals before. Or is this sort of a first one, or?
Played in a couple. It's been probably 7 or 8 years now, though, for me. So good to be back in one, and yeah, give it a crack.
Yeah. Appreciate you boys dropping into the box. We'll let you head around and sit with the boys, and all the best for the rest of the game.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, it'll be all right. Take a few of me lollies on your way out, Clark. It's full from Walmsley. Yeah, it's always good to we'll have a few players drop in the commentary box throughout the day, just to get a bit of insight, the feeling around the group, what's happening out in the middle. Just gives you viewers a little bit more to listen to and take in, and yeah, just a bit of different perspective of the game. Well played by Simmons.
He's looking good out, Sim. I agree with Nick. I'm really happy with his positivity since he come out to bat. I think he's actually making Ulverstone try something different first, which you don't blame him, but at least he's given that. He's pushing a little bit Sheffield's way, which is great. It's an important time of the game. This is a big session, but I love the way he's going about it.
Yeah, massive at 5 for 50. You think back, Brandon King, he's on now from the top end, so Varner, that was going to be his last over, so we've got Brandon King and a bowl from the Gilbert Street end. No doubt he'll bowl around the wicket to both batsmen, or over the wicket to around the wicket to Campbell and Simmons. He loves trying to straighten the ball and get that LBW into play. Be interesting to see how much turn he gets, but he's a really good crafty off-spin bowler is Brandon. Another guy who's first year at Ulverstone after playing at Burnie and Latrobe, so he obviously got approached by Ulverstone after probably not playing a lot last season. Yeah, so he's a very handy pickup for us.
30 wickets for the year at 11.6. So yeah, he certainly had a really good year with the ball, and also made some lower order runs for him as well.
Can definitely play. He spent some time down playing with Lindisfarne a few years ago.
Good club, Lindisfarne.
Good club, mate. You've been there, haven't you?
I have.
Been to a few clubs, Burjo, haven't you?
I've got a few on my resume, Nick. And that was one where probably my bowling average was better than my bat average. Probably not something to be proud of. But no, good club, Lindisfarne. Shout out to them.
Straight on the spot he is, Brandon.
Just got a message come through, Gaz, and
who we got, mate?
From Chris Byrne.
Chris Byrne, what's he got to say?
He'd just like to know what you're doing with your cricket these days and how your season went.
Quite close there. No, I've been retired for about 10 years, Toff. Yeah. Just work now, mate. Just love watching the game. Oh, a little French cut there from Campbell. We'll get one. KB Walmsley does the fielding. Well bowled there by Brandon King. Now what a year down at Beaconsfield this year with cricket. Burjo had actually signed as well, Toff, but as he's been known to do, changes his mind at the last minute.
Just to answer your question, off, it's fair to say I've come better off. Parachute down it, and I don't see him wearing one. Anyway, we'll move on.
You've got a bad hoodie on at the moment, though, but anyway, that's all right. It was well bowled there by Brandon King.
So just between the overs, Gweeds, look, obviously knowing your commitment to footy and sport around the league, what have you been doing yourself, Nick? You've been obviously heavily involved with a lot of, with some sporting clubs around the coast with footy coaching and young mariners and whatnot.
Yeah.
Fill us in where it's at and what you've done and what it's been like.
Obviously, fairly busy, sort of 6-7 years of coaching, so a little bit of a break at the moment. But yeah, obviously Devonport last year and a bit of Devil stuff. Certainly think Devonport will be hard to beat again in the NWFL. Certainly look to have improved their side if that's possible. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting competition. Obviously Gaz here is involved at the East Devonport Swans, who have got their first practice match tonight.
Yeah. It's been hard work, but we've got a decent list together at the moment. I'm quite happy. It's a good vibe around the club. Obviously been out of the comp for 5 years in the senior reserves, and Colts will have this year fielding 3 sides, so I think it's a huge effort. Brenton Gale is the head man there. He's done a great job bringing a game plan to the boys that is going to be exciting. And I know all the chat around the community and around the club is everyone's very excited to see the Swans back on the map. We go to Smithton round 1 in 2 or 3 weeks, and I know everyone's pretty keen for that. We played there by Clayton Campbell, back to Kobe Walmsley.
There's probably a couple of reasons why I went down that. Nick, obviously you've done exceptionally well what you're doing, but probably I'll look at the Devonport Football Club and what they've been able to do, and I'll probably translate that to probably the two clubs playing today with Ulverstone and Sheffield. Beautiful junior programs who have worked exceptionally hard. And to be successful at the top, it's got to start at the bottom. And I think Ulverstone and Sheffield have been 2 clubs who have certainly been those. And look, as I remember you going to Sheffield very early in your days after Devonport, and I believe that along with you and your brother Richard and your Tim Irvines, your Crawfords and your Bouchers, and Nick then went there as well, really made a changing guard for the Sheffield Cricket Club.
Oh, he's missed out there, Campbell. Was that cut shot again? There, and then credit goes to the bloke out there batting as well at the moment. Mark Simmons done a power of work, around the group, on and off the field. So to make a grand final for him after being so close, Sheffield have lost the last 4 or 5 semi-finals. So to actually get through to one and give yourselves a chance to win it, for the work that he's put in. Now he's in the heat of the battle out there. That's in the air, fell just short of Jacob's snout. Campbell's just.
And I think the evidence there, Burjo, from what you've just said around and Gaz around the power of work that Mark's done, I think it's evident this year that they won the Gordon Rimmer Club Championship, which I believe might be the first time they've ever won it. And there was times over the past 6 or 7 years where they thought they could never win that because they didn't have a women's team and probably didn't have some junior teams and that sort of thing. So it's a real credit to Mark and Kingy and Peter King and these guys around the club, the Crawfords, the Irvines, who are still about there, to get to a stage where they've got, their club winning the club championship. So yeah, certainly credit to those guys.
And people got taken into fact that how small of a town Sheffield is compared to most other clubs in the NWTCA. To be able to be on the board and doing these things, Nick, as you allude to, is quite an amazing effort. So look, took the first time to win the Sheffield Cricket Club to win that. I think it's an outstanding achievement for those involved now and those involved in the past.
Brandon King continuing here from the top end. Simo would like to go at some point. He likes to come down, hit the spinners back over their heads, but he's playing a good role at the moment.
And that's it. With the scoreboard ticking over as it has been, there's probably no need to take any unnecessary risks here.
Yeah, ticking over 2 or 3 and over. Ulverstone are bowling well. It's a great contest at the moment. It's a true grand final battle. Plays that one out to Braden DeVries, who's been busy there in the covers.
It's a true arm wrestle, Gaz.
Yeah, no, it's great, mate.
And Sheffield is certainly starting to come back in the fight, which is a credit to these two guys.
Good areas there from Brandon King as he completes another over.
Now, he's a very experienced spin bowler, is Brandon. He's had a great year. What was it, 2 or 3 years ago? He had that injury when he played for Latrobe. I think his knee kept locking up or something like that.
Or did it keep dislocating?
Yeah, something
Rings
like
a
that.
bell.
Yeah. And he retired a couple of times. Went out and kept giving a bit of crack, so that's a sign of a good competitor. Kobe Wormsley into Clayton Campbell. Left alone outside off stump. I reckon we'll see Reece French again soon at some point. It's a good single there by Clayton, fielded by Snary at mid-off. They get through for 1. Sheffield 5 for 52 in the 42nd over. Clayton Campbell moves to 20. Mark Simmons on 12. Jacob Snare doing a bit of work on the ball, shining one side up.
Young Clayton Campbell's clearly showing the motto that Tim Irvine once told you, Gaz, about a true mountaineer never gives up. Different circumstances, but he's certainly showing a lot of ticker.
Yeah, I spoke about Clayton a bit earlier. He's playing that beaver role at the moment. Just digging in, showing a bit of grit and determination. It's what you need. You need someone to do that in any game, let alone a grand final. So it was well played there by Mark. Finds Reece French in the covers. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Reece follows Kobe from this end, probably for a 2 or 3 over burst. I reckon he'll put a couple back and try and bump Mark. That will be the plan, I reckon.
He's a good solid, so mate.
Must admit they both look very comfortable at the moment at the crease. After a bit of an early collapse where the top 3 players, Collier, Marshall, Connolly, all fell for a duck. Alex King went for 1. Ethan Clark had a nice little partnership with Campbell. Ethan went for 16. Now these two are building at the moment. Ulverstone are bowling well. It's a great contest between bat and ball at the moment.
It is a great contest. If you look at the overs gone now, what are we, 42 gone, new ball at 80 overs. I mean, they've got a really big opportunity, and I think, let's be honest, I don't think this game's going to be a high scoring game. If they can bat the next 38 overs and not lose any more than 1 or 2 wickets max, and get that scoreboard to 120, 130, well then, I think they're actually going to post an okay score, but I think the next 38 overs, in particular this session, is really going to set up the game for either side.
Well bowled there by Brandon King. They would have batted a fair bit together throughout the year as well, Campbell and Simmons. They enjoy batting together. Oh, we boys are up and about, as they should be. They're on top here in the grand final.
You've got to give the Ulverstone kids credit. Their youth and enthusiasm can't be questioned. They've been up about all day.
Mind you, it's pretty easy to be up and about when you've got a side 5 for nothing.
Yeah.
But this is the important part for them now, that Sheffield have a little bit of momentum, or it's, evened up a little bit in terms of this session and the last half hour of the previous session. Can they continue to keep that enthusiasm and concentration up for long periods of time?
Yeah, which probably alludes to me a question to you guys about the state of the game and where mindsets are at, probably for both captains on opposing sides. Now, obviously Sheffield are 5 for 52 and for themselves after a horrible start. Is their thinking, is it just batting time and getting close to that 150 and thinking that's enough? Or is it a case that maybe they need to dig in late session and maybe look to bowl early as they can, with not confident with scoring enough? Or in Ulverstone's position, are they just comfortable to keep bowling dot balls, knowing the fact they're probably in control of the game and bowling for 120? I mean, just looking at the stats, Ulverstone are a very good batting side. They finish on top of the ladder, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think they'll be happy and chase scoring 120. With the exception, I know that Josh Walmsley's not playing, who's won more grand finals than you can poke a stick at, but just interesting to hear your thoughts on either captain's position right now.
Yeah, I think Simo would just be happy to bat. Just how they're going, obviously they're in a bit of trouble, so he will just try and bat as big as he can. These two to start with, like he'd be planning probably just to work in 20-minute little spurts like that, and maybe get the drinks in 23 minutes.
Yep.
If they haven't lost a wicket first hour back, he'll feel that's a win for them. Well, it definitely is a win for Sheffield, this third hour of the game, and go from there. But they've got plenty of time. It could be a grind. It could be a first innings result. It could be a real grind and about 120 overs for 200 or something. I don't know, but I reckon that's the way that the boys will be thinking, to really dig in and just bat big and see what they end up with.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the important thing is to not look too far ahead and start planning about different things, because as we know in grand finals, anything can happen. So
whack that
great
for 4.
shot.
Beautiful shot from Mark Simmons through the covers. It was full from Walmsley, outside off stump, and he's put it away. Beautiful cricket shot.
And like we've spoken about all day today, it's important for these guys to concentrate even more now that they've got on top of the bowlers a little bit, to not throw that away now, to concentrate even harder and still look for those singles and really keep the pressure on the bowlers.
Oh, is that a little inside edge? That could go for 4 as well, I think.
Could be handy runs.
It's running away down there. It's gone for 4. It's 4 byes. Umpire Scott Pearce. Bit of movement off the deck, come back in, and wouldn't have missed the stumps by very far.
It'd be nice if we had a replay.
It would be,
function
mate.
here.
You can watch it back. Sheffield go to 5 for 58.
5 for 62, I reckon, Gaz.
5 for 62 with them 4 balls. In the 44th over, Clayton Campbell 20 not out, Mark Simmons 18 not out.
Because let's face it, there's obviously a younger side now. They've still got some experienced players in that lineup, but at 5 for whatever they were, 4 for 13, weren't they? If Sheffield can somehow
4 for 1.
4 for 1.
Yeah.
Wow. If they were to scrap their way to 5 for 100, well, this game changes drastically. So I'm glad you guys said about batting some time, because they're in a position where they're actually starting to, push that arm wrestle in their favour. I know it seems a long way from here, but these two look in total control at this present time.
Yeah, we've just got to stay up. They're on top. They just got to stay up. Just stick to what they've done well so far today. I'm sure they'll just throw the ball around a little bit. You've got Brandon King. You've got Alex Winwood warming up now. Reece French will no doubt come for a bowl. Snare, Varner will come back, I reckon, late this session for another burst. They've got plenty of options.
And Ulverstone are experienced enough. They've got enough experienced guys out there to know that at some stage Sheffield were going to have their session or their hour or their half hour.
Yep.
It's well bowled again by Brandon King.
Like you said, Gary, he does look like he's getting a little bit of turn
Yeah,
out
he
there.
gives it a rip, mate. He's a good bowler.
Fell off you, Gaz. You're pretty impressed?
Yeah, this bloke turns it though.
Oh. I've seen you full many Gaz back in the day. Blokes playing for turn and oops, I'm sorry. Oh,
It's a short one. He's
good cricket, mate. Good point.
Clayton's hit that
Yeah,
out.
good footwork there.
Braden DeVries doing the fielding, deep mid wicket. Beautiful throw over the top to Jordan Kelly. Campbell gets to the other end. He moves to 21. Sheffield 5 for 63.
Out of 128 balls at Clayton Campbell's face, he's really made a mistake.
He's very short in defence.
Ooh.
Well bowled again there from Brandon.
I think to Mark, he needs to get it outside off stump a bit more. I think he's just been a little bit straight where Mark can just get forward and just work it around to the onside. I think he needs to get outside off stump a little bit. Maybe even come over the wicket to him.
Yeah, because he's looked to play positive, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's the spot there, I reckon.
Yeah.
Beautifully bowled because they've got that slip in place. Obviously, he's getting a little bit of turn at times, but sometimes it's the one that just goes on that you nick and brings Alex Winwood into play. Speaking of Alex Winwood, he's going to replace Kobe Walmsley now from the last street end, so we're going to have two spinners bowling in tandem.
I'm not sure if you spoke about today, Gaz, about some other grand finals that kick off tomorrow with in the BCL where Rhino take on Stockport, which will be a highly competitive game with former Tasmania player Tom Trifford leading the Rhino outfit. I think that'll be a great game of cricket. Actually, he's got a message from Nick Littlejohn, who is a former Trotter lad. Will be participating with Tom in that game with two Trotter boys playing against Stockport, my old club, where one other flag there, Gaz.
Yeah, right.
Just another one of your clubs, Brent?
We're just building a premiership medallion. And look, let's be honest, I wasn't a great player, but I've been lucky enough to play with good ones.
Lips Littlejohn, how's he form, mate? He's had a decent year or not? I haven't followed it too much, that league.
Look, he's had a terrific year. I think he's averaged 50 with a bat. Look, he's a good player with a great technique, and he's had a terrific season with him and Tom Trifford, probably the two leading players in the comp. But knowing Stockport in big games, they've got a rich history of performing when it counts. So my other mates, Aaron Taxworth, another former Trotter lad, will be in Stockport, looking to knock them off. So what shapes to be a great game tomorrow at Ryan.
All the best down there. BCL will get a good following. Where's that grand final played at?
They'll be playing at Rhino.
Played at Rhino, yep.
Yeah, at Rhino. So beautiful ground. I think it'll be a great game of cricket, and I think that's anyone's game. So much as we can sit here and say, get Tom Trifford out, that could be game over, but Stockport certainly holds some power as well. So shapes to be a great game. And I guess the other one is obviously Hadspin play Longford tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that'll be a couple of good sides going at it there, with both sides having former Cricket North and end up Cricket Northwest players in their side, so I'm sure that'll be a great game.
Sure it'll be a crack. A couple of Northwest lads with Tristan Wheats and Delhi up there playing this year.
Yeah, there's half a dozen in that side. Ryan George, who played here last year, and that's a leading edge. That's going to be out. So Clayton Campbell's gone to work that one on the onside. It's a leading edge to Jacob Snare, who takes a comfortable catch at mid-off. Just after they started to swing a bit of the momentum back the Sheffield way, Ulverstone break through for another wicket. Sheffield now 6 for 63, and Campbell's got to go.
Really good captaincy there, I think, from Winwood. Not, with Sheffield getting on top a little bit, not not overreacting or anything, but just rotating the bowlers around, making the bats so the batsmen don't get too comfortable facing the same bowlers.
Yep.
And it's brought about the wicket of spin at both ends. They look like they were handling Kobe Walmsley pretty easily. Changing bowler and brings about a mistake.
You know, and it probably held up a little bit as well. You know, for him to hit it there, like, and you know, they always say if it seams, it spins. So, I mean, there's not a lot of grass. I know it's green, but it is shaved fairly short. But yeah, Clayton obviously tried to work that one to the onside, and unfortunate for him that it's just found Jacob Sneer at mid-off.
Now, I touched on before, like when you face 130 rocks, he's made one mistake. So cricket is sometimes a harsh sport, isn't it? Like, you can't question his endeavour today and the way he played. It was a terrific knock, and unfortunately comes to an end by just one simple mistake. And like you elaborated before, great captaincy from Alex Winwood. I spoke about before about, just as in Brandon King comes in bowl here. Just
nice to whip that.
There by Jonah. But as a captain, well, the game gets a little bit easier between the bat and the ball. It's important not to make sure that scoreboard gets out of hand, and I think Alex Winwood's done an exceptional job in containing the damage that Simmons and Campbell did.
That brings young Jonah Evans to the crease. Jonah's played A grade for a couple of seasons now. Last year he had a decent year. He played some handy knocks where he got a couple of 40 not outs. This year he struggled a bit early. He got dropped to the twos. He went back and made 60 or 70 in both innings of that second grade fixture, and since then he hasn't looked back. He's came back in. He made 60 odd not out to get Sheffield over the line against Devonport in the last roster game, I think it was. So that was his highest score of the year, 64 not out. Missed out last game, but is a real good young talent who's sure to be around and spoken about for years in the Cricket Northwest. So he's got a big role to play now, coming and joining his captain in Mark Simmons.
Yeah, second last roster game of the season against Devonport. Sheffield found themselves in a little bit of trouble and chasing a lowish total, and I watched him and Roland Skirving batted well beyond their years, led by Jonah, who batted superbly to get Sheffield over the line, not really given any chances. So, you know, I don't think, obviously some nerves to start with, but he's certainly got the technique that can handle the pressure in a grand final.
Yeah. You know, and he's coming in at a pivotal stage as well at Sheffield, 6 for 63. I know Simo would just be telling him, you do you, Jonah, and we'll be okay. The Alby boys have got the foot on the throat at the moment. They're really pushing here for a 7th and 8th wicket to take charge of this game.
Actually played a game for the Mersey Colts this year against us, Don, and I was actually really impressed with his technique.
Yep.
He looks a real well-organised player. Gary and Nick, as you elaborated on, and I totally agree, he's got a big future in cricket.
Faces Winwood and very solid in defence, first ball. Reece French does the fielding there, short cover. Alex Winwood darts and Jonah's off the mark. He'll get at least one. He's going to turn for two and he's coming back for a second. So he's away. Jonah Evans off the mark. He's on two. Sheffield 6 for 65 in the 48th over.
Well, that's all he needs to do is just wait for that ball that drifts onto his pads.
Here with these spin guys bowling in tandem, the overs are going to scoot by. We're nearly up to 50 already. We're not even to drinks in the second session yet. It's well played by Jonah. Straight to Reece French at short cover. One's darted in a little bit more from Alex. Well played there by Jonah Evans.
Something you bowl a lot of, goes back in the day?
Oh, sometimes, mate. finishes the over for Alex Winwood. It's 48 overs gone. Sheffield 6 for 65. We're 10 minutes away from a drinks break. And Brandon King to continue from the Gilbert Street end.
If Jonah can just spend time with his captain here, Simo, for a period of time, I think that's going to be his role, as Nick just said, is it's spending time out in the crease, waiting for the ball to come to him, get those ones and twos, and let Simo dictate play at the other end. Can go a long way, putting himself back in a healthy position.
Well bowled there by Brandon. He's right on the spot here. I think he's looking for that one that's going to turn back in and hit the pads, but also with Alex Winwood there, I think that's a chance of a nick. Simo comes down and goes whack straight over, straight down mid on. It's raced up the bike track. That's 4. That's what he can do, this man. He moves to 22.
I guess the greatest thing on commentators, as Gaz and Nick alluded to at the start of this call, is that although we're Sheffield, it's where we used to play. We love our cricket. I'm watching Gaz here, watching Brendan kick bowling. I can just see him get that love and urge. Yeah, he just wants to be out there bowling as well.
He's good, Kingy. He's a good crafty off spinner.
Can see that passion coming out of you, Gaz, being an off spinner.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
I won't lie to you, what I loved is what Simo did next ball and smacked the clean back over his head. That's nothing against King. It's just great cricket.
Yeah.
He's bowling exceptionally well, and Simo is trying to put it back on the bowler. It's just great cricket. It was a great shot.
And how good is this? This is just a great battle, I think.
It's brilliant.
Like we spoke about it before, but Sheffield and Ulverstone, their rivalry over the last few years is massive, and now they play against each other in the grand final. And you can just feel the tension from in the box here. Like it's like it's game on right now. It's a really big next hour.
Yeah, you feel like it could go either way here. Simo could take the game, not away from him, but even it up a little bit by getting some quick runs, or Ulvie could take some quick wickets here, and we could see Ulverstone bat before tea. It's
Mark coming down there, covered it well.
Either option's still on the table, isn't it?
Wow, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm glad you mentioned about Ulverstone. You know, look, let's be honest, they've been a very strong club. They've been very present on this day for a lot of years, for a long period of time. And Josh Walmsley's been a big part of that. Let's be honest, he's been a fantastic player and probably the best player over the last decade, probably undoubtedly.
Yeah, for sure.
But Ulverstone, they just seem to produce good young kids and want to be here on this last day, and they need to be commended for their program. And the kids they're coming through now. I bet you, I know Josh Williams will be hating not being available today, but I also know him well enough to say that he'd be glad to see these kids stepping up, filling the void of being the next generation of Ulverstone superstars.
I can just see the big fella down there at deep square leg as well, having a chat with Eli Connolly. I reckon Josh would be pretty itchy feet at the moment. Wish he was out there in the battle.
There'd be 11 Sheffield cricketers happy to standing over there and not out there. Because I would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, look, he's been an exceptional player for a long period of time, and I remember watching his second game. I was actually playing for Burnley as a kid, and he actually came off 160 the week before as a 15 or 16-year-old kid. And our players, which we had a very good bowling attack, were trying to bounce him, and he was rocking back pulling it easy at the age of 16. And I just walked away thinking, we're witnessing a one generational talent up Northwest cricket, and he's certainly proven that in spades.
20 years ago, and you know he's.
Burjo, I seem to remember a day at Ulverstone, might have been a semi-final, where you know, Josh fairly early on in his innings, you got to take the chances when they come, and it might have actually been Gary bowling.
Oh, a little nick there for
Evans. And you at square leg, it might have been.
Deep square leg.
Deep square leg, hit straight to you.
Yep.
Dropped.
Single there to Jonah, takes the score to 6 for 70 on the 50th over.
It's funny, Nick, I still have memories of that because obviously we know how big a wicket Josh Walmsley is, and that was regretful. The only positive to come out of that day is I think we got the chocolates.
Yeah, lucky for you. We did. So I think he still went on to make a few runs that day though.
94 he got.
Yeah.
because I think I counted about 86 that I cost us, so, and I clearly never made 86 to make up for it, so.
Was that off your bowling, Gary?
Oh, I can't remember, mate. No, sorry.
I remember everyone looking at me that day as if I could probably flog you right now. I know it doesn't cost us too many, but it cost us 86 more, and we were lucky enough to get the chocolates.
Burjo dropped that many. Guides, I can't really think which one was which, to be honest, but anyway. Called him Butterfingers for nothing.
Too busy holding those premiership medals for 20 fingers, so I couldn't hold them.
So we've got Brandon King now going to bowl to Joan Evans. First time Joan has faced him today. Well bowled on the money. We've got 5 minutes till drinks. It's a little 5 minute period where Ulverstone will be trying hard and pushing hard, working hard for another wicket. Well played there from Jonah. A bit shorter. Young fella looks solid so far. No doubt there's a few nerves floating about. Taxi just running behind the bowler's arm with the blower. Good on you, Dion. He's ready to come out and give the wicket a bit of a blow here at drinks. Dion Taxworth does a lot around the club. Loves, he'll be here every minute for the next 3 days.
I reckon you should get him in the commentary box at some stage, Gary, just to ask him about his preparations, what his role is during the day, during the breaks.
We'll see how we go. Well bowled there from Brandon. Another tidy over. He's got the figures of none for 6 off 7 overs. Sheffield 6 for 70 after 51 overs. Jonah Evans 3 not out.
Probably
Mark Simmons 22 not out.
One more over before drinks, I'd say.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I reckon Winwood will probably, depends, no doubt Simo might do a bit of gardening.
I imagine so.
You'll love this about cricket, the old mind games, don't you? Just the little fickle things that happen as a cricketer, I'm sure we all miss back in the day.
Yeah.
Look, Simo just gardening and...
Change of feel here. We've got Braden DeVries. Looked like he might have been on the wrong side. He's just come over to a mid-wicket. Alex Vincent's at deep mid-wicket. Deep in front of square leg. A bit flatter down the leg side. Well taken there by Jordan Kelly.
Yes, now and I'm just giving Simo a bit of lecture about taking too much time. Good banter.
One's tossed up nicely, well played. Braden DeVries at mid-wicket does the fielding.
Played second 11 this year, Gaz. Correct me if I'm wrong, Braden DeVries.
He had a crack, mate. Yeah, he's had quite a decent year. Now he's got the Raiders, obviously, semi-final tomorrow and Sunday.
Yep.
Wicket keeps for the Raiders as well?
He does, yes. Yeah, they've got 2 or 3 wicket-keepers, the Raiders, but he's the man. They've got Alastair Taylor and young Ollie Knowles as well that does a bit of wicket-keeping. So they've got options, but Braden's obviously first choice keeper in that side. Oh, big appeal there, big appeal. I think it was all pad. Hard to tell if there was 2 noises from here. It was a good reflexes there by Jordan Kelly. Umpire Pearce says not out. Alvy boys have to get back into position.
I'd be asking for a review if we had one, but nevertheless we don't.
We don't have one. She's not out. Play on.
It probably just goes to show how good an umpire Moose is, though. Obviously a fellow Ulverstone cricketer back in the day, but he's one of the best umpires across the coast by a fit.
Has been for a long time now, Moose.
A very good umpire and a very good bloke, Moose.
So this will be the last over now before drinks.
2 balls to go.
Shoelaces up.
Simo, well, both captain to making sure of it.
Alex Winwood's got 2 for 3 in his 10th over.
Wow.
It's well bowled and well played.
Yeah, he certainly had an impact on the game, the captain. 2 for 3 from nearly 10 overs, took a ripper of a catch, made some important decisions.
Yeah.
He's had a really good morning.
He certainly has.
And again, nice and solid from Mark. So that will be drinks. Umpires have called drinks onto the ground.
And probably a drink for me too, Gaz, but I've got to get moving, mate.
No worries, old fella.
Thank you very much for
Thanks for
having
popping
me.
in.
And it's good to catch up with 2 of you guys, 2 very good mates of mine who we're lucky enough to share some premierships together. But I wish you all the very best for the rest of the call.
Thanks, Brent. Thanks for calling in, mate. Appreciate it. So we've got drinks in the second session at Latrobe. Cricket Northwest Grand Final between Ulverstone and Sheffield. Sheffield 6 for 70 after 52 overs. Jonah Evans is 3 not out. Mark Simmons 22 not out. Batsmen to fall so far: Harry Collier without scoring, Jordan Marshall without scoring, Eli Connolly without scoring, Alex King made 1. Clayton Campbell, after a gritty innings at 21 off 134 balls, and Ethan Clark was stumped by Jordan Kelly off the bowling of Alex Winwood for 16. So the Mountaineers 5 for 70 after 52 overs. We'll be back in a short while. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back after a quick drinks break. Jonah Evans has put the cap on. He's got rid of the helmet. So he thinks there's going to be spin continuing from both ends, which may well be. Brandon King coming on again from the Gilbert Street end. Looks like Toby Hutton's going to go under the lid at short leg. Nice aggressive move from Ulverstone, which is sure to be another entertaining hour of cricket. Brandon King to Jonah Evans. Well played that one. Toby Hutton does the fielding there at short leg. Very fortunate enough to be joined by Josh Warms. He's just come into the box. How you going, Josh?
Good, guys. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to it all day.
No worries, mate. I was just cleaning my pockets out and found you in there, mate, so it's good to have you. How's the body, mate? Obviously you'd rather be out there, but how's it coming along?
No, all good. Straight back into rehab this week, so yeah, I'll get back into doing things over the next 6 weeks. So a bit of a bummer with the timing of it, but that's part and parcel of the sport.
It is, mate. It's a bit short there, and Simo's put that away. That's 4. Brandon King dropped short. First probably bad ball he's bowled. Simo pounced on it very quickly and has hit that for 4. Yeah, so tell us about the injury, mate. I don't really know much how it happened or when or what really went on.
No, so I think I must have partially tore the bicep tendon in a one-day semi-final in the start of January. Played with it for 4 or 5 weeks and then just played a shot against Burnie 3 weeks ago and it went pop on me. And that's pretty much the way it happened. Yeah. This is going to be a bit of a recovery, but that's, like I said, part and parcel of sport.
Oh, and Mark's gone big again. Is it going all the way? Just short.
Just short.
It's 4 again, so he's just started to make a little bit of a move here as the Sheffield captain. He's taken it upon himself. As Josh, you've done many times in your career, mate, there's moments where you think, maybe we just need to put a bit back on the opposition and take that leadership.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is the way Simo's been successful as well over the last 4 or 5 years with the bat, putting pressure on the bowlers and making them sort of come to him. So I expect to see this for a period of time to come yet.
Yeah, and King, I've spoke about a little bit about King. I love the way he goes about it. He's just a really good off-spin bowler, isn't he? He's got great craft. He gives it a rip. Yeah. How's he settled in at Ulverstone there?
No, he's a legend. Settled in seamlessly well. We've got an age demographic that really suits him and his family, so it's been a seamless transition for him to slip into our side, and he's had a good year. He's scored some handy runs and taken bulk wickets, which sort of suits him at UCI Oval as well, with the spin and the low and slow trajectory of the wicket these days.
Yeah. Obviously, I guess you get Alex and him back into the side, both spin options, and both, obviously, Alex is a great batsman as well, but just to add 2 spinners into, especially when you do play at home, and you got Sneary as well, he's played a bit and missed a bit this year, Jacob, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been in and out. He's had a little bit on with his long-term plans of what he's doing, so it's nice to have him back for the last couple of weeks of the year. I know the boys stand a lot taller when Jacob plays, and he's always up for the fight, especially against Sheffield. He generally brings his best for those guys, so it's going to be...
That's right, that's a sweep shot from Jonah Evans. Has whacked that through square leg for 4. So Sheffield have just put on a quick dozen or 15 runs here, straight after drinks. Putting a little bit back on Ulverstone. Sure, like Josh said, you got Sneary and Alex Winwood are right up for the fight. They've played in a few grand finals, very experienced players. Even Alex at a young age. Alex, what, 21, 22?
21, I reckon, guys, yeah. This will be his 3rd grand final.
Spoke a little bit about his leadership as well. Like, he's obviously a great young captain.
Yeah, no, he's full of confidence. He knows what he wants to do, and he portrays that message across very nicely.
Couple of buys there to the total. So we move along to 6 for 83 in the 54th over. One's a bit fuller. Evans can't get it past. Varner there at point.
What would Alex's message be to the boys here at Drinks, and then even now with a bit of attacking stuff from Simo?
Just be stick fat. All these guys have played enough cricket and enough grand final cricket to know that.
He's gone again. Evans has gone again. He's swept him for 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's moments throughout each grand final that don't go your way, and it's just stick fat for a longer period of time than the opposition and generally prevail. If you can continue to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long time, 3 days of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, there's generally an outlier result, so there's a lot of cricket to be played yet.
That's for sure. 3 big days, and we was talking a bit earlier about the weather doesn't look like it's going to play any part, which it has done at times. And the wicket is just, the colour has changed a little bit since the first, just the sun's got on a little bit. It's going to be an absolute belter.
It's beautiful for batting at the moment.
Yeah.
Looks like nice pace. Ground looks like it's value for shots as well.
You tell us a bit about Vincent. He's come down from Kingborough.
Yeah, come up from Kingborough. Fitted in quite well. Hasn't probably had the year that he would have liked with the runs, but he's been in and out.
Yep.
With various commitments throughout the season. Just a good cricketer that's played a good level of cricket that sort of adds to that professionalism that we sort of try and pride ourselves on all week.
Yeah, and how did he manage to come up this way? Was it work or just?
I think his partner was up here for work,
so
yes.
Yep.
He basically works from home in a sense. So
yep.
It was easy for him to transition up here.
Simo's going there again, isn't he? He's looking to go over mid-on. Squirts it out to deep mid-wicket. Reece French does the fielding.
And I like the captaincy here from Winwood to keep, to a degree, the fielders up to try and entice him. They've got him in a position where he, if it costs him a couple of fours but ends up in a wicket because he mishits one.
That's right.
Really good captaincy.
What about the big Varner early? Did you tune in early when Varner went through them?
I've seen the first one. I couldn't get Frogbox connected onto my phone until I was out on the highway, so there was already 3 wickets down.
He was on, mate. It was
a freak.
Unbelievable.
Funnily enough, we've seen it before.
Carbon told me last year it was.
Well, the fact we had Ollie Walker in here in that first period as well was deja vu and some bad memories for him.
Oh, he's top class, Varner. He's as good as we're going to see up here. So
yeah. He's just a great competitor, isn't he?
He is. He's a beaut.
Yeah.
He's the best quick I've seen up here for a long time.
Yeah. And I guess the other guy was Harry Daly, who unfortunately had to go back for county cricket. Was it? There was a bit of a time frame that he had to get back home, or?
Yeah, apparently so. In the end, yeah, he was made to go back and do a month of pre-season training with the Worcester boys. So unfortunate for us, but I know he thoroughly enjoyed his time here, and he coached one of our junior sides, and the young blokes loved having him involved with them. So just a young bloke that was.
He was
really
only not very. What was he? 19-year-old, yeah.
Just a young lad, on his trade.
Yep. And he obviously had a few injuries early on in the year. He wasn't bowling a lot, was he?
Yeah, no, he had a side strain, so that sort of kept him out of action until the start of December. But
so when he wound up and was fit, did he get him through all right?
Yeah, he was slippery enough.
Yep.
Yeah, done enough with the ball. You can see how he takes wickets over in England in those conditions. He pitches it up and nibbles it around.
Yeah. I watched a few of his just highlights of his wickets. He skids them on more than he whereas Varner's all crease sort of
different.
Two different blokes, which is good to have that variety in your attack. I bet he would have. He would be hoping he would be out here today. He'd be watching.
Would have been nice. I reckon he would be. Yeah, he forged a couple of relationships with the boys.
Yep.
So I'm sure he's keeping a close eye on the way things are going.
We've got Alex Winwood to continue. He's got the figures of 2 for 11 off 11. Mark's come down and oh dear, he's hit it straight up in the air. Jordan Kelly's under it and he's taken the catch. It's a huge wicket for Ulverstone. Alex Winwood, like Josh said, he's stuck to the process. He's probably tossed that one up a little bit and Mark's tried to come down, hit him over long on, which is one of his favoured shots, but unfortunately this time it hasn't come off and he's had a leading edge and it's gone straight up. Oh boy, that's a big wicket. Definitely for Ulverstone, because Simo's the kind of guy who can put 50 or 60 on the board quite quickly, so now they're reeling at 7 for 90. Big wicket that one, Josh.
Absolutely. I don't think you can underestimate who's coming in as well. I think Hobbit and Robbo really took the game away from Burnie last week, looking at the scorecard, and they've done it to us a few times in previous seasons. So the boys will still have to be on their toes to make sure they restrict those runs and continue to put the pressure on Hobbit and Robbo when they come in.
Yeah.
I do like the Wingwood Hobbit matchup though starting. So
yeah,
I think Alex will stick to his guns and continue with these spinners predominantly the rest of this innings, I would have thought.
Yeah, whatever, we've got 55, you know, they've probably got a few of those giving you a ball again at 80, but the way they're going, they mightn't see that. You know, a very big wicket there for Ulverstone. Obviously, Nicky wanted to come down and, you know, like he has done the last few overs, him and Jonah have sort of put it back on Ulvie a bit, but that time it just didn't come off.
Yeah, that's it. That was the way he was playing, and you know, we've spoken about that, like him and Kingy, that's the way they've played and the way they've been successful recently, and obviously he felt pretty confident. You know, obviously hitting Brandon for a couple of fours that he wanted to, you know, get to Winwood a bit. Like I said before, really good captaincy from Alex to not change anything, not react to what the batsmen are doing, and yeah, just stick to what they're doing, and that's what happens. Being the position that Sheffield are in and the pressure that Ulverstone have created, that you can afford to do that.
No, spot on. So you reckon Alex and Brandon will just keep rolling through a few overs here, Josh? And
yeah, along with Snare, I reckon one of the offers will be off here shortly, and I reckon Jacob will be on. He bowls well to the lower order batsmen.
He comes in, just hones in on the pads, doesn't he? Yeah.
Continues to put pressure on and makes it hard for him to rotate the strike.
Yeah. Snare is always thereabouts. We spoke a little bit earlier about him, like just a great competitor, very experienced bowler. Not a big turn with the ball, but when he's got the ball in his hand, he's very, very effective.
He keeps things very, very simple, Jacob. With the bat or the ball.
Yep.
Doesn't miss his spot, and he doesn't stray too far away outside his off stump.
He just knows his game so well, doesn't he? So that's the end of over there from Winwood. 3 for 11 off 12 overs. Sheffield 7 for 90 off 56. Hayden Marshall get the score. Jonah Evans not out 11. A big 45 minutes here before the tea break. Sheffield will just continue to grind and hopefully the tail wags, whereas Ulverstone will be hoping to knock them over by tea. Just really stick to the process, do the basics well. They've bowled absolutely brilliant here today so far. Every bowler that's come on has seemed ready to go, straight on the mark. Jonah plays that one down to fine leg where he'll turn, he'll get 2 runs. Kobe Walmsley does the fielding down there. 2 to Jonah, he moves along to 13. Sheffield move along to 7 for 92. Well bowled. And Josh, you obviously worked with Eli. Has there been a bit of chat throughout the week?
No, not for me. I haven't been at work.
Oh, you've been off? Yep.
I've been away for the last 2 weeks. Called in to see him and the guys early in the week, but
yep.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy just to be playing in the grand final from the first conversation I had with him.
Yeah.
So it's
Missed
a big
out today,
achievement in
obviously.
himself.
Yeah.
They're bloody hard to play in. They're even harder to win. So there's.
Did you see his dismissal?
Oh no!
No, I didn't watch it.
Seen the replay on Frog Box tonight. Just sort of seen Winwood flying from
unreal.
Side.
Snared in the left.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're the sort of moments in grand finals that sort of tip things in your favour as well.
Yeah, they are. Then we've got Hayden Marshall, who we spoke about, who's opened the batting for Sheffield. He's batted at 3. He's done everything really up at the mountain. Obviously, he'll be put to work a bit later on today, I would have thought, with his craft with the swinging the ball around. But at the moment, that looks like it's turned a bit. They've come through for a single, so Hayden's off the mark. He'll also like to have a few more runs on the board to bowl at, would Hayden. Jonas swept that again. Played it really nicely out to Reece French at deep mid-wicket. Jordan Kelly's had a few rough throws come his way today at times. How's life treating you otherwise, Josh? You going alright, mate? Get down and watch a bit of footy throughout the year, or?
I'll try not to.
No.
I struggle to stand there and watch the footy these days. I much prefer to sit home on the couch and watch the AFL.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier. Winters are pretty ordinary down here, so.
And your good mate Jay Burton going around again, is he, for the Crows?
I think he's going to go around playing the twos, I believe.
Yeah, righty.
I think I've heard. Made a comeback for cricket this year.
Didn't see that. He got him over the line in the prelim, didn't he?
Prelim, yeah.
Couldn't do it in the grand final, though.
No.
Looked really solid here, Jonah, to start his innings. Obviously knows his game fairly well and know that, you know, he obviously plays the sweep shot pretty well, so waiting on those ones.
The way Jonah started, I reckon Alex would have to be thinking about Varner at some stage pretty soon before tea.
Yep.
Try and get him a little bit uncomfortable. Try and get that breakthrough to potentially skittle the last couple if they can.
Barner just seems to have that knack of just coming in and hit pegs as well, doesn't he? Like against Denbrook last week there, I just see he was honed in. I just watched a few of the replays of the wickets and was just all over the batsman.
And I think that's important to tailenders as well, is to, you know, have to make them play all the time and really attack their pads and stumps. And he does it better than anyone.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen a few more short balls from him this morning as well, to try and muck a bit of footwork up from the Sheffield batters. But there must have been enough in the wicket to continue to let him probe away at that length.
Up there, yeah.
And create those chances behind the wicket.
You know, Jordan Marshall, fair on the toe, third ball. So, yeah, just too quick from it seemed.
He's James Tyson.
Umpire O'Keefe had no hesitation to give him out. It's well played there by Aidan Marshall.
Good
We mentioned the bloke's name about an hour ago. I told him if he wanted to come down for a chat to jump on the Bass Highway. So we've got James Tyson's just walked into the box, ladies and gentlemen. Westbury Shamrock wig keeper, opening batsman, horse guru, owns 15 horses around Tasmania. Welcome, James.
Good afternoon. Good little drive down. There's some absolute warriors on the road at the moment, but got here safely.
Yeah, well, you've come from the rough end of the north, so you've got to remember that. And Westbury boys just through to another granny, mate.
Yeah, finished on top, made it easy for ourselves to get through. So looking forward to it next week.
It's a bit different because usually we sort of all this comp they start the same days and Cricket Tasman Premier League as well. So we haven't really been able to do none around the grounds.
No,
I think we're a week earlier maybe than the Cricket North this year.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but anyway, we'll be right. Another week off.
Yep. She's got Brandon King just making a couple of adjustments to the field. 2 out now. Obviously, Joan has shown a fair bit of intent sweeping so far this inning. So they've got Reece French at a mid-wicket and KB Walmsley deep back and square.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have kept one of them up and just enticed him a bit more to keep playing that shot.
And you've obviously played in a few grand finals, Josh. Is there one that sticks out, mate, as a favourite?
Oh, just the first one, I think.
Yep.
It was a bit of a drought-breaking grand final, so yeah, the first one probably by a fair way. They're all memorable nonetheless, but I think to break that drought is something that I hold pretty special.
How many years was it, the drought?
It was only about 15, but the drought I'm sort of referring to is the fact that we didn't win a game for 2 years and then were able to come through and have a pretty successful period.
Yep.
So it was nice to be able to contribute to that.
They're good then moments, not just for you guys, but the people around the club as well that have been through some tough times.
Yeah, 100%.
And since then, really, you haven't looked back. It's just been an absolute powerhouse of the competition.
Yeah, it's a hard culture to create, but
Yep.
I think probably James can relate to that too at Westbury. Once you do create it, it's contagious, and
Yeah.
you just have guys wanting to come and play with you to be a part of it. So
That's right.
once you do create it, it's easier to maintain because you have those guys that are willing to jump on board and continue that momentum.
It'd be like Geelong, it's a destination club, isn't it?
There's something similar driving down the highway.
That's I was about to say, that's the second time you've brought that up.
Oh, well,
you got to stop.
There's no under the table payments here.
I think there might be some under the table payments at Ulverstone. Oh, where's that gone?
Oh, no.
Dear, oh dear, that is not what they needed. That's a bad shot from Leighton Marshall, who's only faced a handful of balls. Leading edge caught by Toby Hutton at like a fly sort of slip there. A deepish, but it's a big wicket because we spoke about Aiden can bat. But he's got to go for one. Sheffield now 8 for 97. Thoughts on that, Josh? Just Brandon King, just his craft again.
Yeah, tough shot to play against a spin, especially when you've only faced half a dozen balls. I think he'd like to have his time again with that one.
Yeah, like you said, Gary, a bit different to the other spinners that they've got, that he actually turns it a bit. That there, if you're playing against the spin there and it turns a little bit, you're making it hard for yourself.
Yeah, much. Have you batted long enough, James, to face the spinners, mate? Or have you seen much of Brandon King?
I were premiership teammates down here at Latrobe a few years ago.
True,
so I faced a fair bit of him. I sort of been just getting to 30 and getting out this year, which is a bit frustrating. But anyway,
no, he gives it a good rep, and
sort of toss that one up a bit further, I think.
Yeah, but he's got it above the eye level, and Hobbits thought I'm going to have a crack at this one, and not to be. So it's the end of another over. Alex Winwood on now, and Sheffield really in a spot of bother at 8 for 97. Sam Robinson comes to the crease, who, like Aiden Marshall, has played some good innings at times for the Mountaineers. Today he will need to do that again if they're to post sort of 140, 150. Otherwise he might find himself out here bowling quite soon.
James off to watch the brother Stan playing his grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, we're trained in the morning, and then I'll flick over to Longford and watch probably a couple of hours, and then come back and turn the races on and have a punt.
Yeah.
But good luck to the Hadson boys tomorrow. Plenty of Westbury people getting about in both sides.
There isn't there?
Yeah.
Dickie Howe and these sort of blokes.
Yeah, Freak Williams and Josh Adams.
Yep. Well bowled there from Alex. I'd be surprised if they might put a short leg. Does Alex bowl much to a short leg, Josh, or not?
Yeah, at Ulverstone all the time.
Yep.
The colour of the wicket deters him from that at the moment.
Yep.
He does get spin and bounce though, Alex, when he's got nice rhythm and energy through the crease.
It's cut away. It's well fielded there by Matt Varner. He's definitely up for the fight today, is Varner. Bowled terrifically well early. He's been good in the field. Whether he gets another burst here, I'm not sure. I know if I was probably captain, I'd bring him on and just keep maybe one of the spinners going and bring Varner on from the other end to try and knock him over. Do you think that's what they might do, Josh, or they're just happy at the moment?
Yeah, I think they will. Yeah. I think these two will probably go for another 10 minutes or so and then give Varn potentially that 20 minutes before tea to try and wrap things up. He is good at doing it. He's uncomfortable to face, especially for another 9 or 10, so I expect to see it happening sometime soon.
And then do we expect that someone like a Braden de Vries, who's only here for today, will open the batting, or will he sort of come towards the top? Or
I hope so.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I think he's coming into 3 at the lowest anyway, so
yeah,
he potentially might slide up one spot.
Have you had much of a chat with Braden about that situation?
No, not directly.
No.
He loves playing cricket with Ulverstone when he does get the chance to. He's the ultimate team man. And I know he was disappointed with the way the roster's worked out this year, that they don't align, so he can potentially play if the Raiders don't go all the way. But yeah, he's thrilled to be playing today.
And he's done some good things throughout the year, hasn't he?
No, he's a gun.
With Raiders or second 11, or he's had a crack there with the. Well, it was like a community sort of carnival, wasn't it? He went away and made that 100.
Yeah, country championships,
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if you see the work he puts in, not just with cricket, but with his footy as well. He trains the house down in either sport. He does the extras. He's phenomenal.
He's obviously part of the state senior academy for the footy as well, so being able to juggle that along with his cricket commitments, certainly works very hard.
Bit like you, Tice. Bit like your football career, mate.
Nah, it's about over that.
Is it?
Yeah.
You've gone to Evandale?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm from 4-pointer now. Too many clubs. I'll be battling away at 12 o'clock, I reckon, this year.
Sorry, Turtle, we're going to have to leave you out, mate. We can't fit you in due to the points.
That's alright. Nah, Dornoff's. He hasn't told me that I'm missing out yet, but I've joined the dots.
And Evandale have been fairly busy on their recruitment drive as well in the off season.
It's very helpful that you got a guy like Lockie Dornoff. Blokes want to come and play with him, so
good.
You get a good coach, and you get some good players to follow.
Yep.
Couldn't get your brother there?
No, you blokes have got him down here, I think. So we did try, but he likes it down here too much with Butsy and Kel and Ward and the boys.
Good, so Winwood's going to continue. Sheffield still 8 for 97 after 61 overs. Jonah Evans and Sam Robinson at the crease. Jonah's on 17. Sam's yet to score. How's the horses going, James? You got a few, mate? A couple of donkeys, a couple okay?
Yeah, we've got an okay one in tonight.
Yep.
Glory Mission. He runs at about 9 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, rightio. Get on it.
$2.30. He's a bit short, but
been to $1.70 now, mate.
He goes all right.
It's flat. Jonas helped us on its way down towards fine leg. It'll be at least 2. I think that's all it's going to be. 2 runs to the score. Sheffield 8 for 99. No good about inevitable, mate. That was a sad day for Tassie racing.
Yeah, it was one of the best days in the race course that I've ever had until that.
Yep.
That was bloody sad.
For the plane miss there. Yeah, no good. That obviously been a great horse in Tassie for however long, and sad way to end.
Yeah, that's right.
Gunship might go that way, but it might be different circumstances.
Yeah, he probably needs to pick up a couple of lengths.
Slided nicely there by Winwood. Well played by Jonah. De Vries at mid-off. And at Ulverstone there, Josh, you got the 2s and the juniors. Obviously the 2s missed out this year, but the juniors, there's plenty of kids and that's still playing there at Ulverstone.
Yeah, our second grade was littered with under 16 guys coming in and out of that side for most of the year, so the 16s played off in the grand final. They got soundly beaten by Devonport, but they improved throughout the year and were lucky enough to make a grand final. So Alex Wingwood coached that side along with help from Mark Herbst, and they done a terrific job.
Yeah, beautiful. Winnie loves it, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He's put his hand up to do a lot of that off-field sort of stuff this year, which is nice to see.
And no women's side there, do they? Haven't had for a couple of years?
No, we haven't got one at the moment, unfortunately.
So we've got 62 overs down here at Latrobe.
We've got a change in the bowling. Thought it might have been Varner coming back, but we've got Snarey on.
Shaded Snare.
Snare. Be looking to trap a couple on the pads, I reckon. He'll be drifting him into Robbo's front mattress. He bowled this end earlier in the day, so he's changed ends.
Interesting, Josh. I know you would have liked to have seen Varner come here.
Yeah, funnily enough, Varner's been warming up for that entire last over, so whether he's going to come from Alex's end or not, I'm not real sure.
Not much of a breeze out there either today, is there?
still expect Barn to finish before tea.
Yep.
Whether it's for 1 or 2 overs or not.
I think you've already got 25 minutes with that option of, do they play the extra half hour, the 9 down?
Not sure.
No. Jacob Snare would love a wicket here, I reckon. Snare he had some travelling plans, didn't he? He was going to go and do a bit.
Yeah, he was. He still is.
Yep.
They're sort of planning to book. They're planning to go in the end of July now.
Yeah, okay.
So lucky for us that they'd enabled him to play the back end of the season.
Yeah.
There's certainly some big shoes to fill if he had have left in early February, which was their initial plans.
And especially with you missing out as well, like, you know, it's hard enough having you not out there for the Alvey boys, but to lose both would have been, I mean, they've obviously got depth to cover, but just experience, you can't buy that when it comes to finals.
No, you can't. You can't, but I think this group of guys that we've got, with the addition of Vincent and Brandon King, I think that goes a long way into having that calming effect within the group.
Barner's got the hat off here, mate. He's coming on from this end.
Beautiful.
As he do his little run up there, mate. He does a bit of a dance.
A couple of side steps there. The marquee's run.
He looks ready to go. He's got 3 for not many, so he'll be pushing hard for a 5 I would have thought. 3 for 18 off 13 overs. Matthew Varner. So the Cricket North semis tomorrow, James. Who's playing in that one?
Mowbray and Riverside at Riverside tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah, so that'll be a good game, I reckon.
Fairly even battle. Mowbray are quite young.
Yeah, they are. They got some serious talent.
Yep.
And they got some good talent in the Raiders too, so was able to get through and the Raiders get beat. They got a few nice ins.
There's a couple back. Who did they get back from the Raiders?
Lockie Clark.
Yes. Yep.
I think Spinksy as well.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that might be it, or it might be a batter as well to come in.
And it was Riverside, you said?
Yep.
And they'd be the same, obviously.
Yeah, they'd get Cooper Anthony's back.
Yeah. O'Connor? No, is he?
Not sure.
No.
Not sure, but yeah, hope not. But
you might say I might slide to 7 today.
No, that's all right. I'll go out there. She'll be right, sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, good man. Varner to Jonah. Spells that short of a length, but one thing we spoke about, he just seems like he's always at you, isn't he, Varner? Like, he doesn't give you much, doesn't give you many bad balls, if any.
The first season he was here, I thought he bowled a little bit short. He probably didn't have the pads and the stumps into play enough, but I think he's adjusted beautifully over the last couple of years, especially with the amount of wickets he's taken. I reckon 90% of the ones he takes now are all bowled or LBW.
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier. Yeah.
Unreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's pretty settled here in Tassie life.
Yeah, just recently married.
Yeah, rightio. Yep.
Yeah, he settled down nicely for us.
How good.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky with that one.
Yeah. And was he an electrician or something? No.
Nah, Ben May from the Northern Territory.
Benny May, that was that bloke, yeah.
Sparky, yeah.
So what does Matthew do for a living?
He works for his father-in-law at Turner Plus Construction.
Yep.
Worked himself into a job there.
Oh,
that one.
Gee, that hasn't got up much.
Kept low.
Don't reckon it's missed off stump by much either. Haven't seen many of them, so I wouldn't read too much into the wicket playing any tricks, but yeah, that one's just stayed a little bit low. Snare and Varner here through to tee. Yep. Settle into their work. 20 minutes. 21 minutes till the tea break. He's flashed at that and he's missed out. Jonah, I must admit, has looked quite comfortable at the crease. He's come in, he's played a couple of good shots, showed some good intent.
Yeah, he's looked really confident.
Yeah. That one was obviously there, he just missed out on it. If he gets anything on that, she's either over the slips or 3 point for a boundary. This bloke, he's a machine. How good is it just to watch a fast bowler go about his work like this bloke does? How'd he go in the nets, mate? Does he take it easy on a few who's in the nets?
Luckily for us, he doesn't bowl much in the nets.
Yeah, right.
He probably looks after about his confidence as much as anyone with that.
Just thinking of training there indoors, you got him and Harry Daly charging there. It wouldn't do much for your confidence, I wouldn't have thought.
It's absolutely horrible.
Try and keep him fresh for the weekends, eh?
That's it.
Played. You faced Varner, obviously, James, you would have done?
Yeah.
This year in the Greater Northern stuff?
Yeah. No, he's probably one of the pick of the bowlers in the competition down here and probably overall.
Who's the players to watch next week in the Westbury side, mate? Big Humie just doing what he does best.
Oh, he's probably listening to this, so...
Is he? Yeah, well done on your 200th as well, Humie, a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the big fella. He's coming off a fifer against Lonnie on the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, really.
I'm sure Mad Monday's a better place when he's around.
Yeah, he's always up there in the votes, the big fella. He's he always likes to take a bit of the piss out of himself, so...
Still bowling all right though, obviously.
Yeah. He turns on glass, he likes to tell people. Nice shot,
That's
Robbo.
a great shot by Sam Robinson. It's going to find its way to the boundary. That's 4. He's going back and cut that.
That's the 100 up for Sheffield.
8 for 103.
I reckon at 4 for 1 this morning, if you said they were getting to 100, they probably would have taken that at that stage.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Alvy's still well on top, but these lower order runs are very handy. And Robbo can hold the willow. Snare just dropped one a little bit short there, Josh. Don't see it very often.
Very unlike Jacob. He'll get back into his work here, I would have thought.
Yep.
Try and put the clamps on and probably let Barn do his thing from the other end.
Hollywood playing for you guys?
Yeah, he's missed out in Raiders selection this week.
Yep.
So yeah, he'll be. I suppose he'll be in our side next week.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good to have him back.
Yeah, he's a good all-round cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah. Good fella. Good all-round cricketer.
Yeah, the big Matty battle fine life at Trevellyn.
Yeah, good until he walked past Stanley on the weekend. I don't think he was too happy to that, but he walked past a bloke, doesn't spin it, so...
I've seen a few blokes when they get out and they throw a bit of gear, but Matty Battle's right up there with an angry man.
I've seen him rip the flaps off his pads before. You might think I'm joking, but I'm not.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't want a bat throw.
I've actually seen that wicket. He didn't look overly happy with the decision.
Oh, well, that's the concrete, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It was probably his own teammate that gave him out at square leg.
Matthew Varner charging in here to Jonah Evans. Lovely shot through the covers. I don't think it'll make it to the boundary line. Braden DeVries gives chase. And they get back for 2.
how would you go about facing Varner? Josh, well, what would your plan be to him?
Defend the stumps as much as I could.
Yep.
If I've got anything I could throw any hands at within reason, I'd be trying to put him under some sort of pressure, knowing that he's probably got that ball that's got everyone's name on it. But I'd definitely be trying to score off him on the balls that were within my capabilities, I think.
Yep.
Seems to be just that guy that once he gets into the rhythm, he's in the zone, isn't he?
He doesn't give much away.
No. He doesn't seem to say a lot either. Like he just goes about his business. Like
he is crabby enough.
Does he? Yeah.
If you can get him into a fight, you might be able to get a few more balls to score off.
Yeah, gotcha.
He might go shorter and faster and really get you into a contest.
It's a good bounce up. All ducked under by young Evans. The first year he came, he was obviously fairly lively and that, and said a bit, but yeah, just in that, like, there was a few moments earlier where he had a bit to say, but most of the time he's just back to the end of the mark and go again.
Yeah, he's definitely calmed down.
Yep.
I reckon you can be pretty calm when you've skittled the first 3 or 4 for not many. Probably don't need to get too crabby. Which he's done the last 2 weeks. Obviously he went through Devonport last week as well. 10 for the match for under 30, I think, or about 30.
Yeah, he summed the wicket up well. He knew it was stumps and the pads that were going to be into play. And he's as good as anyone at hitting them as well. So mix it up with the odd short ball to mess up their footwork, and then really honed in on the pads and the pegs.
So we've got 14 or 15 minutes before the tea break. Olsen really pushing hard here to bowl Sheffield out before tea on day 1. It's well played again from Jonah. The grand final, Cricket North, is that NTCA ground, is it still?
Nah, it's been moved to Invermay Park this year.
Is that Invermay Park? Yeah, okay.
No, they weren't happy with the surfaces the last couple of years, so they've moved it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I really like that. I'd like a bit of tradition.
Yep.
But yeah, Invermay Park's a great place to play cricket.
NTCA is just one of them grounds where it's a beautiful cricket ground, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Like, it's historical and no, I like playing cricket there.
What is it? The pitch that's deteriorated, or?
Oh, that's what they probably reckon. But the Invermay Park's probably the best ground to play at. But it also probably doesn't have the stands for the people to come and sit on.
No, and you can't really drive.
No.
You can drive in there a little bit, but it's not the same. Probably just parked around it. 66 overs gone here at Latrobe. Sheffield 8 for 105. Jonah Evans not out 21 off 65 balls. Sam Robinson not out 4 off 18 balls. Jacob Snare continuing from the Gilbert Street end. Bowling to Sam Robinson. Oh, he's flied that one up beautifully. I reckon he's actually turned that one.
I think he actually turned it.
Did he?
Yeah,
or it hit something. It must have hit something.
He's pretty crafty with the way he changes his pace, Jacob.
Yeah, that was a beauty. And just little things like that, it just puts a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, doesn't it? That maybe Snary's going to turn a couple now, or then he'll get one that will slide on. And he's definitely good at what he does. I've always cut that one again, but straight to DeVries. Peppers it into Kelly. Played by Sam Robinson.
He's doing a good job here.
Just trying to get through to tea, the Sheffield boys. Reset. A little bit slower again, just mixing it up.
Obviously the focus here for Sheffield, try and get through to tea, but then also to get another 20 to 30 runs at least to give their bowlers something to bowl at. Ulverstone obviously the wicket at Ulverstone wasn't that great last week, but they're only coming off making 100, so you would hope that there's a little bit of doubt in their minds going into bat that Sheffield, if they can post 130, 140, that they will have a little bit of self-belief that they could, keep them under that.
And so Devonport knocked Alvey off, didn't they? The
week before,
the week before, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think the wicket was anything wrong with the wicket at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's some pretty ordinary batting from both parties, from what I've seen, and some good bowling from Varner and Toby Bellchambers on Devonport's behalf.
Toby got 7 for it, didn't he?
Yeah, bowled beautifully, created enough chances early. But yeah, I just think finals pressure.
It is different, isn't it?
I think probably between the four of us, we've all played enough grand finals to know that probably anything over 120 is a competitive total in the grand final. And once you've got runs on the board, you're always in the game, especially when there's 3 days of cricket to be played.
Oh, and that's it. And that even today, you know, when Ulverstone, if they do, which it looks like they will get a chance to bat, there's still, you know, over 2 days left. So, like we'd mentioned before, there's been plenty of finals in, like you said, outright victories that you could lose first innings, still win outright.
Always just falling short. It's a big little matchup, Varner v Robinson.
Yeah, just wondering when we'll see that one that's a bit fuller of a length at the stumps. He's been sort of just on off, just outside off.
Jack Pearce and Toby Hutton, they've sort of, you know, cemented their spot in the top order there, haven't they? Like as young blokes, good young blokes coming through.
They have, much like Alex, they do a lot of work off the field now as well within the club. So it's nice to see them getting a little bit of reward on the field. They both do extras outside of training. They're continually hitting balls. I expect the two of them to both have massive breakout years in the next couple of seasons coming. Jack's still only 21 and Toby's only 18, so they're both very young in their A-grade career.
It's a good ball from Varner. Yeah, it just seems like it's a really good mix, a good mix of ages and experience. You know. And Sheffield are the same, I think. Like they've got some good young blokes and some experienced guys. I think overall the two sides match up very evenly.
Yeah, it's been funny over the last few years. It seems to be Ulverstone has a good matchup against Sheffield. Sheffield has a good matchup with Burnie, and Burnie have the good matchup with Ulverstone. It's sort of been those three teams over the last sort of 3 or 4 years that have continually sort of battled it out for those top 3 spots.
A bit of a slow ball.
That was.
It looked a bit different, but
that was probably the one that.
Block hole material. We got 8 minutes. Thought I might have seen Reece bowl a little bit more than he has, but obviously the other guys have done their job.
It's been used sparingly most of the year, Reece. Alex tends to go to his spinners a lot, particularly playing at Ulverstone, which has probably been to the detriment of Reece's bowling this year, of having the 3 spinners in our team. He probably hasn't bowled the overs he would have liked, but I don't think that'll worry him too much as long as things go his way.
Were you surprised to see him open the bowling this morning, or you expected that?
I had a pretty long conversation with Alex last night about trying to get Reece involved in the grand final. It's easy for him to sort of get a little bit disorientated when he's waiting to get involved. So to see him bowl those couple of overs, and it looked like he bowled quite well in his 2 spells as well. Got a big wicket. He did the same thing in last year's grand final as well. He's built for these sort of games as well. He thrives on the attention and the guys looking at him. So after that wicket, I expect him to have a pretty good contribution throughout this grand final.
Yeah, you got Alex out, and then he was done. So obviously, and was talking. You know, that they probably spoke a bit too. Them two throughout the week, quite good mates, and so a little one-on-one battle sometimes. Jacob Snare to continue. The Gilbert Street end. We've got about 5 minutes left. Probably enough time for this one and Varner. Maybe another one, depending how it goes. Just going back to cut that. Wasn't overly short. Jonah was definitely, he looked solid, had good intent. Get through for a single there. Toby Hutton does the fielding. Sheffield 8 for 107, approaching tee on day 1 of the Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Jordan Kelly's had a good year as well, hasn't he, Josh? Like behind the stumps and opening the batting.
Yeah, he's got himself super fit this year as well, which I think has played a big part in that. He used to hit balls flat out in previous seasons, where this year he's sort of taken it to a minimalistic approach and hit balls until he's hit them well and then sort of got out of it.
That's well fielded there. Matthew Varner again, the competitor. The boys get around him. He's saved a couple of runs. It's the end of the over. Sheffield 8 for 108 after 69 overs. With 2 overs to go before tea, I reckon.
Depends how much gardening the batsmen do this over. Surely that's what you'd be trying to do here, Josh. You'd be trying to make this the last one.
I would be, yeah. I'm trying to get off strike if I was one on strike at the moment and letting Jonah do all the work.
Yep.
Tuxie wants him off. He's got the wheelbarrow and the line marker out.
Ready to go, he is.
The great man over there, who ran behind the bowler's arm with the blower a short time ago.
Couple of dollars.
That's a short bouncer. Robinson plays it quite well. Through to Kelly. Bit of grunt behind that one.
Bit of grunt, but probably a waste, I reckon. Last over before tea. Probably want to make him play at all of them, I would have thought.
I reckon this one will be, he might go short, full maybe. He might have a bit of a plan. The full one. Snare throws the stumps down. Evans in his crease. So we've got 3 minutes. Might be the last. I reckon there'll be time for one more. Bloke like Jono Chapman, mate, you'd love to have him in your side for the grand final, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Like you're sort of cheering against the Raiders to get beat tomorrow, but you also want them to win.
Oh, that's a good ball.
It's an appeal.
Played and missed.
If he's not there, he's not there. But if he is there, he's there. And he's a bloody anti-cricketer.
I don't know if Lee Gidders will be listening today, but shout out to Giddo. Hope he's doing all right.
Shout out to the Git, man. The lethal.
Whatever he may be.
He'd be causing havoc somewhere.
Played a bit of cricket at Westbury, hasn't
he? Yeah. Played a fair bit of cricket at Sheffield too, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a couple of years there. Yeah, come down the highway. That one's left alone there by Robinson. Matthew Varner, who has been on song today, he's got the figures of 3 for 21 in his 17th over. Still finds himself charging in, giving 110%. Oh, that's cut him in half. It's done a little bit. I haven't seen a lot of that today, but that one's looks like it's done a fair bit off the wicket. Cut young Sam Robinson fair in half.
One ball left before tea. Let's see what Varner can do here.
Over 329. Jonah doing a little bit of gardening.
And Tuxie's ready to go.
Yeah.
He's not letting him bowl one more over.
He's nearly halfway out there.
Just thereabouts again is Varner.
Here we go, it's ticked over 3:30.
Over 3:30, so that's tea. Everyone tuning in the grand final. Sheffield 8 for 108 after 70 overs. Ulverstone still on top, but Sheffield showing a little bit of fight. I'd like to thank Nick Azartides for doing some commentary with me today. Josh Walmsley for popping in for a chat, mate. Really appreciate it, mate. Obviously, you'd rather be out there playing, but it's great to have your expertise in the box for an hour or so. Wish you all the best with your recovery, mate, and over the next few days, whatever you may be doing, watching the boys, and to James Tyson for driving down, knocked off work early, mate, and got on the highway and come and say good day. Appreciate it.
No worries at all, fellas.
Beautiful.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. We'll be back in about half hour with the last session.
You're in here.
It's going well.
Gary, you're going to listen to you?
Welcome back to the Latrobe Recreation Ground. We're just about to start the third session of play here on the opening day of the Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. My name's Brad Cole. Great to be in the commentary box once again for Cricket Northwest grand final weekend. Joined by Gary Miles, who's done the job over the first two sessions. Gaz, another action-packed first two sessions, unfortunately, mate.
You're not wrong. She was all go early, but we spoke a bit about it. But grand finals bring that pressure at times, and Matthew Varner was on the money, and Reece French as well there early to have Sheffield reeling at 4 for 1.
Yeah, so at lunch, for those who have just joined us, might have been at work during the day, Sheffield won the toss, decided to bat first. As Gary just said, they lost 4 for 1 as Matthew Varner ripped through the top order with the new ball on a pitch that still has a nice little tinge of green on it. Sheffield got to 5 for 37 at lunch, 8 for 108 at tea, with Jonah Evans currently 23 not out. He's looked quite good for his 23. Sam Robinson not out on 5. Pick of the bowlers, Alex Winwood, the Alby captain, 3 for 14 off his 15 overs of spin. And Matthew Varner, the opening quick, 3 for 21 off 17. But it'd be fair to say, Gary, the Sheffield batsmen got themselves into some good positions during that second session, but probably just gave their wickets away a little bit too cheaply.
There was, mate. There was a couple of bad shots there at probably the wrong time. Obviously Simo did a bit of work to get to where he was, did some hard work and leading edge one up in the air, and then Aidan Marshall as well, who probably wasn't set, went for a big shot, and then you got Ethan Clark a bit earlier on that was looking on top of the game and come down the wicket and got stumped. So there's probably 3 that stand out, blokes that probably didn't get out to good bowling. But this little period here is going to be very interesting. We've got Reece French starting from the Gilbert Street end.
So he'll be bowling to Jonah Evans, who, as I said, resumes on 23 not out, and has made some nice runs after Christmas in the 2 days. He's a batsman of some promise, and Sam Robinson down the other end, he's no stranger to making runs in grand finals. He's done it before during his Devonport days, certainly made some key runs in second grade grand finals, and has helped Sheffield's lower order out on many occasions to post a competitive score. So
the best thing about Robbo is just a true competitor, whether he's got ball in hand with the bat or in the field. So,
and French beats the bat first up.
A couple of words as well for the young Jonah. Welcome back after tea, mate.
He's certainly looking a bit sharper, Reece, than what he did a few months ago after his shoulder. After he had a dicky shoulder, he was
that there come through quite well.
He was bowling a half rat power, it'd be fair to say, when he first return to the bowling crease.
I reckon he might have said, do you think that might have been a Tim Tam come down the wicket? Not a Kookaburra. We've got James Tyson here still with us, boys, ladies and gentlemen, for the half hour or so after tea, so before James has to head back north.
Good to see James.
Australian mode, right?
So French in again. Short of a length. Evans up on the toes there.
Very compact. He's a very well organised player, Jonah. Played some good attacking shots early on in his innings, but now he sort of probably has to be the senior guy. I know Robbo's a bit more experienced, but Jonah's probably got the runs on the board here at the moment, so he has to put the bad ball away when it comes.
So if the Mountaineers can eke out around 150 here, something like that, I'll certainly put a little bit of pressure back onto Ulverstone, who have certainly been poor the last couple of weeks with the bat. Evans tucks that one off the hip nicely, just plays that in front of square, helps himself to an easy single, moves on to 23, and the score 8 for 109. But yeah, grand final runs, unless if you can get them on the board, that's a start.
That's right. You've got to give them something to chase, and 4 for 1, they could have easily been bundled out for 50, but they've actually grafted out and grinded to about 110 now. So
yeah, they probably wouldn't mind a little 5-10 over spell at Ulverstone tonight if they could. But still, there's some runs to get.
There is, yeah.
And while these two are at the crease, there's certainly some hope that they can certainly add to their current score.
And Braden DeVries obviously is only here today, so he's not here over the weekend.
Do you think that had a little bit to do with Mark Simmons' decision to bat first today, take DeVries out of the game?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they've been batting well, Sheffield, so I reckon he's just had faith in his to get through, to work hard, to get through that early stage where the wicket's doing a bit, and then put a total on the board. Hasn't obviously gone to plan, but
no, just lost a few too many early against the irresistible force that is Matthew Varner at the moment, who's for the second grand final in a row taking wickets for fun.
He definitely loves the occasion.
He does. Another good ball there from French. Drew Robinson forward, beat the bat through to Jordan Kelly behind the stumps. But Robbo's still there, and so is Sheffield. 8 for 109 off 71 overs, so by no means is the run rate. It's hardly got above 2 above day, and a lot of the days it's only just been above 1. But after when you start at 4 for 1, it's all about survival after that. And
I reckon Reece has taken his run up back a few steps.
I think he's certainly bowling a little bit sharper and a little bit of a longer run up than what he has for most of the season, I reckon.
Kind of looks like he's coming downhill and Varner's pushing up it, but maybe not that.
The coach has pulled rank on his big quick.
Matthew Varner will be looking for wickets 4 and 5 here. I would have thought he'd be honing it in the stumps.
So in comes Varner from the last straight end. Oh, and Evans tried to leave, but just got a bottom edge on that one. Dribbled safely there to the fielder there. It's as second slip, I think it's Winwood there.
Second, yep.
They're the ones you just wish to go between Gully and second slip for a couple.
Yeah. It'd be nice just to pick up a few cheapies.
Yeah.
Varner again, nice drive there by Evans, but Varner tidies up in his runner, his follow through.
How was the day at work, Brad?
Oh, I started off a bit brisk. I was a bit worried I might not get here for the third session, but the quotes dried up a little bit after lunch, so good. Quickly shut the computer down at 3:30 and toddled off.
Oh,
I must say, I was a little bit busy on the text this morning. People trying to work out why the scores weren't working properly.
Yeah, something was going on there later.
We had a few internet issues with the scorers up there in the box, but it's all been rectified now. It's ticking over nicely, so...
I had a couple of people message me. I said, I'm sorry, nothing to do with me.
And then I had the obligatory message from Guy Chalky Gray, who clearly has... Well, he claims he's got an iPhone 4 and cannot find any... Has no internet on his phone, cannot find any scores. So
come on, Chalk.
Got the obligatory... What's the score, Knackers, of Chalky?
Slower ball there from Varner.
Saw Chalky picked up another wicket-keeping award in the BCL awards night the other night.
Originally he got the A reserve into a grand final tomorrow. Good luck, Chalk.
Yeah, no, we'll have some updates from the Burnie Cricket League finals tomorrow. I think A grade's up at Rihanna.
It is, yeah. Yep.
That'll be a big day up at.
Will be.
Up at Rihanna.
Rihanna v Stowport.
None of the cows will be getting fed for a while up there for that Rihanna salute.
That's a short one. Played well by Jonah. And he's got to be probably 2 or 3 over burst here from Varner. Maybe 4 overs. Just to try and get a couple of breakthroughs. And they might revert back to spin. Winwood and King
Snare.
You know,
it's a handy spin trio, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't. You're fortunate that most times to have one good spinner in your team. I've obviously got 3 good ones.
3 really good spin bowling. A nice shot there from Jonah Evans. Finds Jacob Snare at mid-off. You know James is a Essendon supporter as well, Brad.
Oh, we won't be talking. No, it's still cricket season. It's still cricket season. There's no need to talk football at the moment.
Yeah, I blame my mother every year that the mighty Dons go around. She's an Essendon supporter.
We're just full of ordinary at the moment, James. Just full of B and C grade talent.
Yeah. The worst thing is a pain to see great talent.
Yeah, that's the great. It was either Tiger Dowling or Putt McCarthy said you're paying champagne money to beer footballers.
Yeah, and we've got plenty of light beer.
Yeah, yes. Some of it might be alcohol free. Anyway, back on the cricket, it's French coming in from the Gilbert Street end. Down leg side of Robinson works that off his hip. He'll get one.
At least one is.
And that'll do as Varner comes around quickly at fine leg there. Just keep it to 1.
At this stage of the game, that's all they need to do.
Yeah, it's just ones and twos. They don't need to be boundary hunting. It's just time at the crease and just eke that score up run by run and make the bowlers tired out there. Keep them out there all day. So French again just strays on the leg peg slightly, but
Kobe Walmsley there does the field.
Can't beat Walmsley there. Walmsley picked up. No, he hasn't got a wicket today, Walmsley.
No.
But bowled quite tidily. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27.
Yeah, it was just probably two overs there. Went for a couple of boundaries each over. But other than that, he was on the money.
Oh, French gets the edge.
Just fell short of Winwood at second slip. It's well bowled. A genuine nick, just didn't carry.
He's opened up well here after tee, French. Beat the bat a couple of times. Now found the edge. So just a pretty regulation field at the moment for French. 2 slips of gully, point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
You know, he seems to be in a fairly good rhythm at the moment, does Reece? Bowling some good areas.
Not bowling too short. I think the knock on Reece sometimes he just gets a little bit carried away with the short pitch stuff. And most coastal cricket pitches probably don't have enough pace in them to warrant bowling real short stuff. There hasn't been too many bowlers in the last 10 years that could really sustain a good short pitched attack. Oh,
it's very full and he's dug it out.
That was zeroing in on his toes Evans done a good job to get a piece of willow onto that. And he picks up another single, moves up to 25 and the score 8 for 111. Aaron Doodah McCall was probably the last bloke who could sustain a genuine bouncer attack on you.
Coming down the hill there at West Park, or Les Clark, either or.
Big shout out to China if he's watching in WA. Still plays a bit of cricket, I think, China, for his club over there.
Still over there in Perth, yeah. Still using the old stick, I reckon, the V, whatever it was, that old bat he had.
The old pigskin.
Yeah.
It's a horrible looking bat, that thing. Horrible looking bat. Ended over here at Latrobe, 73 in the books. Sheffield tick along to 8 for 111. This partnership now worth 14 between Evans and Robinson. Aidan Marshall, the last batsman out, caught Hutton bowled Brandon King. As we said before, if you're just joining us, Sheffield won the toss, decided to bat first. In all sorts of trouble in the opening overs, crashed to 4 for 1 as Matthew Varner and Reece French grabbed the 4 wickets there. 5 for 24 and Ethan Clark was out stumped by Jordan Kelly off the bowling Winwood.
A bit of discussion down here as well between Winwood, Snare and Varner. Maybe just about Varner's going to bowl another one. He's going to now, but there was a bit of a chat there for a bit.
I don't know whether it's maybe bringing in a little fielder in close or something, just to hurry over there.
7 overs to go to the new ball.
Actually got a message too, Coley, from Ajay Clayton. He said there's 2 grand finals at Rihanna tomorrow.
There is, yes.
A grade and B grade.
Dear me.
That's close.
Just outside the line. Umpire Scott Pearce says not out. Yeah,
I didn't know. It's a big weekend up there at Rihanna.
Big week, yeah. No, good luck getting a potato off any farmer tomorrow. She's
yeah. All the best, Jai. And your cricketing grand final tomorrow, mate. Go well.
I say Rihanna Cricket Club, one of the great cricket clubs in Tasmania.
Payne played a game with them a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he went up there for a sponsor tonight. He was supposed to be, I think Punter was supposed to be up there too, but he had to pull out Punter. So just Payne, but I think Payne contributed with the bat. Currently, nice shot there by Evans, but
straight to DeVries and cover.
Tom Triffett, former Tasmanian player, currently up there plying his trade, made the
he's going well.
Taking a few wickets as well, Triff.
That was a few offies.
Yeah, on top of making a truckload of runs up there. Be nice to see someone like Triff in Cricket Northwest competition.
It would be, yeah.
He's still young enough. He's certainly he's nowhere near retirement age yet, but just enjoying life on the farm is Triff at the moment. Oh, good ball there from Varner. Evans got beaten on the outside edge here, but just feel Varner's just angling them in there and just slightly nibbling them away. Just bowls nice and tall at the crease there and just extracts any movement that he can. But as you said, this ball probably won't be too damaged, given that even though it's 74th over,
it still looks pretty good.
It's only gone for 111 runs on a very lush outfield and pretty good square as well. So you'd think it's still been pretty good nick as Evans pushes that one out towards cover, no run.
Chatting a bit earlier about Simsy, mate, just produces the goods year in, year out, doesn't he?
I'm sure he would have been slightly frustrated that he lost a fair chunk of yesterday afternoon because there's just a bit of light. It was certainly nothing heavy. It was just light enough that had to keep the covers on for most of the afternoon. So that would have frustrated him a little bit.
Big slow ball.
That was a big loopy slower ball that ended up being a thigh-high full toss and probably surprised Evans a little bit. He wasn't quite sure what to do with it. And all he did was just poke it out towards point. But yeah, no, Simsy's, I think this week it'll be very nice to bat on tomorrow after a day of sunshine on it.
Yeah, me and James were having a chat out there at tea and thought, I'd like to come out here tomorrow and bat and Sunday as well. It just holds together so well. our evening Sunday, like we spoke about, if Sheffield were to get behind the game and have to chase a couple of hundred or something like that, just I think the game will go deep.
Yeah, I think it will now. I'd be very shocked if it was all over by tomorrow night. 74 overs gone here at Latrobe Recreation Ground in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Sheffield 8 for 111 as they try and just recover somewhat from a disastrous morning. Evans on 25, looking quite good out there. Sam Robinson providing nice support on 6.
There's a good battle going on at the moment.
Yeah.
French coming again.
As I said, that new ball, only 6 overs away, so Olsen have certainly been bowling well with the old ball after tea, but you'd think they will take the new ball. Wow, great shot there by Robinson. Got up on the toes, cut it behind point. I think it's Hutton, Jack Pearce chasing after it. He was
keeps it to 2.
I thought Robbo got a little bit more purchase on that. Airfield's
might have held
not
up a
too
little.
bad. Yeah, I think
might be a bit more edgy than what we thought.
Yeah, maybe
the
rain yesterday just made it a little bit lusher than what we thought it might have been. But seems you'll have that mower ready to go as soon as Stumps is called. We'll come and cut it. Oh, good comeback there from French. He was short and wide the previous ball. That was a lovely Yorker length delivery, which Robbo...
He played it quite well with the shovel out, dug it out.
Yeah, I thought Ulverstone might come out after tea and roll spin from both ends to get through the 10 overs to get the new ball, but maybe it's reverse swinging out there.
Yeah. French again, really asking some questions here of Sam Robinson. There hasn't been too much where the batsman's just been able to confidently leave out well outside off stump. It's been
making him play.
The vast majority of deliveries have been at the stumps and making the batsman play. Got a good little crowd rolling up for the last session here at Latrobe. Everyone's starting to knock off work, come down for a beverage or two. Oh, another great delivery there from French. How did Robinson dig that one out?
That is a great ball. He's done well to dig it out,
and get one for it as well.
Yeah. Side edge down the fine leg.
Again, I thought that ball might have gone to the boundary, but pulled up a couple of metres short, so certainly the batsman going to have to do a little bit of running here. There's no easy boundaries.
So handy lower order runs for the Mountaineers at the moment. Just ticking them over. Well played, very solid.
Yeah, it's great. Lovely looking forward defence. That from Evans. Showed the stickers of the bat there. And now, speaking of stickers, have we got the great stick man Stephen Adkins?
No, he told me he's lost his voice.
He's lost his voice. It's amazing. It's amazing how many blokes are full of chat during the season. Then you ask him, "Would you like to come into the commentary box?" And I was, "Oh no, I couldn't do that. Oh no."
I reckon he would have found his voice last night watching the Blues.
I reckon.
And he probably lost his voice from the week before watching the Blues. Anyway, g'day Stickman if you're tuning in, mate. Hope you're well.
I've got a few guests lined up for tomorrow. I think Michael Bishop's making his
he's
annual. He's been in.
Bishop's been in, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he came in. I don't know, extended lunch break, and then he had to go back and do a bit.
I think James Smith, former Ulverstone player and Cricket Northwest board member, coming in tomorrow. And Tim Irvine,
the Beeve.
The Beeve is
might need to get a high stool in here for Beaver to see out the window.
He was looking forward to making his commentary debut at the Beeve.
Just had a message from a young David Croswell up in Queensland, Coley.
Oh yes,
enjoying the live stream and commentary up here in Queensland. Keep up the good work, boys.
We've only just finished cleaning that minibus Crosby after that Jamie Cox plate trip down over.
Oh, poor old Crosby. We've never seen him back since then.
He was just a little bit crook, the poor boy.
That ruined
on that
him.
trip.
Seemed to ruin a few blokes, them trips.
I'm glad they don't exist anymore.
Oh, you done the hammy there?
I think French pulled up a bit.
Oh,
That's all there.
That toe. The toe went through the end of the foot, maybe.
Just keep an eye on this. I'll try the Ulverstone coaches just feeling it a bit there.
A lot of the fast bowlers, you see, not the races fast, but they cut the end out of the shoe, don't they?
Craig Boucher style.
Yeah. So whether he's
he's taking the socks off here. He's
probably a bit of blood, maybe. The binoculars there, Carl.
The binoculars on. Oh, he's down on his rear end. He's not happy about something. He's certainly not getting too much sympathy from the majority of his teammates. Alex Winwood's just sort of looking on saying, well, are you going to be right to bowl another over for me?
The boys are ready for the... Varner's ready.
Maybe the socks have just gone out of place a little bit. Winwood started warming up now, so maybe that might be the end of French's...
Rip the big toenail off or something, maybe.
Yeah. Never had that problem. Never bowled quick enough to rip any toenails off.
Pressure's on him, tiny shoelaces.
I don't know. It's lucky. I think Ulverstone are well ahead of the over
They are for sure. Yeah.
With our 3 spinners in the team, it shouldn't be a problem most days of the week for Alex Winwood. So Frenchie's got himself redressed and heads out towards...
I need to pull your trousers down, mate.
Sam O'Keefe there at square leg.
Oh, good.
So Varner in again from the northern end.
Just play. It was good to leave that. I don't think he's played at that.
No.
He's just held the bat inside the line. Let it go through to the keeper. Good Varner and French, they're always at you, aren't they? They're just always sort of making you play. And
it just hasn't been too a French bowl. That one bad ball to Robinson, he cut towards the boundary there for a couple, but other than that, it's been high quality bowling for the most part after tea. Oh, nice full delivery there from Varner.
what's the score up to there, mate? I was struggling to see.
8 for 116, the 76th over. So
overcast now as well. The sun was out earlier.
There was the slight chance for a shower. Maybe they said this afternoon. I'll check. I'll check weather zone here. I'll see what. But tomorrow's looking pretty good, although slightly cooler, I think.
Oh, it's a good leave.
They meant to get to about
trusted the bounce.
19 tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, rightio.
So
not a bad day.
But typical March grand final weather. The weather just drops off a couple of degrees, and certainly the last couple of weeks getting darker a lot earlier and a fair bit cooler of a morning.
You wouldn't know, mate. You don't get out of bed till 9 or 10 o'clock.
No, Gary.
Hey, day's half over, mate.
Up at 7. Oh, that one's come back in and fairly skinned. Don't rub it, Robbo.
Still getting to be like old ball, but it's nearly 80 overs old and it's still doing a little bit. I reckon they'll definitely take the new one, no doubt. But
still says to me there's a little bit in that pitch still. It's just a little bit of moisture still in that pitch. It's just helping the bowlers get a bit of nibble.
If they can crawl to 140, 150, it's probably not a bad score at the moment.
No, I think 150 really gets him in the game. Well, off the inside half of the bat there for Robinson, but he'll get a single between mid-on and mid-wicket. Takes him up to 10 and the score 8 for 117. So the forecast for the rest of the weekend: tomorrow mostly sunny, top of 21. Sunday mostly sunny, 19. So
should be good.
Less
plenty of cricket.
Yeah, So I don't think rain's. I certainly won't be worried about rain here. And after Sunday, it can rain all at once.
Yep.
Actually, I'm not saying Latrobe next weekend there is rain forecast. So but the footy season doesn't start for another few weeks here on the northwest coast.
Nicely punched back to the bowler. End of the over.
76 down, 8 for 117 of the Mountaineers in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Ulverstone searching for another premiership. Just an amazing record. 13 premierships in their club history, and the majority of those have come in this millennium. Searching for a fourth flag in a row.
A change of bowler from the top end now, mate. Alex Winwood's coming on, replacing
Reece French.
Reece, who looks to be walking okay there.
Yeah.
Probably just Winwood's been very economical. As he does, he just comes on, hits a spot, waits for the batsman to make the mistake, and that's how he's got his wickets today. I'm sure this will be no different. He'll settle into his work here pretty quick.
We mentioned there Ulverstone's premiership history, 13 flags. They've made finals 19 years in a row.
Yeah.
That's just amazing consistency from a club that has not bottomed out for a long, long time.
And I was having a chat to that about Josh in the last session. Yeah, it just shows what great people. They have good junior program. They've always got good depth. Second grade didn't make the finals this year, but you know
that was actually a shock. But it was a really close second grade roster. Ulverstone were in the four for most of the season. We just lost. They lost to Devonport in the final round of the season, and Latrobe got a first innings
against Sheffield.
Against Sheffield, to vault themselves up into the top four, and then nearly beat Sheffield again the week later in last weekend's semi-final. Winwood straight onto a good line and length here.
That'll be a good battle tomorrow up the hill. Sheffield,
yeah, no, I'm looking forward to
second grade grand final.
Getting the updates from that one.
Devonport had a good year. CJ's there, done a great job.
They tore through the Burnie top order in last weekend's semi-final at West Park. I think most bowlers enjoyed bowling last week on the Saturday. There was nice humid conditions and
at West Park. Yeah.
On a wicket that was offering a little bit.
Would have been pretty similar to this one, I would have thought, colour-wise. And
just think there's a few batsmen on the northwest coast who still don't know how CJ bowls.
Yeah.
There was LB bowled through the gate for the first three dismissals.
The experience of the great man.
Yeah, no, he's going to be a big key player for the Orions tomorrow. But Sheffield's two is just a nice blend of guys who are just in the right age group and reigning premiers after defeating Ulverstone in last year's decider up at the Rock, and they'll certainly go in as favourites tomorrow. They've got a very well balanced team.
Devonport have any guys to come back out of the
I actually
haven't
haven't had a look at the Devonport team for tomorrow.
Young Broomhall maybe? Would he be?
Broomhall and French would be Lucas French would be the two that could come back in.
Young Judd's going to be a good cricketer. He's done some good things already in first grade.
Yeah, made a 50 already.
Jay Doherty, another good young kid there at Devonport.
Yeah, young Lockie Rood as well.
Oh, that's short.
That's well ducked under there by Evans.
And the Westbury Tours have got their semi tomorrow, James.
Yeah, at the home cricket Westbury. So, a few boys are pretty keen. Only just scraped into the finals, and all of a sudden they're hosting the semi. So
beautiful.
That's all you got to do. You just got to scrape in.
Well played there again by Jonah. I reckon maybe this might be Varner's last, and I wouldn't be surprised if King or Snare bowl from this end.
Yeah, right. So just looking at the two teams for tomorrow's game in second grade, Devonport have named Judd Broomhall, Lucas French and Bailey Philpott. So all three must have qualified.
Three handy ins.
amazing in second grade how all year you sort of just borderline with numbers and you get by, and then come finals time, everyone's all of a sudden everyone's available. Everyone turns up to training. It's like,
club too, so.
and all of a sudden the coach has got a headache on his hands as soon to leave out.
There's always them heartbreak stories in the finals, isn't there?
But that Sheffield team been pretty settled all year, and a lot of blokes there have had a nice little taste of first grade this year as well. So should be a very good game up the mountain there. So if you're up Sheffield way, call into the Sheffield Rec Ground. Play will start at 11 o'clock there, both Saturday and Sunday for the second grade grand final, where the Mountaineers going for 2 straight.
Varner's just looking a little bit tired here, Coley. Yeah. James, I don't know if you've picked it up, but he seems to have lost a little bit of that zip.
I don't know why they kept. I reckon they should have
give him a rest before the new ball.
Because he's the main danger.
He's just Jonah's very comfortable there at the moment.
I suppose the thing is their bowling's been so on song the last few weeks, and they probably haven't had to bowl this long.
No,
they're usually 2 sessions just has pulled them up the last
probably
few
haven't
weeks.
bowled 80 overs.
No.
For maybe I'm not sure the overs throughout the year. It's a tricky one. I haven't.
No, I'm just looking through there. They certainly didn't against Devonport in the semi-final.
They wouldn't have done against Wynyard, I wouldn't have thought. Outright.
And outright Latrobe as well. Yeah. So Varner has missed a few games this year. That was a good short one.
He's just doing a bit of stretching there on the side after the last ball he bowled, so he might be a little bit sore. But yeah, I'm with James. Like, you get through from 70 to 80, give him that half hour off, and then get the new ball, and then let him go. I think, but he's not probably going to beat 100% when he gets the new ball in his hand now.
Which might tend to suggest they're not worried about taking the new ball.
Maybe not.
They're going after it now, and if it doesn't pay off, then they can just bring spin back on, which has served them pretty well.
His hands on hips, he just doesn't look overly happy. Kobe Walmsley, he's ready to go at any time, I reckon, the big fella.
Winwood around the wicket here. Seems to be the in thing these days amongst off spinners. Around the wicket to the right hand. I'm not entirely sold on it. No. I think you're taking away a few modes of dismissal when you do that. He beats the.
Probably do it more so when there's not as much turn, I think, like to try and keep the first slip in. And just the ball's obviously going across.
Just some arm ball.
And that one that might turn, it was the LB comes into play, but the first slip there is definitely a catching option. That's trying to sweep, and it's nearly rolled back onto the stump, but hasn't. So did Robbo there at one stage, and nearly fell on the stumps.
Yeah, well, he's noticed that there's no fine leg, so there's only the fielder at it, just deep forward square, and then Walmsley's just at really just a backward square. There's no one out the deep there. So Robbo thought he might, that might be an avenue to get some runs, but nearly brought upon his own downfall.
Well bowled and well played. We had a message from Mitch Cash and Coley.
The big Mitch.
This commentary team has restored my interest in the Cricket Northwest competition. Well done, boys. G'day, Mitch. You're doing good things at the Hawks, mate.
Good man,
if you're still there, I think. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not mixed up with Hawks anymore. I'm not sure. Maybe let me know, big fella.
Mitch Cashin. I'm surprised we haven't got a message from some of our overseas contingent either. Shannon Bakes.
Yeah,
Bakesy over in England.
Bakesy be tuning in.
Who accidentally went on holiday to Iceland.
Oh dear.
The other week.
Even blokes like Harry Smith. Maybe one day, remember Harry played at Ulverstone?
Yes. I'm sure.
Watching. Harry Darley, we spoke about, that might be tuning in. I reckon he would be.
Yes. A few ex Sheffield Poms as well. Dave Cummings.
Dave, I don't know where Dave is, to be honest. He left and has never been heard of since, really.
Right, okay.
Change of bowling against.
No,
No,
still got Varner, mate.
Varner again.
He's coming again for another one.
Maybe we might get a couple of the old Sheffield imports, the Heggs. Warren Hegg, one of the great imports back in the late 80s, early 90s, helped Sheffield to a premiership.
Well played there by Jonah Evans.
It does look comfortable out there when you can get on that front foot and punches out to cover. If you can just start to find that gap and just work get a few ones and twos, that'll really sort of top him off as a player.
Another message, mate. Alex Pearce, captain of Freo, sent a message in saying, how's the umpire of the year going? He said commentary was great until Coley arrived.
Thank you, Moose.
That's a slow ball. He's pulled. I don't think it's going to go. He hasn't timed it.
That certainly was half rat power there from Varner, but no, you're right. It didn't. I think Evans was slightly surprised at how slow the delivery was, and he certainly didn't latch onto it, but helped himself to a nice 2. Takes the score up to 119. Evans on to 27. Moose just may want to concentrate on helping Fremantle get 4 points this weekend.
Yeah, I was a bit worried last week. They usually play quite well down in the Cattery, but they didn't turn up. They must have went home at 3/4 time, got the early flight back to Perth. Thanks for that, Alex.
But yes, the umpiring has been okay.
Yeah, no. Umpire's been good, Moose.
So nearly 40 minutes into this third session and no wickets have fallen, which is good news for Sheffield.
Tail's wagging for sure.
Tail's wagging, and while the ball has beaten the bat a couple of times, we might just show that that's getting pretty nice for batting out there. Varner again.
Nice stroke. He's found that bloke there the last 6 times.
Yeah, that bloke there, he's sort of extra cover. He's been busy the last few overs.
Braden DeVries in that position.
So he'll lead off to the Great Northern Raiders semi-final tomorrow. DeVries will be replaced by Jaden Beaumont. So the Raiders have got, who have they got?
University.
Yeah. Who they beat very handily a couple of rounds ago.
Yep. They'll have a decent side. Tim Ward, Paddy Dooley, Brad Hope. They've got some decent players.
Doran back in, I think.
Is he? Yeah.
Parham
Uphill. They've got some decent players.
But the Raiders
up and about at the moment. AT's in form. He's making some runs.
That was a very good run chase against Lindisfarne to book in that final spot last weekend. No, it's good to see that program going well, and it just shows that the cricket talent is up.
There's a bit up here.
There's plenty up here.
Yep.
And if and there'd certainly be some players in our competition and in the north as well who probably just can't commit to playing Raiders as well, who would certainly not look out of place in the orange and grey.
The great man Shane Wooten just walks past the commentary box. Played in some grand finals.
Yes. Former Cricket Northwest rep team coach as well, Shane.
Yeah.
He might have been coaching the team when we had a very famous victory against the South up there in Launceston. One Sunday. Unfortunately, the celebrations on Sunday night got a little bit out of hand, but that's another story for another time slot. So it'll be Winwood to continue from the Gilbert Street end.
The good old Jamie Cox days, eh?
I'm not sure. Roberts does get on the sweep here, but we'll only get one. I like the concept of the Jamie Cox play. I just felt it was probably played too early in the season for blokes to actually get into some good form.
Yeah.
and pick blokes on form. And yeah, the task of playing three games in 3 days on a long weekend was a challenge sometimes.
You'd have been a young boy, James, and that would have been going on, I would have thought.
I'm actually not really sure what you're talking about.
Oh, no.
So unlike the horse race, the Cox Plate, the Jamie Cox Plate was a tri-series. Well, it ended up being a 4-team series.
The under-19s handled as well.
So it was Cricket North, Cricket Northwest, the South, and the under-19s would play each other in a little round robin up in Launceston on the November long weekend, early November long weekend. So instead of playing the rep games dotted amongst the season on a Sunday, where you'd have to go where the North would play the South in Hobart on a Sunday, and you have to travel down Saturday night. They just sort of blocked out one whole weekend for it, and got it all out of the way. And
even though the trips to Hobart were quite entertaining at times, and played against some good players.
I can tell a few stories there as well as team manager. Let me tell you. There was another win against the South, which if Shannon Bakes is watching, he would remember quite well. Where I've got no idea.
He's dropped
caught and bowled.
He's done well to get it there. He's gone back to pull it, and he's pulled it straight back to Winwood. Shocked him more than anything, I think.
Yeah. No, Evan,
He's
he
put him
probably
down.
just got there off the toe of the bat, I reckon, Evans, and still had a fair bit of heat behind it, but Winwood grasped it in his follow through.
Yeah, he's holding his hand there too. It's hurt him.
Yeah. But the Jamie Cross player used to be. I remember, there's a famous win at Newtown against the South, where Shannon Bakes played very well, and
I think we got the new ball here, gents.
I think we may do. There it is, signalled by umpire Scott Pearce.
Barner to take it.
Who bowled 17 overs up until tea. Now he's up to 21 or 22. Yeah, so 20. He's bowled 22, so he's bowled a spell of 5 overs here and getting the new ball. So let's see if it can pay immediate dividends here for the Black Caps.
Oh,
yes, it does.
He's knocked him over.
Full delivery. I'm not sure if Robinson just played all over that or
just
dragged it on maybe a little bit. But
just looked very full ball. So Yorkerin just missed it, unfortunately. Sam has to go.
So Robinson bowled by Varner for 11. Sheffield 9 for 120. First over of the new ball, and it's paid dividends for the Black Caps with Varner picking up a handy wicket there in Robinson, who certainly knows how to hang around the crease. And was
a good role there.
So a partnership there of 23 between Robinson and Evans comes to an end. Varner picking up his 4th wicket. 4 for 24 now for the big quick.
He's Logan Hazelwood, number 11 to the crease.
Coming out against his former team.
Yep.
Now, there's been some good number 11s for Sheffield in the past. There's also been a few horrible ones. Where does Logan fit in the...
Logan's he opened the batting in our grand final last year in the twos.
Okay, right. So knows how to face a new ball then.
He does, yeah. No, he definitely. It's just whether sometimes he goes out there, is he thinking like a batsman or is he thinking like a number 11? Sometimes can be the difference, but he can definitely hold a cricket bat.
Rightio.
Left-hander.
Yeah, left-hander. I think that's a Jake Fraser McGurk Players Edition as well that he's using. It's upwards of about $1,900 for that bat, so...
Yeah, I was about to say, Jack wouldn't be getting too much value for money out of his bats at the moment.
Barn around the wicket here.
So it'd be interesting to see if Hazelwood can get through the rest of this over, what Evans' approach is at the other end. Does he start look to go on the attack? And outside off stump there, Hazelwood shoulders arms. Do you expect Evans to maybe start going on the attack here?
I think he will, mate. Yeah, I think he will. Depends what, interesting to see as well what field. I think they'll stay quite attacking, but whether they'll want to bowl some more balls at Logan, I'm sure they will. They're obviously well on top, so it'll just be interesting to see what they do there field-wise.
So Varner again around the wicket here to Hazelwood. Hazelwood gets ones on the pads, flicks it down the fine leg, gets himself off strike you'll be pretty content with that. Logan Hazelwood. So, third ball of the over. He can smoke the pipe down the non-striker's end. Just going back to the Jamie Cox plate, yes, there was some interesting trips down to Hobart. Then there was some trips where the South come up here, and
Yes.
Graham Cunningham would just smash us, smash us everywhere.
Hit a hard ball, didn't
he? And along the carpet too. He
Yep.
didn't hit him in the air. Evans chases that one outside off stump. I think he's hit the ground.
I think so, yeah.
Well, Varner just automatically thought he hit it. He was just trotting up to the slips and wicketkeeper there to celebrate his 5th wicket. But he wasn't getting much support from the rest of his fielders.
No, he wasn't.
I think
He's hit the ground there, I think.
Evans tailed the bat on the ground there. I do remember going down for a game down at Belrive, and we walked out to have a look at the wicket, and it was the flattest wicket you've ever seen. Were you playing that game?
Yeah, I was playing that game, yeah.
David Squibb was playing, and Gowsy might have been playing, and the bowler's just gone, we don't have to bowl on this, do we?
And Gowsy was the coach, and I remember Ben Hilfenhaus hit Squibby fair on the badge about 2nd or 3rd ball. That's a great shot too. Punched it down
Nice
through
straight
middle.
drive there from Evans. He'll get one. Oh, no.
Was there many blokes going missing on the Monday?
We never won too many games on the Monday, to be fair to say, James.
Them days we'll just go to Hobart and just play the one-off game.
So it started off being games. You'd play club cricket on the Saturday and then hop on a minibus and go down to Hobart. That was after there was always one or two phone calls. I've got injured today, Coley, I can't play. So you ring around trying to find a player at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night to come down to Hobart. Yeah, no, it wasn't fun.
What's happened then? Has that just hit him on the toe?
I'm not sure what's happened there.
His shoulder and arms, it looks like it's just hit him flush on the foot.
Because it ballooned up, didn't it, after it hit the pitch?
Varner's not overly happy.
Varner's not happy at all.
Hands in the air from the slips.
I think his Varner thing, did it hit him on the full maybe? And Varner's saying, I don't know, but he's definitely not happy, the big quick. He was the only one going up for the appeal, though.
Still not overly happy about it.
He was getting no love from his teammates, nor from umpire Scott Pearce. Anyway, dot ball. 23 overs for Varner, 4 for 26. 82 overs in the books here at Latrobe. 9 for 122 of the Mountaineers, with Evans on 28, Hazelwood on 1. And now we get to see what Evans' approach is here to spin. Quicker ball there from Winwood.
Played it quite well.
Winwood whistled that one down. So yeah, certainly the field is spread here. Happy to give Winwood the single, but he's not going to take it. That one's a little bit more regulation. No running in.
He's going to try and come down the wicket, or where he's going to try and score.
Does he look to bunt over mid-wicket there? Plenty of real estate there. As you head straight down the ground.
There he goes, and he's gone big. Straight to him. Straight to Vincent there, deep mid-wicket.
He just made sure he was on the boundary. He was just in front of the boundary line there. Evans didn't quite get enough of it. Vincent took a simple catch, and that is the Sheffield innings done and dusted. All out for 122. Evans the last man out there. Gives Winwood figures of 4 for 15. That'll help the end of season averages.
That's right.
At the Black Caps when they're deciding.
Just noticed Braden DeVries jogging in there, so he's going to come out and open with Jordan Kelly, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, there's still plenty of time to go. He's going to get an hour of batting, so we'll have the Ulverstone Reply here in 10 minutes as the players come from the field and the ground staff come and just remark the pitch. And curator Jason Sims brings the roller out as well for a little 7-minute roll.
I'm going to head off anyway, Coley.
Righto, Gary. Well, thanks, mate.
All good.
Thanks again for a action-packed first couple of sessions.
No dramas at all, mate.
I'm sure one year you'll do it, and it'll just be 1 or 2 wickets and 150 runs on the board, and it'll be nice and easy to call, mate. We'll try that one year.
We like a bit of action.
We can only hope in a Cricket Northwest Grand Final.
Yeah.
But righto, James.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All the best for the rest of your season, mate.
Cheers.
Take those lollies with the Gaz.
You're all right, mate. Usually, mate.
No, I've got some of you anyway.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want 'em.
rightio.
Get them in here. See you, mate.
See you, Gary. So we'll take a short break here from Latrobe Recreation Ground, where the Sheffield innings has come to a close at 122. Ulverstone's Reply. It's starting about 9 minutes, right, pretty much right on 5 o'clock, and they'll have an hour of batting tonight to see what inroads they can make into this score and get themselves on the way to another premiership. Or can the Sheffield bowling attack, led by Aidan Marshall and Sam Robinson, respond and do some damage of their own? So we'll be back shortly here at Latrobe Recreation Ground for the Ulverstone Reply. checked out the sport. There's rings on. I'm light on for options. So you just take the stool there, mate. And just I've got these little lapel mics.
Alright.
Yep, so just clicking on and you're all right.
Welcome back here to Latrobe Recreation Ground for the Ulverstone Reply in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Sheffield bowled out about 10 minutes ago out for 122 after a disastrous start where they were 4 for 1 after Matthew Varner ripped through them. Bit of a repair job in the middle order, but fair to say a few wickets fell just to some injudicious shot making, and Jonah Evans was the last man out for 28. Alex Winwood picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 15 off 18.3. Matthew Varner 4 for 26 off 23. So Sheffield players just making their way out into the middle of the ground. Ulverstone batsmen just crossing the boundary line as well. So I think we've got Braden De Vries who'll sub out tomorrow with his Greater Northern Raiders duties, and Jordan Kelly, the wicket keeper. We'll just get confirmation of that in a minute though. Joined in the commentary box after tea by former Sheffield all-rounder Shane Wootton. Shane, good to have you on board.
Thanks very much, Brad. Yeah, it's been an interesting day so far. Like you say, off to I think the toss that Mark Simmons won and elected to batting, it was actually the right decision, which sounds odd at all at 120, but I think you can probably forgive a couple early for Varner's very good bowling, but I think a couple of them will ruefully look back at their dismissals. But you get that in a final, and one thing we know, 120 is on the board, so it has to be chased down.
It does.
And this is always being an old opening batsman myself, this is always an interesting session, and we'll see how they go. But the wicket here that Jason Sims prepared looks ideal to me. Obviously I've been just watching a little bit on the broadcast there on YouTube and looking at the wickets, but the wicket to me is playing very well, so it's all set fair now to see if Sheffield can respond.
So opening the attack for the Mountaineers is the he's been one of the competition's best bowlers over the last 5-10 years. Aidan Marshall coming off a back-to-back Cricket Northwest bowling average trophies as well, the David Mullet Trophy. So another big season for Aidan, even though he's not quite hasn't quite had the games in due to work commitments and that, but a pretty good season. 31 wickets, 11.71 this season, best of 7 for 18.
Yeah, he's been a fabulous bowler for Sheffield over a number of years now.
It's just that left arm thing, isn't he? He's like a lot of the good left arm bowlers in Cricket Northwest. Never been the fastest bowlers going about, but geez, they know how to move it.
Indeed.
So in comes Marshall. First ball to De Vries. De Vries, left-hander himself, shoulders, arms outside off stump.
I do know of one left-hander that used to bowl at Sheffield, and he was not classed as fast. I wouldn't have thought. But I had a fast bowler down the other end by the name of Boucher, so most were pretty keen to get at me. Important to bowl good lines here, Sheffield boys.
Marshall on the money straight away.
So De Vries is interesting. He's off to a semi-final.
Yeah, for the Greater Northern Raiders on tomorrow and Sunday. So he's had, just looking at his batting stats here this season, he only played the 6 games for the Raiders this year, in between Raiders for the Black Caps this year, among Raiders commitments. 193 runs at 38.6 with a high of 82. But his form for the Raiders the last few weeks has been a little bit patchy, but he has been wicket keeping as well. So
yeah, pretty fine effort by the Raiders, I reckon. This is
it's a good. I said in the last session, it's good to see that program getting results in terms of semi-final spots and whatnot, because
for the amount of money invested in it, it'd be a shame to see them languishing down the bottom of the ladder. But
yeah, that's right. I was lucky enough to be involved early on in the Raiders' time in that competition, and fair to say it was pretty tough going early. We wait for Marshall, well played, and I think Tim Call's appointment really turned the corner when he took on the coaching role for a few years, and he's left a really good ethos, if you like, I think, for a model that's very hard to run.
It's a club without a home ground, really, isn't it? They're a bit of a travelling gypsy show.
There's no option for bar trade or anything of that nature to run it. So you are right. Cricket Taz have taken a leap of faith, but I think it's fantastic for our players. DeVries, Sam O'Mahony, Ethan Clark's had a run as well. So it's an opportunity for those who want to go and put their name up in front of selectors, and for various range of underage Tasmanian sides, it's an opportunity to show your wares. So I think it's good, and I think it's only good for the feeder clubs, because those guys exposed to better level come back and Yeah, well, Miles Barnard's probably a good example of that. He's come back now to coach Devonport with all he's learnt from his 3 or 4 years at Raiders level. I was actually remiss not to mention Miles, because he was there in my time and he was absolutely fantastic, and absolute credit to himself and Cricket Northwest. And like you say, he's back at Devonport now, and they'll reap the benefits of that. Still trains the Raiders. I've seen him leave the Devonport Oval with a car full of blokes wearing orange training gear on a Wednesday night. Yeah, he's a unit. He's Miles, but whether it's soccer or cricket, he's been fantastic. So we Sam Robinson to get the bowling underway from the last street end here at the northern end of the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Maiden there, first up from Aidan Marshall. So in comes Sam Robinson bowling to Jordan Kelly. Kelly just on the inside half of the bat there, squeezes it out there to, I think it's Simmons there at short mid-wicket. Not an over-attacking field. I guess it's one of those in-between totals where, yes, you need wickets, but you don't want to let them get away. But no, I think I'd like to see someone in short or another gripper. I think so. I think I'd have another catcher in there somewhere. Short and wide outside off stump there, but Kelly can't beat the fielder there at point. Yeah, just to let them know that, let the batsmen know that there's a contest on, but again, Robbo Robinson here has been a great bowler as well, Sam. So probably goes under the radar a bit, Sam, doesn't he? He's not an extrovert. He's just gets the job done week in, week out for the Mountaineers. Yep. Kelly leaves that one alone. And just like we just saw then, he's got that shoulder, that effort ball every now and then. Yeah. But it's a final. It's only 122, but sometimes those totals... they seem like 222, don't they? I remember back to 89-90, and about that score got it done for Sheffield back in the day. So and there's been plenty since too. Oh, Kelly goes in an attack there. That ball just didn't quite get up that one. It did not bounce. Played all over the top of it, and Kelly's just sort of standing there in bewilderment. Yeah, didn't get up at all. Off to do a little bit of gardening. If you want to relive that grand final back 89-90, Shane, there's a couple of Summer Warriors there, mate. You can. Yeah, well, it was an amazing game. It was talk about highs and lows. We were gone, and then we were up, and then we were gone again. Warren Hegg. Second innings, magnificent innings, and just got us over the line in the end. But one of the most endearing stories or memories I have of that, I don't know whether it was first or second innings. I think it was probably the first innings, and Shane Walker was out batting. He's probably captain of Wynyard at that stage, and Baden Shum bowling, and Shane was batting beautifully. It was a sporting wicket. Let's be honest. We'll pause now for Robinson. It's down leg side, half shout. And just a standard field, and all of a sudden, Baden inexplicably put point back on the boundary, which was sort of an odd position. Well, the very next ball, Shane duly obliged and hit it straight down his throat at point, which is interesting.
Yeah, you don't see too many fielders out there in a grand final.
No, you don't. But great game. It was pretty. There were a few other events. I think there might be a man cat or two in that game. But yeah, look, yeah. I was lucky enough. Timo asked me up to have a chat to the boys last night, and I did sort of mention that this is just a game, and it's a grand final, but it's still only a game. Like Ryan won round 3, round 4.
It's the same type of ball.
It is exactly what I said.
Bowlers aren't bowling any quicker.
There'll be wooden wickets. There'll be a wicket. There'll be a bowler. There'll be umpires. It'll all be the same. But look, I guess it's easy to say, but
that's the prize at the end of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
But as a club, one of the former club legend up there at Sheffield Shane, it must be pleasing to see the club going so well. Team first grade grand finalists, second grade grand finalists, everything's trending in the right direction up the mountain.
Look, as the keepers
up to the stumps already.
Campbell's up over the stumps to aid muscle. Absolutely, Brad. There was a time there, I guess, we sort of finished, and life takes you in different directions, and there was a time then when we were looking on, thinking that the club was in a lot of trouble, and just we'll pause again for Marshall. That's well played. So, and then the Miles boys came. Peter King off field. Tim Irvine. I know he's your best mate, but there's not enough superlatives to describe what Tim has done for that club and continues to do today.
Hopefully, I think the Beebs coming in tomorrow for the commentary. So looking forward to chatting to him.
And of course, you can't have an on-field without an off-field. And of course, Raylene came, and then the aunties and grandmothers and all sorts. So the club got back going again, and it's just gone from strength to strength. It is a little surprising that since, what is this? This is 2013?
Yeah.
Last appearance?
Yep.
Yeah, with the side they've had,
they've been perennial semi-finalists, but they probably had a few hard luck stories. Yeah. And they probably had some very good teams which didn't end up making the grand final. Teams.
And I think we can't, that's a bit of the history, but Mark Simmons, I was lucky enough to coach Mark here at Latrobe for the couple of years I was here when he was 15 to 16, and to see the man that he's become now, and how he talks and how he leads that team up there is an absolute credit to him. That's a beautiful shot through mid-on.
Outfield not quite running as quickly as I thought it might.
No, there's
a little bit of lushness to it. But they'll get 3 there for DeVries, and that gets the Ulverstone Reply underway. None for 3 in the third over.
Yeah, I think Sims has got a bit of cushion in it for the footballers.
They're not for another 3 weeks still.
Yeah, they're a needy lot. So look, it's fantastic. And then of course, it wasn't that long ago Sheffield celebrated the football grand final. So to follow that up with 2 sides, A Reserve will step out tomorrow in their grand final as well. Is a pretty good effort from
a small country community.
Yeah, we might be small in nature but big of heart, Brad.
Always enjoyed a trip up to Sheffield for a game of cricket.
Yeah, I think that had something to do with the pre-release and
the afternoon. Look, it may have had something to do with the afternoon teas as a scorer, and you get first access to them. But look, we won't.
We've been famous for the afternoon teas for a very long time.
Wally Croswell's barbecue was always a welcome addition.
Yep.
Good to see Wally here today as well.
Yeah, another fantastic stalwart of the club who's been there all through that period. So. Yeah, it's a good story. Fight on their hands here, though.
Yes.
I think they'll be looking for probably 3 poles if they can achieve that between now and 6 o'clock.
5:12 on the clock, so about 48 minutes to go. There'll be no problems getting through the overs. Ulverstone got through theirs pretty quickly earlier. That's what we have there in their 5 hours. They got through 82.3 overs, so we'll have no issues getting to the minimum amount of overs for today.
Yep. Just a bit of a delay here.
Well, the first time all season the Sheffield boys have seen side screens, so
yeah, we've got a mountain. We don't have side screens.
I don't. Well, most clubs don't have to worry about side screens all throughout the year. So
interesting. Robinson's coming around the wicket for the left-handed debris.
A few of the Ulverstone boys are coming down now to help out with especially the right-hand, left-hand combination.
Yeah, I always found when we did find grounds with side screens, and Ulverstone was one of them, that very difficult to get volunteers to come do that job. Yeah. Yeah, he might be looking. He might have a look at that low bounce.
Yeah, maybe there's just a little spot there that hasn't quite. Maybe it's just showing a bit of disturbance. Don't know. But they'll certainly be playing. Once a batsman has that, it starts playing on their mind a bit, doesn't it?
It does. It does. You never want to see one around your ankles. That's out of the ordinary. So, no, it'd be a good challenge, and the boys have got a bit of chat out there. So, it's game on. It is game on.
So in comes Robinson again around the wicket here to De Vries. Full. De Vries punches out on the leg side there, but can't beat the fielder there at mid wicket.
So Brad, you might have seen a little bit more of De Vries than I have. Is it sort of all around the wicket?
No, I must say, having not scored for the last couple of seasons and De Vries playing a bit of Raiders, I haven't probably seen a lot of him, but certainly has had a couple of big years for Ulverstone and certainly looks a player capable of taking that next step, and had a big... he went away with a Tassie team, to some carnival during the season, and had a big carnival, so I can't remember what that... It's like a country cup or something, I think, where Tassie fielded the team and had a big series with the bat. But it's just a little bit off the boil the last few weeks. But helps when he gets balls like that, short outside off stump, and De Vries laces it behind point for a boundary.
Yeah, just a little loose there, just a little half tracker outside off stump, and that's for a player of this man's class. That's money for jam. Maybe a good thing that he's heading heading back to the Raiders tomorrow. So they can come and get him now.
So obviously the rules are, if he's not out at stumps, De Vries, he will be replaced directly by Jaden Beaumont, who will come in and start his innings tomorrow. But if De Vries gets out in this in the remaining 45 minutes, that means Beaumont can't bat either. So
there may be something in that, Brad. We might see some shoulders loosening.
Well, if he might look to go on the attack a bit, De Vries, towards as we inch towards stumps.
They may think that they're in a reasonably strong position, and to get away at 40 or 50 or 60 tonight might be worth the risk. He's loosening those arms up as if he's going to be warmed up.
He's about to start winding up and become Viv Richards all of a sudden. But the field remains unchanged as Robinson comes back in around the wicket. Short outside off stump again. De Vries didn't quite middle that one. He's probably in the ground a bit more, but he got himself an easy two. And Robinson just a little bit loose there, and Ulverstone are away.
Yeah, he's just missed his length that over, unfortunately. Just a yard or two short.
So 4 overs in the books. Ulverstone none for 9. De Vries has got all 9 of those. Kelly yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 balls. As Ulverstone looked to reel in Sheffield's first innings score of 122.
Obviously knock-off time, Brad. There's a few...
there's been a nice little crowd starting to build, and I think
might be a bar open up there.
I think the footy club have got some sort of season launch on tonight as well. So, it's good to see people coming to the cricket and watching our local game. And since the advent of the Friday, Saturday, Sunday grand final, the Friday afternoon's always been a nice watch as Kelly gets an easy one there on his pads. To get off the mark.
Ex-Sheffield cricketer and Tasmanian umpire, in fact, John Smeaton, I was talking to earlier. He was up on holidays and he saw that the game was on and dropped in. So good to catch up with him. Always a mountain of stories.
Yeah, played here at Latrobe, didn't he, John?
I believe he did.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is right.
No, certainly the ground's a little bit different to what it used to be. Certainly now it's one of the premier grounds on the northwest coast. I said full credit to Latrobe Council and curator Jason Sims here and his team. They do a magnificent job, and I think we're lucky now. I think and Scott Pearce, the Cricket Northwest president who's umpiring out there at the moment, said this at the awards night on Wednesday night, that Cricket Northwest is pretty lucky now. They've got 6 grounds. There's no dodgy decks. There's not too many dodgy decks anymore.
Yeah, that's true, and it's no coincidence that Sheffield, apart from their own volunteer help up there, that they've benefited greatly from Jason Sims, who's obviously part of the council and does not hesitate in assisting with anything that's required up there, and that's come along in a long way.
No, that wicket they had up there for the semi-final looked an absolute beauty.
Yeah. The A Reserve Grand Final will be there tomorrow.
Yes, and I think they're playing on that same wicket, which will only be better to bat on, I would have thought, as De Vries gets one on his pads there from Marshall. Rare error there from Marshall, gets an easy single.
I think I can answer my own question now, Brad. I think that De Vries is quite accomplished on a 360 degree.
Yeah, he's certainly looking to pounce on any loose deliveries. He's already up to 10, Olsen none for 11, and making a nice early start here without losing a wicket. So Kelly again, takes an easy single there. Good running between the wickets there.
Great running.
Good dive there from De Vries at the end.
No,
just look good.
Look good. He's got plenty of bowl lacquer on him. So
positive running between the wickets there, and I think that's maybe that's something that probably Sheffield got a little bit bogged down through the afternoon as you sort of in defence mode. Don't want to lose a wicket, but you tend not to get the scoreboard ticking over either.
No, that's right. You tend to get into a siege mentality and just look to survive and don't take advantage of the cheapies that you can get. I think that's definitely what's occurred here today.
I tend to think personally, I think the art of running between wickets has been lost a bit among some of the kids these days, the young up and comers. It's amazing how many runs you can just get tip and run type style.
They probably don't see a lot of running on TV these days. So, no, you're right. It's rotate the strike. It is a bit of a lost art.
So none for 12 after 5 overs, the Black Caps, in reply to Sheffield's 122. Yeah, just back on running between wickets. I always tell the story, watching those Lonnie teams in the Greater Northern Cup, probably about 15, when you had the Selbys and the Ross Claytons. They didn't have a lot of great athletes in their team, but geez, they knew how to run between wickets and just accumulate a score without actually hitting a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, that's right. Speed's one thing, but it's more about just placement and understanding. Understanding is probably number one. When you know what your partner's going to do, then that makes it a lot easier. You can gain a yard even if you haven't got it in physical speed.
As Kelly gets an inside edge there onto the pads. And on a Northwest level, I think someone you might have coached for a little bit when you were at Latrobe as well, Trent Keep, had that very good ability of just putting it into gaps and making fielders work.
No, Trent was levels. He was class. Again, like De Vries looks, all around the wicket player went on, and unfortunately due to injury, the cricket career, but the coaching is certainly that career's live and well for Trent. But he was class. He was class from a 13-year-old.
He was.
Indeed.
Kelly looking busy at the crease here. He's looking for singles everywhere, and De Vries did take off there. Probably got a third of the way up the wicket before retreating, but Kelly, the Ulverstone keeper, certainly looking to keep that scoreboard ticking over. In comes Robinson again. Oh, Kelly chases a wide one there. Robinson
just battling with line and length, I think.
Which sometimes can be an advantage if the batsman doesn't know where they're going.
Yeah, that is true.
And, Kelly chased that one. Wasn't really there to hit. It was way too wide.
One's reminded of the great Crazy Enright. Speaking of no one knowing where it was going, he certainly did not. Neither did I.
Oh, and Kelly and DeVries thought about a run there, decided against it.
I just wonder how long it'll be before the skipper brings himself into play, I think.
He's had a magnificent season.
He has. He's
Simo with that 41 wickets so far this season. Robinson again, 2 straight that time, strays on Kelly's pads, and Kelly gets 1. He's going to come back for a second. Good running from Kelly.
That's great running.
He is a greyhound between the wickets, Jordan Kelly. And he's had a good season as well. 440 runs so far this season at nearly 26. And I'd suggest that a lot of those runs are just coming through really positive running between wickets.
Agreed. It's a long way out there. I think he could probably that fielder down there. I think it's Aidan Marshall. He could do with coming in a touch, I reckon.
Robinson again gets the thick outside edge there from Kelly. Ran along the ground just to the left of point there. No run. That's 6 overs in the books here at Latrobe. Ulverstone none for 14. DeVries on 10. Kelly on 4. As they chase down Sheffield's first innings of 122 in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final here at Latrobe Recreation Ground.
There's definitely not much happening with ball in hand at the minute. This wicket is
hasn't beaten the bat too much, has it?
No, it hasn't. It's hit the middle of it a fair bit.
Yes,
so
which would be of concern for Mark Simmons, and as you said before, may suggest maybe a bowling change to where Mark might bring himself on, just to maybe mix it up. As Marshall continues from the Gilbert Street end. Oh, that's gone through the first slip off Evans's gloves. So Jonah Evans with the gloves. Alex King started the year, I think, with the gloves, but I think he's got a bit of a bad finger, Alex, so he's parked himself in the slips these days. And Jonah Evans has the gloves on.
And having spoke to him on Thursday night, I think he's really happy about it. It's an unrelenting, unforgiving occupation on the fingers we're keeping, and so I think he's quite enjoying his little freedom. He's at a point there, Brad, but he's been warming up.
That might be Harry Collier out
Harry
there,
Collier. He's been going through some warm-ups out there, so I think he might be our first bowling change.
Oh, short there from Marshall. DeVries' eyes lit up towards deep mid-wicket, but couldn't latch onto the pull shot. Maybe didn't quite bounce as much as he thought.
I don't think it bounced as much, no.
And sometimes you get that with Marshall because he's certainly not express pace. Something that it looks inviting to hit. You've just got to make sure you get the bounce of it right. In again, outside off stump. Well left there by DeVries. A few clouds here at Latrobe, a little bit wind a bit of a northeasterly wind at the moment, which is a little bit strange. Oh, there's
big appeal, and then
caught behind DeVries. He's not happy. Sam O'Keefe had no issues raising the finger. It was a confident appeal from the Mountaineers. DeVries fell to his knees, but he has to go. Turns around. There might be a few words being said there.
Yeah, I think there's a few words
which probably won't go down too well. The umpire's just keeping an eye on that, but DeVries has to go. Not happy with the decision. So clearly there must have been some sound. Whether it hit the bat or not is up for contention. But Sheffield grabbed the all-important first wicket. Ulverstone 1 for 14. DeVries caught behind by Evans off the bowling of Aidan Marshall for 10.
Yeah, it's a crucial wicket there. Even though he won't be here tomorrow, it was it's a wicket they don't have to get. So
And he was looking good, DeRose, wasn't he?
He was. Looks a good player. He's not looking too happy at the minute as he leaves the arena.
He's got that. He's holding that bat like it might be thrown at something when he gets inside the change room.
Just hope he remembers he's going to need that tomorrow.
Yes.
But yeah. But nonetheless, a crucial breakthrough for Sheffield.
It's the usual suspect in Aiden Marshall.
Just got that happy knack.
Sometimes when you got the keeper up to the stumps as well, you just sometimes play not quite how you would play normally if he was standing back, which Evans is now.
I absolutely hated it
with the keeper up to the stumps.
Yeah. And one of the great advantages when Warren Higg was here, who fantastic keeper for Lancashire and in fact kept for England in 2 tests in Australia. So many wickets that he would, because he'd stand up to Dion Smith.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just so many stumpings because it's disconcerting.
So Jake Vincent gets off the mark first ball, clips one on the leg side there. So takes the score up to 15, end of the over. 1 for 15 off 7 overs. Marshall, the successful bowler that over. So Vincent this year, 9 games, come up from Hobart. I think he was can't remember which Premier League club he was with down there, but only 149 runs at a tick over 16.5. So certainly probably hasn't had the impact Ulverstone would have hoped for, given his pedigree. But he's certainly got a chance to atone here on the bigger stage. Tall batsman. I didn't realise he was that big. He's takes up a fair bit of the crease. So he's already off the mark. And joins Jordan Kelly at the crease, who's on 4. Sheffield up and about now. They've got that all-important first wicket, that of De Vries, who certainly wasn't satisfied with his decision from umpire Sam O'Keefe, but and after maybe a few choice words were exchanged between both parties, that being the Sheffield fielders and the Ulverstone batsmen, he had to depart.
You're on a hide in the nothing when you got the bat in your hand, I'm afraid, and you've been given out and there's very little comeback.
No, there is no. That's right.
Starts with a Yorker and it's dug out by Vincent. I must admit though, it was unanimous and instantaneous at the field.
Yeah, it was.
Mind you, we were taught that from a very young age at Sheffield about appealing. Baden Sharma was big on that. But nonetheless,
a little bit tough to see at this angle. We're sort of at the rear of a left-handed batsman, so whether De Vries maybe clipped his pads on the way through or something, not quite sure, or the bat hit something.
And straight away, Captain Simmons has reacted as that catches that we called for earlier is in 3 slips in a gully. I think that's the right field. I think you have to show intent in this circumstance.
You can't die wondering. You got to.
We're entering. We'll just wait. We're entering that period now where it's nearly a hide or nothing. There's, not a lot of runs to be got and only wickets to be lost. So puts the batsman in a slightly different frame of mind. So it's time to get on the attack, get a bit of chirp up, which is what they're doing, and see if they can't inch out another couple.
Oh, he's got another one on his pads there, Vincent. He's timed the ears off that. That's a beautiful shot.
Glorious shot.
Just in front of square, all along the carpet for 4. Vincent's off to a positive start here.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot.
Almost none for 19.
He's better to be fuller, Robinson, than just needs to straighten that line
just
up a
needs
bit.
to bring
to be fuller.
Bring those slips into play. You got the 3 slips there. You're not going to get wickets bowling short of a length.
Yeah.
If you've got 3 slips and a gully in. But just a bit straight there, Robinson. And Vincent took full toll of that.
Dispatched it.
This time he pushes it out to the offside, no run. What are your thoughts on the short boundary straight here?
Talking to Johnny Smeaton,
there's a lot of real estate there between the boundary line and the bike track.
I did say that John Smeaton would have saved a lot of running back in the day. That's outside edge into the fielded by Simmons. Yeah, I'm not so sure about it, if I'm honest.
It's a strange look, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Like even for football, the ground wouldn't be that short at the ends.
No.
I know at the Denver Oval this year, the council basically kept the footy boundary as the cricket boundary, so that lengthened the ground a little bit. But you talk to kids, and I say, when I first joined the club in 1995, the bike track was the boundary.
Yep.
And they just looked at you weird. It's like, you can't be serious.
Yep.
And I said, well, there's no such thing as OH&S
policies
at councils, local councils then.
It was certainly the case at Sheffield on the bike track up there, but I don't know whether Simsy lost his compass here a bit with that line or what's happened there, or he's offsider.
So Marshall resuming again. Kelly just works that one nicely to the leg side. Easy single there. That's smart batting, isn't it? Oh, that's the throw. The throw nearly went for overthrows.
Just got a little straight. I'd be very much inclined, if I was Mark Simmons, to be loosening up. I'd have him on here. This is an ideal opportunity for him. Do something a little different.
Well outside off stump there. Left alone by Vincent. Did you have a favourite ground, apart from Sheffield, obviously? Was there a favourite ground you... well, you either bowled well at or batted well at?
Wynyard.
Yep.
Yeah, Wynyard was always a good deck. It's a smaller ground, was always pretty quick. Was good. Wynyard was interesting because we'll pause for Marshall. It was interesting when the tide came in on the river there. If the tide was in, the ball would swing appreciably.
That's the same theory. It's the same theory Chris Dell used to use when he captained Denport and they played at Ulverstone.
Yep.
Tide was in or coming in, bowl first, regardless of how flat the pitch looked.
Yeah, it was a real thing, and people like Brett Lee, who could swing it around corners, was very much a tide watcher. But yeah, Wynyard. I mean, all the grounds. I did like. This was early before it went. Back when Burnley were in the comp, I did like West Park, the old West Park.
Yep.
I didn't so much like those trees at the road end at 5:45 at night.
Trying to find the ball.
There was a particularly quick bowler by the name of Sid Pearce back in the day. He was a minor. Sid, he's no longer with us, but he was very, very sharp out of those trees.
Yeah, you hear a few stories about the trees at the Denport Oval and the red and the bike track, and I think Marty Wish-Wilson might have worn one day from Mark Stephen in the early 90s when Georgie was at his sharpest.
Steepling bounce, Steve-O, with that high arm action.
Marshall, and again Vincent forward defensive out to the offside, no run. End of the over, 9 in the books. Ulverstone 1 for 20 here in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final in reply to Sheffield's first innings of 122, which come to an end at about 4:50 this afternoon.
The wicket here at Latrobe back definitely wasn't like this. I can remember a time where it was reasonably dangerous. In fact, I remember a game we were playing here and Craig Boucher became unplayable. And I think we had to abandon that.
Corrugated iron was often a term used for the old Latrobe wicket.
We were thankful because a couple of them were thankful the hospital was closed. A couple of them finished in there, unfortunately, with arms and the like. But it's certainly come a long way since then. Robinson is continuing. I can see Logan Hazelwood loosening up here.
So Simmons has got some options, including himself, as they search for another. Kelly walks across his stumps, tries to flick towards the leg side. Still going down leg side, muted appeal there from the Mountaineers.
I think the keeper gave that away initially when he stepped to his
left.
To his left. Certainly, that wicket's brought a bit of vigour.
Yes.
Let's say to the Mountaineers.
That one
straight under the pad.
Too straight again. Kelly helps himself to a leg by, so he certainly does like just to get across his stumps there, Kelly, and work it towards the leg side. Most of the field is on the offside, so he's certainly looking to find the gaps there.
Looks very neat. Looks very composed. Very compact.
He's arguably his best year. 400. He's always been a handy batsman. 440 runs at nearly 26 makes you a very more than a handy batsman in this these days.
Up the top, it's there's always one with your name on it up there. So he it looks like he's worked out where he plays and where he doesn't play so well and where he plays well, and he's playing within that. So as Robinson continues.
Oh, that was a good delivery there from Robinson. Left Vincent off the pitch. Vincent was looking to play initially looking to play down towards the leg side, but then it must have seemed away from him, and
I suggest that seemed.
He's gone to do a bit of gardening.
I was speaking to Simsy during the week, or yesterday actually. He said that it's ground on top, but there's very little moisture underneath, and it's hard as a.
Yeah, no, he had up until Thursday afternoon. He'd had 3 really good days of preparation on it. Vincent drives, but straight to Hazelwood there at mid off.
So with it being a little drier, and it will start to grip a bit, I would have thought, with the grass cover, and hence, I know I've called for Simo a couple of times, but that not only suits balls that are cutting, it also suits balls that are spinning.
Yes, wasn't it? The late great Shane Warne always used to love bowling at the Gabba.
Yeah.
If it was a green top, because if it seams, it spins.
It grips. How tall is he, Vincent?
He looks a good 6'4", I reckon. Yeah. Vincent. I'm 6'3", but he looks like he's 6'4", 6'5" territory. Vincent, very tall.
We could park him at centre forward for the Saints at the minute, actually.
We won't get started on mediocre footy teams, Shane. We could, between your team and my team, we could be here for a while and bore the listeners silly.
This game only goes for 3 days, just not long enough. We start talking about that.
No, I'm looking forward to cricket season. Next cricket season starting already, I think.
Yeah.
So, 10 overs in the books here at Latrobe. Ulverstone 1 for 21. 19 minutes to go before stumps here on the opening day of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Sheffield all out for 122 just before the drinks break in the third session. Ulverstone lost 1 wicket already, that of Braden DeVries, caught behind by Jonah Evans up to the stumps off the bowling of Aidan Marshall for 10. Wasn't happy with the decision. And the Sheffield boys certainly let him know about it as well. So he's emerged from the change rooms and out supporting his team before he heads off down to Hobart for the weekend to play for the Greater Northern Raiders. In comes Marshall again. Kelly, clips it in the air. But it was between those two fielders on the leg side, and it won't go for the boundary. Kelly wanted a third, sent back by Vincent, who wasn't too keen on a third.
Missed the trick there. They did. We talked about their good running, and that wasn't an example of it.
Well, I think on most days, I think that goes for 4.
Yeah.
After Christmas, on most grounds, but as we said, this ground's just maybe a little bit lusher than with first thought, and the balls are just holding up a little bit as they go to the boundary. Marshall again. Kelly on his toes defends.
That's a bit of line. clearly fairly strong off his pads. Whether they've got a man out, sort of a.
They've set that field for that one. He plays off his pads in the air, and it nearly paid dividends.
That might be out.
No, says umpire Sam O'Keefe.
No, they were.
Sheffield players incredulous. It certainly took off.
Don't want to be accused of being biased, Bradley, but I think I heard a nick there.
Okay,
and I think the batsman may have given himself away, but
I didn't hear anything myself. But certainly there was a lot of
there
was a bit of movement after it passed the bat.
Mark Simmons is he'll have to be careful of his neck. He's throwing it around that much there in disappointment.
So swings and roundabouts maybe there for the Mountaineers. They may have
one each, you reckon?
One each. It's amazing how it evens itself out, Shane.
Does it though? I don't think it does.
Free kick Hawthorn.
Yeah. Well, they had 9 out on the field last night.
As Kelly forward defends on the next one. So it's a little bit of drama here in the dying stages of day one here. 16 minutes to go. Umpire Sam O'Keefe been asked plenty of questions at the moment. Kelly goes on the drives straight, drives for runs.
Good shot.
It's a lovely shot there by Kelly. That one should go to the boundary.
Don't run for that.
Save them, boys. Kelly, with his first boundary for the day, moves along to 11 and the score up to 27 for 1. That's a lovely straight drive by Kelly.
Beautiful shot. Full into position early.
Didn't try and hit it too hard.
Wasn't a great flourish.
Nice punchy shot.
Yeah. He might be thinking he's just gone on to 4 in the second innings.
Yes, he may just be thinking, I've got a second life here and I'm going to try and take
that's cricket.
Take full toll of it. Marshall back on the good line of length there again. Kelly defends the offside. 11 overs gone, 1 for 27 here at Latrobe. As the Black Caps look to eat into this Sheffield first innings target and then hopefully build a lead going into at some stage tomorrow, but still plenty of water to go under the bridge.
First bowling change, Bradley, I think.
Yes.
This is Collier.
So yes, it's Harry Collier, who got the key wicket of Kurt Lamprey last week in the semi-finals. Birdie were just making a bit of a lower order charge, and Lamprey was starting to look a little bit dangerous.
Indeed.
Collier come on and just got one to skid through and wrapped Lamprey on the pads and looked pretty adjacent. So
what have we got for Harry this year?
Collier this year, just ignore those stats. They're out by one line. I didn't copy and paste them in the right spot. So Collier 19 wickets at 19.47.
Yep. How are we going for over? I think we'll be good for overs. We'll be a 6 o'clock finish.
Yeah, 6 o'clock finish, so we'll be no problems there. Just the light is starting to just fade a little bit.
Yeah, days are drawn in.
Yes, and the mornings are certainly a little bit cooler. So there wasn't much. Well, the ground wasn't too bad this morning. The dew there was a breeze just helping take the dew off, so it wasn't too bad this morning. But you can get caught a little bit if the breeze isn't favouring.
Useful start by Collier. Right on the money.
Similar to Vincent, 6'3", 6'4", bowls from a good height. Certainly not express, but that with that height can just make the ball talk a little bit more. And on the money again. Forward defence there from Vincent.
A message here from Trent Keep, who sends his best wishes from
Darwin,
Alice Springs.
He's in the Alice.
He's in the Alice.
Helping Northern Territory cricket. I must say, I got a bit of a shock when the National Under-17 Championships were on here on the Northwest Coast, and at the Denbourne Oval, Vic Metro were playing the Northern Territory, and now walks Trent Keep with the team.
Yeah,
it's like, where'd you come from?
Yeah, highly regarded in the coaching ranks, and fantastic that he's up there still listening in. Not sure what season it is up there.
It's just
football.
It's just warm.
Well, no, it'd be cricket. Starting.
Oh well, Collier, well down leg side there.
He's got away with one there.
You could nearly call that a wide, I reckon.
I think Moose was just a bit late in the day to swing those arms out too wide. They'd have opposite seasons, wouldn't they, in the Alice?
I think it's just wet season and wetter season with a lot of heat and humidity.
Cricket in the winter and footy in the summer.
No, I've never been to the NT. Oh, Collier goes down and he's followed through. Well, he's got a bit we've got a bit of everything here at the moment from Harry.
The wide half tracker and then the tumbling.
The Mark Wood style.
Yeah, very, very much Mark Wood.
Yeah, no, humidity isn't really. I'm not really on good terms with humidity, so I might stay away from the Northern Territory. Brisbane at Easter time was bad enough.
Well, Trent says it's hot. It's not exactly what he said, but we'll just say it's hot. And just for anyone who's interested, Darwin season is about to start.
He's looking for some players.
The Alice has just finished.
Okay, right. There we go. And that over just finished there from Harry Collier, his first over for this innings. A little bit happened, but didn't go for a run-off. Ulverstone won for 27 off 12 with 11 minutes to go in the day's play. So we'll probably get at least 3 overs. I'll be interested to see if Simo does bring himself on, maybe try and rush through an over or two.
I think that's wise if he is.
But if the Ulverstone
called for him, but he's
hopefully the Ulverstone batsmen are smart enough and know how to the mid-wicket talk and a bit of extra gardening between deliveries. You see many a young player get trapped in that last over before lunch or tea, where there probably didn't need to be a last over before lunch or tea.
Yep.
Marshall in again. Well outside off stump. Fumble there by Evans, but no damage done. Marshall on the money there. Kelly Ford.
Yep.
Punched it to mid off, but no run.
Yeah, he looks very solid. That one controversial moment outside off stump, but he's looked pretty solid to me. My modus operandi here generally was to get down the other end, Brad, when there's only 8 or 9 minutes to go. I always think in a short time frame, down the other end next to the umpire is probably the best place to be.
Bit hard to be responsible, unless there was a run out, bit hard to be responsible for any other type of dismissal.
That's true.
Don't blame you. Kelly just works that one to the leg side, no run.
Looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, which makes you think this pitch should be very good to bat on.
Yeah, I think so.
Tomorrow.
I think the weather's set fair, so there'll be no interference from weather in this year's grand final, which I'd suggest is.
Yeah, we've had a mixed bag of weather here when the grand final's been at Latrobe. We've had biblical floods and then we've had a couple of grand finals where just no runs have been scored. So
I think an outright result is very much on the cards.
I think so. Well, we didn't even get to Sunday last year. She was all over by near stumps on Saturday night as Ulverstone inflicted Burnie a heavy outright defeat.
Yeah,
it was disappointing from Burnie last year. They'd shown a bit like Sheffield. They'd shown really good signs of the bat in the lead up to the game, but Varner and the rest of the Ulverstone bowling lineup went through them. It was about 90 in each innings. Unfortunately for Burnie, Brodie Hayes couldn't bat in the second innings due to injury. So
that man Varner,
both with ball and bat, his vigil as a night watchman late on day one and into day two proved vital for Ulverstone as they gave themselves enough of a buffer In comes Marshall again to Vincent. Vincent just defends to the leg side. 13 overs gone. 7 minutes left in today's play. Ulverstone 1 for 28. Vincent on 5. Kelly on 12. Batsman out. Braden DeVries. Court Evans bowled Marshall for 10. He fell with a score on 14. So these two have added another 14 for the second wicket as we approach stumps here on day one.
Harry Collier to continue.
Keep himself upright for the journey of this over.
Bowling to Kelly.
Kelly chases a wide one, but hits along the ground. Can't beat the fielder there at point. He does look keen to get bat on ball, Kelly.
Yeah,
he doesn't like. He'll shoulder arms to 1 or 2, but that's about it. He likes to feel bat on ball.
Yeah.
So it might not be a bad idea for Collier if he can just lob a couple out there wide. Let's see if Kelly wants to chase him at this time of night. Ooh, that one maybe just kept a little lowish.
Yeah, well watched, covered up, and like I say, he looks very, very neat and compact. Sheffield will be desperate to achieve another wicket as the great Stephen French wandered past us there.
Father of Ulverstone coach Reese. I believe himself's heading up to Darwin at the end of this cricket season, Reese, to take up a job with the AFL up there in Darwin. Yeah.
Oh, that's fabulous. Great opportunity.
So we may see a little bit of transition in this Ulverstone team heading into next season. Obviously, if French goes, Walmsley's obviously coming off a bad injury. Whether he has the desire to come back again, we'll see. Jacob Snare was umming and ahhing, I think, a little bit as to whether he was going to play this year, and he's ended up playing the majority of the year.
Must be a run on left-handed biceps.
Yes, the great Greg Sharman.
Very much so, the great Greg Sharman, applying his wares at a school.
That is a big bicep, though.
School knockabout, incredible bicep. You carry 9-gallon barrels under your arms, and I guess that's what you get.
Walmsley doesn't come across as the sort of bloke who spends an inordinate amount of time in the gymnasium pumping iron.
I don't think I'd heard about it too much, and you hear about it too in the space of a couple of months. I don't think it'd be pleasant.
No, it's a weird type of injury for a cricketer. You hear about it in rugby league a lot, where
in the tackle.
Yes, Kelly flicks that one down to fine leg. Marshall, he will get there and so, because that ball has pulled up again. Well, Kelly could probably feel himself a little bit unlucky there. He's just worked that ball with the pace down leg side and never got to the boundary. So but Kelly will still get through for it. Moves along to 15, 1 for 31 off 14. And maybe Jordan Kelly might be popping over to see Mr. Sims, who's sitting on his mower at the gate on the eastern side of the ground. Just say, can you just drop that height a millimetre or two for tomorrow, for the first thing tomorrow?
Yeah. You won't be able to do that. But last over, I reckon, with a couple of minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. If the Ulvie boys are smart here, and I think both these two are, they've been around long enough, there'll be a fair bit, a couple of mid-pitch conferences, bit of gardening. I
don't think they'll need the gardening.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bowling change as well.
I think we have. I think that is young Hazelwood.
In the Hazelwood, yes. I tend to agree with you, Shane. I would have brought Mark Simmons on for an over.
I definitely would have done.
Just to loop up a couple leggies. Let's see how much turns in the deck.
Yeah. But let's see if Logan can...
Well, it certainly will be the last over now, because Jordan Kelly wants the sight screen moved.
Yep. But we're doing overtime now.
Yeah. Well, certainly a bit of overtime in that first day of the Sheffield Latrobe game in the roster season. I think when Sheffield racked up 450, they were still playing at 6 o'clock when Stumps was supposed to be at 5:30. No doubt with Steamfest going on up there, it would have been a raucous old day up there.
It was. I know that it was a huge weekend. Huge weekend for the Sheffield Hotel. They were very happy with the weekend's trade.
Bar sales were good.
Rowing and
that's on there. Rowing's on next weekend, I think. The big rowing. The big sort starts on Monday, I think.
Yeah, there was a lead up there on that weekend. So Hazelwood starts with a stray onto the pads,
and Kelly happily takes a single and gets himself down to the non-strikers end.
That's where you want to be.
There you go, Jakey boy. You can face the remaining 5.
Now, right about now, I'd have the gloves off and just hold them in my hand, looking very disinterested in any sort of running activity.
It's hamstring's just a bit tight, Jake. I'm not sure I can pinch any more quick singles. So in comes Hazelwood again. Longish run up, and he comes. Vincent shapes up that he's going to give the ball a bit of welly, but he doesn't.
He does. I do like the look of young Hazelwood. I think he's got a very, very good action. I don't know whether the great Craig Bowes has had anything to do with that. I know Craig spends a bit of time up at Riverside assisting up there, but under ex-Sheffield coach Peter Scott. But he looks the goods to me once he grows a bit more.
Yeah, no, he's just sort of floated between first and second grade a little bit this year. But
he's hitting some lines and getting through at a reasonable bat. Very good golfer.
Yes, I've heard that.
Excellent curator. He spent some time over at Live on the Grange with on the crew with Jason Sims.
Yes, I was looking at Simsy's photos on Facebook, and with a bit of having done a little bit of curating myself, you see the amount of mowers in the shed at the Grange Golf Club.
Yeah, he was keen to show us the mowers.
Yes. And Vincent leaves that one alone again. So
he started well.
Yeah, he just needs to probably just bring it a half a foot back towards Vincent to make him play a bit, doesn't he?
Just get one straight. So what have we got? 2 to go.
2 to go. So it has ticked over to 6 o'clock. So this will be the final over of the day. So the light is starting to fade. You won't be playing too far past 6 o'clock. The light is just starting to fade now as the cloud cover rolls in. But all in all, a pretty positive day for the Ulverstone Cricket Club as they chase their 4th consecutive flag. Vincent blows that one down the pitch. No run.
Very well played. Last ball of the day coming up. Well, honours definitely to Ulverstone.
Yep.
Great effort in the field. Varner, fabulous. The spinners, Windward, 3 for, I think.
4 for.
They've taken the honours clearly on day one.
Yeah, I think Sheffield will look back though and think what could have been with a few of those shots maybe in the middle order.
Yep.
That.
I wouldn't
left them a little bit short.
I wouldn't look to the decision to bat. I'd look to the decision of some of the shots.
And outside off stump, Vincent watches it into Evans's gloves, and that is Stumps as umpire. Scott Pearce calls for the ball. So Stumps here at day one of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest 2024-25 first grade grand final. Ulverstone with the honours after a dominant display with the ball, bowling Sheffield out for 122. Their innings finished at about 4:50 this afternoon. Matthew Varner 4 for 26 off 23 overs. Alex Winwood 4 for 15 off 18.3 overs, including 12 maidens. In reply, Ulverstone lost the 1 wicket, that of Braden DeVries, caught behind by Jonah Evans off the bowling of Aidan Marshall for 10. Jordan Kelly still there, 16 not out off 36 balls. Jake Vincent 5 not out off 28 balls. They'll resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock on day 2 as they look to eat into this Sheffield target and then try and build a first innings lead as we said, as they look towards a 4th consecutive premiership. Jason Sims out there on the mire already getting the outfield cut with his assistant Dion Tuxworth doing a bit of work to the pitch there. So that's all from the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Thank you, Shane, for your guest stint, mate.
Thank you, Bradley.
Much
really enjoyed it.
Thank you also. Big thanks also to Gary Miles for the first 2 sessions. Plenty of action to call there for poor Gary, but he got through it with aplomb, and thank you to all his special guests as well. But from the Latrobe Recreation Ground, it's good night.